Good morning and welcome. Welcome one, welcome all to the CogX Hybrid Festival 2021. I guess I've got three welcomes for you today. My first welcome is to you joining us, whether you're at home, you could be in the office, you could be in the beach, or a riverbank, wherever you are tuning in from. A very warm welcome. Secondly, welcome to our real live audience here in central London. I think despite being masked, we could get a yay. Yeah, we really are here in 3 dimensions, and it feels great, I have to say. So welcome to you. Thank you very much indeed for your support. And finally, my welcome is to you if you're catching up, whether that's later on the same day, whether it's in a few days or months' time, or frankly, whether it's in 2031, looking back at what we were all talking about. You're very welcome too. My name's Ollie Barrett. I'm your MC for this global leadership stage. And just to set it in context, CogX, what is it? Brief reminder, you know this already, but it's a festival. It's a festival of artificial intelligence and transformational technology. Involving what, you might ask? Well, what the team have done an amazing job at doing is picking 18 different topic areas. Like what? Like cyber, like education, like edtech, like health, like ethics and society. And of course, what about the people leading these organizations? What about global leadership? And that's the piece of the jigsaw that we are going to be particularly discussing right here. So my thank you in advance for joining the conversation, whether that's putting your hand up and asking a question in the room, whether it's using the Q&A box on our brilliant event partner website. That's Hopin if you're tuning in virtually and live. Use that Q&A box to provoke us, to challenge us, and connect with each other as well in the breaks online, physically. It's a bit different, isn't it? It's a hybrid event, and that means some of our events are going to be completely physical here in the room. Some will be completely virtual. You'll see them on screens, and some will be a little bit of both, speaker in the room and somebody else virtually. So bear with us, roll with us, tell us how you're finding it as we go along. But please share the conversation. Our hashtag CogX2021. And if you're using Twitter, we are CogX_festival. So let's get that conversation going and see if we can join the dots. I want to say a big thank you, firstly to you for tuning in, for being here in person, to many of you, and massively to all of our contributors. 1,000+ speakers, would you believe? I thought they'd added a nought on. No. 1,000+ speakers across 18 topics across 3 whole days. So thank you to all of our contributors. Thank you to you for tuning in. Most of all, thank you to our supporters and partners, without whom this absolutely wouldn't be possible. So they'll get mentioned a few times today, but let's give them the kudos they deserve. To Accenture, to BT, to Quantum Black. But what about our supporting partners as well, like Shell, like Visa, like the Big Innovation Center? Thank you to them. If you weren't here to support us, we wouldn't be doing this with the ambition and breadth that we are. So thank you very much to all of our supporters. We're going to cover so much in this next day. What do we do about the next 10 years? Well, what do we do about the next 10 minutes? Well, the short answer is we'll get on with our first session. So brace yourselves, whether you want to lean in and engage with the conversation, or for a change, maybe lean back and think. You're very welcome to CogX Hybrid Festival 2021. And I will introduce our first session after these short messages. Is that going out now? What I really want to say is, so yeah, right, okay. So I know it's a bit weird, isn't it? Because I'm sort of down there, but I really want to be in here, don't I? So all I'm saying is I'm Ollie, and you're very welcome as our guest. And Tabitha will go, oh, you should have done that the first time. They'd quite like that. They go, no, you would have scared them all. That would be terrible. But I just want to say with all my heart, thank you for being here. You've all journeyed. You could have stayed in home. So thank you so much for being here. Oh, now panel are arriving. This is great. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Thank you. A very warm welcome. Thank you. Welcome to CogX Hybrid Festival 2021. You're tuned in to the global leadership stage, and we've got so much that we want to introduce you to today. I'm already getting a sense of excitement as I get joined in the room by some people I have read about over the last 18 months for their extraordinary determination and endeavor. Let me introduce you to one of the masterminds behind today, behind the next 3 days, and in fact in context over the last few years of what has been an extraordinary festival of connectivity. He is the co-founder of the CogX Festival. He is a relentless supporter of everybody gathering here today and beyond with his co-founder. Please welcome up with a huge round of applause, or virtual equivalent, the fantastic Charlie Muirhead. Charlie.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Charlie Muirhead. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of the CogX Festival, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And on behalf of my co-founder, Tabitha, our festival director, Alicia Rouse, and the incredible CogX team, we'd just like to welcome you to the festival. This is the 5th edition of it, and to also share some exciting announcements with you. Now, we return with the theme, how do we get the next 10 years right, which I'm sure you all agree is no less urgent than it was last year. And what a year it's been. It's really been an unpredictable year, a year of uncertainty. In March 2020, we had 3 months to transform from a physical event to a virtual event. But who would have thought that 12 months later, we would still be in the grip of the pandemic? Who would have thought that 12 months later, video conference calls back to back, whether you're in the office or in education, would be the new normal? And who would have thought that actually would have had this incredible rollout of the vaccines? And actually, later today, we're going to be awarding AstraZeneca with our grand jury prize for their contribution to the vaccine rollout worldwide. After such uncertainty, I think we've all been looking forward to getting back in person, but it's not been completely possible this year. But we're really excited to be putting on what is the largest hybrid event of its kind in the world. And really thank you for all being here today. And thank you to our partners, Accenture, BT, Quantum Black, and Visa for supporting and making the event possible, and to all of our content partners. Now, this year we have 3 themes that have really come through as we looked at all the content that has been programmed. And the first one is a return to social stability, both of our health, of the economy, and just also how life will return to a new normal in a post-pandemic era. The second one is the path to net zero, which we're going to be hearing about in a second, and obviously the transition to a green and renewable energy model. And clearly that's a critical time right now in the run-up to COP26. And of course, the third in the tradition of CogX is innovation across every sector, from startup entrepreneurs to large enterprises to the government itself and the charities that have had to reinvent the way they operate. And we're thrilled this year to have 350 companies exhibiting in our virtual expo. So please do take the time to go and have a look at them. We're also doing our 5th annual CogX Awards, and we had 400 shortlisted companies, and those are going to be announced later this afternoon. Now, the thought leadership that's shared at this event is incredible. Some of the greatest minds in the world get together and share their experiences and their insights. But of course, there's a huge amount of content that's being produced all over the world all the time, whether it's other events, radio, television, newspapers, magazines, podcasts. And of course, there's a huge challenge in staying up to date with it all. It's an overwhelming amount of content. It's fragmented across lots of sites, and it takes a huge amount of time to go and explore it. So we found ourselves thinking, what if you could get a personalized feed, almost in the style of a short form social media platform, but a personalized feed of thought leadership content that matters to you in one place, and then to be able to seamlessly click through to the long form? What if you could filter that feed not just by what interests you, but by what's trending in the world, or even by your own personal learning goals? And what if you could then connect with other like-minded listeners and build new meaningful relationships? Well, I'm very pleased today to be announcing on behalf of the whole team the CogX app. And this is a free mobile-first audiovisual app that enables you to discover the thought leadership that matters to you in a tenth of the time, that enables you to learn, which is critical as we all prepare to have the right skills for the future, and to connect, which has always been important, but is especially so as we enter this new world of increasingly remote work practices. There are nearly 1 million podcast series out there in the world, largely undiscovered, and which is a loss for us, but it's also a real challenge for the podcast publishers. And so today's launch is a beta with an initial focus on aggregating many of the very best podcasts in the world and making those accessible. We'll be adding lots of other sources soon. And of course, you'll be able to catch up on all the festival sessions there too. And we can't wait to have your feedback. Now, there's only a limited number of people we can let onto the platform each day. So do take a moment now to download the CogX app from the Apple App Store and make sure you're at the front of the queue. Now, there's only one thing left for me to do now, which is to introduce our next speaker. And so without further ado, it's a pleasure to welcome back Oliver Dowden, the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport. Now, as last year's CogX Festival, the Secretary of State kindly presented the COVID Response Award, which highlighted the incredible innovation in the space and had a huge positive impact, not just on the winner, but also the finalists. So thank you. Earlier this year, he published historic legislation on the online safety bill, under which social media companies have to shield young users from illegal activity and harmful content. He recently set out the government's 10 tech priorities for 2021, which reminded us that tech has to be at the heart of the economy. And he also spoke widely about the government's national AI strategy designed to support jobs, economic growth, and investment in infrastructure skills and innovation. And so it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Oliver back to open CogX 2021 and join the session on Tech Net Zero. Secretary of State Oliver Dowden, thank you for being here.
It's great to be here. And I don't know about you, but I think there is a real sort of spirit of optimism and energy in the air, regardless of the decision that we have to take today in relation to the final stage of opening up. You can just feel that energy and vibrancy returning. And you see a place like this in the heart of London that has been renewed over the past 20 years. And tech has been at the heart of it. And that really fills me with a sense of hope for the future. And I really think whatever happens, it feels like we're through the worst of this terrible crisis. And it really is a pleasure to be here. And it's a pleasure to have seen how CogX has grown even in the past 3 or 4 years that I've been involved with you, going from strength to strength, like so much of the tech sector in this country. And indeed, so much has changed since I spoke just last year here. Back then, absolutely everything was virtual. I think we are still sort of feeling our way through the experience of being back in the rooms with people. But the idea of having even 30 people in a room like this would have seemed extraordinary a year ago. And yet here we are, working our way back to normality, step by step. We can go to the pub, we can go out for dinner with friends, and we can sit in the stadium or attend events like this. But it's really important to remember that all of this would not have been possible, and we simply would not have been here today without the power of human ingenuity. Without bright minds, many of them in this country, who when faced with a completely novel virus that was devastating health systems across the world, turned to science and tech to innovate their way out of this crisis. Through genome sequencing, through mRNA and other groundbreaking vaccine technologies, these innovators turned COVID into something that brought life to a standstill, to something that we can hopefully live with in the long term. Humans have, of course, long innovated their way out of adversity, and now it's time for tech to take on one of the greatest challenges that we face as a global society. Of course, as you know, in 2019, the UK became the first major economy in the world to commit to bringing all greenhouse emissions to net zero by 2050. It is one of the most ambitious targets in the world. And of course, government alone cannot deliver on this. We need the smartest thinkers and the most audacious entrepreneurs to help us get there. So today, we are officially booting up our fight against climate change with a new Tech Zero task force made up of 16 of the UK's biggest and most innovative tech companies. They range from Bulb to Olio to Starling Bank to Revolut. And between them, they have transformed energy, banking, and healthcare and used tech to tackle the problems we face, like food waste. Now they're going to engineer, hack, and code their way back to lower emissions. Their aim is to get 1,000 UK companies to sign up to net zero, the pledge that we have made before COP26 summit in November, and to speed up the UK's race to net zero. And today I can confirm that the telecoms giant Vodafone is officially on board, as are Monzo and Oak North. And I really do hope that this marks a turning point in our fight against climate change. And it's right that the tech industry, as ever, leads the charge. First, like the rest of it, it's an existential threat to the interests of these businesses. You really do need to act. But it's also, I hope you agree, in tech businesses, economic self-interest to do so as well. Just the energy efficiencies alone that come from the green investment that are expected to unlock billions of pounds to companies, according to some estimates. Think about the value that brings. And that's not counting the revenue opportunities from low carbon goods and services. So the digital drive to net zero is also an economic one, and I believe a profitable one. And it's no accident that the green tech revolution is kicking off here in the UK, the tech capital of Europe. We're by far the biggest tech hub, the biggest hub for tech firms and for venture capital funding. And I know we were discussing this earlier. Unicorn is one of those slightly hackneyed phrases now, but we are home to 99 unicorns and counting. And of course, as you were saying, Charlie, the government is pushing an unashamedly pro-tech agenda for the coming years so that we can continue to attract top talent, help our brilliant tech firms grow, and use digital innovation to fuel an era of tech growth. And I do believe that we are already seeing this golden age for UK tech. But my aim today, as the Tech Zero Task Force comes together for this first time, is to make clear that you have this government's full support. I'm keen to know what more we can do to help you achieve your goal and how government can throw its backing behind some of the most talented people in tech and tackle one of the greatest challenges of our time. So that's the ambition that we're setting out today. And without further ado, I'll hand back to you, Tabitha. Thank you.
Minister, we're so lucky. So lucky to have a Secretary of State as pro-tech as you. Thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here in the room and those of you at home, or as Ollie said, on the banks of a river. I am Tabitha Goldstaub, the co-founder of CogX, and we are very lucky that Alethea Roos, our new festival director, has taken the reins. We are all in for an absolute treat. As both Charlie and the Secretary of State said, we have a real challenge on our hands. The tech ecosystem is not only trying to recover itself, but help with the recovery, make sure that the benefits are equally distributed and reach net zero. So we're going to need some brilliant leaders. And across the 3 days, we have many, but I'm really excited that this morning we have some who've actually dedicated themselves to this challenge. So we're going to come to each of them. And we're going to start with Hayden Wood, the co-founder and CEO of green energy company Bulb. Tell us, Hayden, how did this all come about? You're the leader of the task force. We need to know.
So we were looking at this about 6 months ago, thinking about what we need to do to hit net zero as a company. I mean, we started working on that about, well, when the company was founded in 2015. But in conversations that I was having with lots of other founders of high growth companies, this was a new problem that people were beginning to look at for the first time. And because we were all approaching it for the first time, we just thought that we might get together, help each other out, share tools, tips, and then that snowballed into trying to build this movement, right? And getting other companies involved, creating a pledge and a toolkit and things like that. So it's really came out of necessity, I
Yeah.
guess, in answer to the question.
Teamwork makes the dream work. What's different about tech companies per se to other companies that have actually already created their own groups to do this?
Well, I think there's probably two things that stand out. The first is that many of us are all growing extremely quickly,
Yeah.
and which is really hard. I mean, it's a nice problem to have, but it does lead to some chaos, I guess. Inside. Probably fair to say that. And then I think the second thing that's quite interesting is that as tech companies, we use technology, but we apply that technology to all sorts of different industries. And so actually there's a lot of sort of diversity in how, in the different markets that we operate in. And so that, again, makes this quite challenging. There is no single template that we can all use to measure and lower our emissions. And so yeah, coping with that complexity is another shared.
Definitely. And Tessa Clark, Olio's #1 and my favorite food sharing app. What role does tech have to actually play in helping get to net zero?
Well, you won't be surprised to hear that I think technology has an absolutely critical role to play. If we just take the industry that I'm in, the food industry, it is responsible for a full quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. And we're seeing technology innovations take place at every step of the supply chain, from farm to fork. So we've got precision in agriculture, robotics, AI, cultured meat, vertical farming up at the top end of the supply chain. And then down at the consumer end, we've got apps that exist to prevent food waste, technology that's helping customers understand perhaps when their food is and isn't going off. So technology absolutely can, and I hope will, save us. But there are 3 essential preconditions for that to be our eventuality. The first is that we've absolutely got to reinvent our economic models. We have to move from the linear, extractive, growth-obsessed economic model to a much more circular and sustainable economy. The second is we need government's support, and it's wonderful to hear that it sounds like we've got that around investment and around incentives, and that's a big part of what the task force is doing. It's a lot more than just setting targets. It's actually working very collaboratively to secure that investment incentives. And then the third thing is we need widespread behavior change. Technology is only as good as the behavior change that goes along with it, which means that each and every one of us has a role to play.
Yeah. And how close are Olio to achieving your goals?
Well, I must confess, we were thrilled to be invited to join this task force, but we had never actually measured our carbon emissions. So it kicked off a pretty frantic process internally, but actually it was a great experience to go through, because there are thousands and thousands of small organizations that all have to be part of this fight. And like me, they were probably Googling scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, trying to figure out what it means. But thanks to the support of the task force, and we've also built out a toolkit to take organizations such as us on this journey, we've been through actually a relatively pain-free process of measuring our carbon emissions. And we've discovered that our carbon emissions just offset 4% of the carbon we're saving. So we are 96% carbon negative, which is absolutely amazing. We're really, really thrilled with that.
Congratulations, but also thank you for admitting that you hadn't first, because anyone out there, you now know that it's okay.
Honesty is the best policy.
You've got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
On to Jared Grech, the ecosystem's greatest supporter. Jared's the CEO of Tech Nation. You're aiming to sign up 100 more companies before COP26. How are you tackling this challenge?
More than that, much more than that.
Okay,
Hundreds
good.
and hundreds and hundreds. So that's right. So we're really excited to be working with Bob and a fantastic, distinguished panel of companies that have helped make this a reality. And it's a reality because it's such a crisis. And so we're really, really keen to see as many companies sign up. And as Tessa actually outlined, there are 2 things on the site that we went live with recently, just today, is obviously the pledge and ensuring that people commit to this publicly. And then secondly, a toolkit, which really helps kind of anybody really understand the slight complexity about carbon emissions and how much you actually emit, how much your suppliers could emit, and understanding that sort of interlinking that you need to think about as a company. So we're really excited. We're already looking at hundreds and hundreds of companies. We're clearly very much involved in lots of networks. We have an alum of over 1,000 companies, and we begin today. And we'll obviously be talking to lots of venture capitalists whose portfolio of companies would be just 1 second. Thank you so much. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just to say that obviously we obviously run a number of programs where we bring a number of companies together, and we have an alum network of over 1,000 companies who would be very excited to see themselves sign up to this, and also venture capitalists, as the Secretary of State outlined. The UK accounted for over 36% of all European investment in technology, and we see all sorts of great companies coming together. And what we noticed is that we want to make sure that the venture capitalists who back these companies, encourage them to actually do more than just do what they're doing right now for the sake of this climate crisis that we need to all solve together.
Makes sense. And apt to move back to the Secretary of State and ask, what's the government doing to help these hundreds and hundreds of companies that the team are signing up?
Well, look, first of all, I'm really grateful to all of you for engaging with this, and I think it's only appropriate that tech should be leading the charge in addressing this. You're at the forefront of innovation across the wider economy, and I think for most people, the climate change emergency we're facing is the #1 political and sort of existential crisis we're facing. So it's great that you're bringing your skills to bear. We're setting out the framework with things like the net zero target by 2050. Our big focus between now and September is building that international consensus, because clearly the UK only accounts for a relatively small amount of global emissions, through the COP26 summit in Glasgow in November, to see if we can see a further step change. But I think what the government is also doing in this period is demonstrating that the UK is showing sufficient ambition and commitment with things like phasing out of coal, moving more quickly towards phasing out of non-electric vehicles in the transport network. And I think if we can also show this progress in the tech sector, it's another way of building that momentum. It's already there, but we just need to accelerate it more and more. And I think certainly when I discussed this with the Prime Minister, one of his big passions is not seeing this as a sort of net zero sort of sum gain situation, whereby we have to make ourselves poorer in order to save the planet. We should be harnessing the power of tech, just as you were saying, Tessa, to think differently about how we do things in a way that improves outcomes for people and is more sustainable at the same time.
Totally. And you talk globally, so good time for us to come to the man who's thankfully made direct debits a little bit simpler. Hiroki Taruchi, the CEO and co-founder of Go Cardless. Hayden already said, like, you're growing super fast and then you're asked to do something else and you're global. Like, what are the kind of challenges you're feeling?
Welcome back. You are tuned in to CogX 2021, the festival of AI and transformational technology. And this specifically is the global leadership stage. And I'm personally very much looking forward to this next conversation. In our first session today, we heard about the Net Zero Task Force. And you might say, well, pledging is one thing, but what comes next? The journey is what matters. And that's why our next company is synonymous with world class all around the globe. So we're in very good hands, because interviewing the CEO of an extraordinary company is our co-founder of CognitionX. So I hand over the reins to Tabitha Goldstorp, in conversation with Warren East.
Thank you very much. As Ollie said, we're very lucky to have with us today the CEO of Rolls-Royce. And I think we should start with the basics. So I've heard you talk about how Rolls-Royce takes stored energy to make useful power. But I really need to understand, what does that mean in practice?
Well,
Yeah.
what we're probably best known for, if you stop somebody in the street and say Rolls-Royce, is, oh, the cars, right?
Yeah.
When I started doing this job, I kept getting asked if I was going to get a company car. Actually, so no, we're probably best known really for providing engines on aircraft. We've been putting engines on aircraft for over 100 years. And what that's effectively doing is taking the energy that is stored in the fuel for the aircraft and then making it do something useful, making the aircraft fly. And very simplistically, it's like today, it's a 21st century equivalent of a steam train going along with the coal behind, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we do.
Yeah, I love it.
But-
And going from somewhere like Arm, where you were the CEO, to a 100-year-old company, what did it feel like? I heard that you had quite a sort of moment of epiphany when you first went to the Farnborough Air Show.
Well, yes, I did. I've sort of worked for 3/4 of my career in the world of semiconductors. And, you know, if there's a sector in technology that has really sort of changed people's lives over the last 30, 40 years, it's semiconductors.
Yeah.
You know, they are everywhere. And, you know, all the tech companies that we had on this platform a moment or two ago, those business models work because of the progress that has been made in semiconductors. And so I thought, great, Rolls-Royce, the challenge there is taking all this stored energy, turning it into useful power, but in a way that is, and today we use the term net zero. Back when I joined Rolls-Royce in 2015, I was thinking more in terms of not trashing the planet.
Good.
I thought, what a fantastic opportunity to join a company, one of very few companies that is in a position to make a change equivalent to the sort of change that we've seen over the last 40 years in semiconductors. We're going to see from these sorts of companies over the next 40 years by enabling society to carry on doing things like flying and all the other applications that we're involved in. And I get to Farnborough, and actually it was just like any other trade show, except interrupted by this terrible noise every 5 minutes as an enormous airplane flies past, really quite close. And I was somewhat disillusioned because there didn't seem to be any noise, any appetite for dealing with what I saw as the great opportunity for our sector. And it was only a couple of years later, I was really heartened to see the change. So my first Farnborough was 2015. Farnborough 2017 was significantly different, and Paris in 2018 was very different. And you know, now there are hundreds of little aviation startups doing electric aviation on this mission to change the way that we fly.
A little bit quieter as well, I imagine, some of them.
Well, actually, they're not at the sort of demonstration, or they weren't in at Paris in 2018. They weren't actually flying around. We're hoping to do some demonstrating ourselves quite soon.
Boom. Well, we're definitely going to get on to not trashing the planet. But before we do that, I think something else has sort of tried to trash the planet, the pandemic. And it would be completely wrong to not
Yes.
ask you, how have you steered the ship through this very difficult year?
Well, that has been a very difficult year. I mean, you only have to listen to the news, and you can see people desperate to travel again. Well, if more than 50% of your business is dependent on people hopping on and off airplanes, and suddenly the world stops hopping on and off airplanes, that's a pretty dire situation. And sadly, we've had to make some quite difficult decisions and restructure our cost base. That involves literally thousands of people losing their jobs. I suppose, and of course we also had to go to our shareholders cap in hand and basically beg for more money just to survive.
Yeah.
Now the good news is that our shareholders are very supportive, buying into the long-term story, which is that the world will get over this pandemic and the world will travel again. And don't forget, it isn't just about people going on holiday. It's about when you click on Amazon and you try and buy something. It's when you go to the shop here in London and you buy something that's been grown in a far-flung part of the world. An awful lot of air travel is about freight. And as a society, we do ship a lot of freight around the world. So that has to keep happening.
Yeah, and that also has a huge impact on the planet. And so was that part of the reason where you were one of the earlier signatories of the UN agreement, the race to net zero?
Yes, I mean, and it probably comes from my background in the world of semiconductors, really, where one's always really sort of looking ahead.
Yeah.
But I am a little bit of a believer in management by press release. And so for me, signing up as we did a year ago, gets us on the hook and really rather sort of help us to get on and do something.
Yeah, and that was about a year ago, wasn't it?
It was
So
about
what have
a
you
year
done
ago.
in that year?
Oh, well, a huge amount. It was interesting listening to the panel talking. Big focus on sort of what everybody's doing in their own company.
Yeah.
Take a company like Rolls-Royce, and our own carbon emissions are about 0.5%, probably a little bit less than 0.5% of the total carbon emissions that Rolls-Royce is touching. And about 2% is our supply chain, the energy used by our supply chain partners to make components that we can put into our engines and so on. 97.5% of it is our customers using our engines, either flying or in boats or on land somewhere, or perhaps even energy in a data center that's powered by some of our technology. So there's a lot of those emissions. So the first thing that we've done is get accurate understanding of that. And the second is a huge amount of planning and convening and stimulating within the aviation sector, because that is accounting for most of it by a very, very long way, around things like electric aviation, hybrid for shorter distance, but still quite big aircraft, and for long haul aircraft, synthetic aviation fuel. Now, something like synthetic aviation fuel isn't going to come from one company on its own. It's going to come from a massive industry that has to reinvent itself over the next couple of decades.
And it's going to take winning sort of more hearts and minds than just that we saw earlier. And I hear that you're going to hopefully break the world record for electric flight.
Yes, so that's back to we hope to do our own demonstrating of electric flight, and this is a little bit of marketing.
Yeah.
But it is about winning those hearts and minds, and for us, from an engineering point of view, it's really a massive learning exercise. So making electric vehicles on the road is very interesting, but those sorts of technical challenges are nothing compared with making an electric airplane fly.
Yeah.
And so we've got a huge amount of learning to do as a sector and within our own company. And how could we do that? Well, we could have just built some demonstrations and flown them around our local airport at East Midlands in Derby. But actually, to capture hearts and minds, and a little bit harking back to the spirit of what Rolls-Royce has always been known for, which is pioneering and not shying away from difficult technology. 100 years ago, we were breaking land speed records. Now we're going to break an airspeed record, and the airspeed record for electric flights around about 200 miles an hour, and we're hoping to not break it by 5%, but actually smash it.
Yes.
Uh,
In a helmet, I believe that the.
Oh no, yes, you've been well briefed. You have been well briefed. So obviously somebody has to actually fly this thing, and our test pilot is very keen on some of the outreach and education stuff that we do, because we do think, aside from the climate challenge, we're great believers in engineering and technology, and we want to make sure that our industry is fueled with a healthy supply of youth to do that. And so we do a lot of outreach into schools, not just here in the UK, but worldwide. And our test pilot's very keen on that. So we came up with a competition to design the helmet for
I
him.
loved it.
And we got school kids to send in their designs, and he was tickled pink.
Yeah, it's such an important thing to do. Onto though my favorite topic. You mentioned that you are always looking sort of next 10, 20 years out, and I think that's obviously important, but more so even with what we're looking at in 10 to 20 years, whether it's artificial intelligence or other emerging technologies. Coming back to AI, if we don't start looking at it now, I think we all know what will happen. And I believe that you have created probably one of the best ethics frameworks. Tell me a little bit more about like what drove you to think that that was important now. How did you go about creating it? I genuinely think that the audience here will be fascinated.
Yeah, so I stood on a platform like this in San Francisco about 7 or 8 years ago, and we were talking about AI, and lucky enough to have one of the pioneers of AI on the stage with me at this event. And he was very passionate about the benefits, but the audience were very passionate about all the bad things that might happen with AI. Now, my personal view is AI is just another set of tools. We've all got used to digital tools more generally. 150 years ago, factories didn't have electricity. Those that adopted electricity survived, and those that didn't survive. Same with the digital revolution that's enabled by semiconductors happened over the last sort of 40, 50 years. And I believe the same with AI. If you don't adopt it, then you will be at a disadvantage compared with your peers. And actually, tools that we've adopted as society over the years have generally been helpful. But often you get a bit of negativity at the start with people's acceptance. And so I came away from that thinking the big issue is getting people to accept it. By the way, we have the same with nuclear technology. And so we had a small team at Rolls-Royce developing AI tools for our own use and for use within our ecosystem. It seemed like a good idea to have a challenge of, okay, what can we do to remove this barrier? Now, we're not going to remove the barrier completely, but we believe that our Elysia tool is an excellent framework that we can propose as a framework for helping people understand how the users of, and developers of AI can then overcome bias and ethical challenges.
Mm.
And I think you're going to interview head of our R Squared Data Labs a little bit later
Yes.
in this event. So I would
Yeah.
ask her about it.
Yeah. Yes, we have Caroline Gorski.
Caroline Gorski.
Day 2, it should be popping up in your Hopin link, and I'll tell everyone else in the room after. And also Paul Stein, your CTO, is speaking a little bit more about the race to net zero as well.
Yeah.
So very lucky to dig deeper with them. But on to thinking about how do you inspire this next generation? I think, as you just described, the real challenge is about getting people to think that this is a good thing, whether it's nuclear or artificial intelligence. You're an engineer yourself. What are you doing in order to make sure that the engineering sort of ecosystem within Rolls-Royce feels both excited and make sure that you're figuring out how to get the ethical challenges right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the lot of any leader of a business such as ours is you have to get the people on side. And for me, also joining Rolls-Royce, one of the challenges I saw was our workforce was frankly a bit too old. And so we've done a lot of recruitment, and even through COVID, we've kept up some, not all, but some of our graduate recruitment. So first of all, you need to get the younger people engaged. I mentioned our education outreach, and I personally engage with those people when they sort of come and join our business, and I talk to them about the fact that they are so privileged to work for a company that can do something about it. I mean, this energy transition is a once in a 250-year type event. Over the next couple of decades, we're going to change the way the world works. And, that hasn't happened since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. I mean, I've been lucky enough to enjoy the semiconductor journey, as I mentioned. But that's a fantastic opportunity. So to live through that couple of decades for everybody is great. To work for a company that can actually do something about it, like Rolls-Royce, well, that's a real privilege. And so I always tell our young graduates that I'd quite like to swap with them, really.
Yeah, I bet.
Because I also can relate to the doubts that they might have, and reassure them that generally engineers are pretty creative types, and in our history as a business, we've as I say, never shied away from anything difficult. Stuck with all those difficult challenges. Rolls-Royce, the only company to power a commercial supersonic aircraft, the first company to make vertical takeoff work, and now we're going to break the electric speed record as well. So we do love these challenges, and we hopefully hire the right sort of people and encourage them in the right way.
Yeah, I think you do. One last question: if you actually could swap seats with that young engineer, what advice would you give to the person who was going to take your role?
Now that is an interesting one. I would say keep the faith. These things do go in steps and plateaus with technology. When I joined the semiconductor world in early 1980s, I was told that Moore's law would be finished by the end of the decade.
Amazing.
That's cropped up in the semiconductor world a number of times, and there have been various sort of technical blockages. I think the challenges for our sector, right now, less than 0.5% of the world's aviation fuel is sustainable, we need to cope with growth, and we need to make 100% of it.
Yeah.
So that's a massive challenge. It's trillions of dollars of investment. Don't be daunted.
I love it. Don't be daunted. What wonderful advice. Thank you so much, CEO of Rolls-Royce, Warren East. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Tabitha.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tabitha, and a renewed thanks to Warren East for joining us for that session. Well, as they leave the stage, let me just sort of re-welcome you and sort of reset the stage, as it were. This is CogX 2021, and you join us on the Global Leadership stage. Just to give you a quick peek down the next couple of sessions. If you're tuning in now, we've got a couple of virtual sessions now, back to back, including the inimitable Martha Lane Fox, Baroness Lane Fox, in conversation with Margrethe Vestager, the EU Commissioner. Before that, though, we'll have another very interesting interview, which I will introduce momentarily. We'll be back in person in glorious 3 dimensions on the Global Leadership stage at midday, because we've got the COO of DeepMind in conversation right here in London's King's Cross. Not too much of a commute for her today. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you also if you've been sharing the hashtag CogX2021. I'm welcoming you wherever you're tuning in from, and of course here in the room. Our next conversation is with a fascinating business leader. It's about how we don't leave people behind, how we engage better through technology with all of our stakeholders. Let me not steal the thunder of our interviewer by telling you more about Dame Vivian Hunt, but let me say something about our interviewer himself. He's John Thornhill. He is the innovation editor. What a brilliant role. Frankly, one of the world's most trusted publications, the Financial Times itself. Kudos to John also for being the founder of Sifted, a phenomenal publication, digital, but backing European and covering European startups. That's Sifted, well worth checking out. You're in very safe hands. As I say, good day. Can you hear me? John, hello there.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Just absolutely double check that we've got him. Are we waiting momentarily? Bear with us. Otherwise, I'll leave him floating in space.
Hello, can you hear me now?
So as we just wait to make sure we're up and ready for liftoff, this will be a conversation between John Thornhill, innovation editor of the Financial Times, and Dame Vivian Hunt, managing partner of the extraordinary firm McKinsey. Okay, great. Well, we are delighted. Hello, John. I can see you. I can hear you. We're in your very capable hands. John Thornhill, over to you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. And a great apology, I can't be there in person. I've always loved attending the CogX Festival. But last week, I'm afraid I was pinged by the NHS app and told that I had been in close proximity with someone with COVID and had to self-isolate for 7 days. So you can only see me in pixelated form. But it just goes to show how technology is running our lives. And it's just a good job that the weather has been so lousy and it hasn't been any hardship to be indoors at all. I'm delighted this morning to be joined by Dame Vivian Hunt, who is a senior partner at McKinsey, who is going to address the issue of how technology can serve everyone. Stakeholder capitalism, the why, the what, and the how. As well as having a long and distinguished career at McKinsey, Dame Vivian is a powerful voice in the diversity and inclusion debate, and she is also the chair of Teach First. Vivian will make a few introductory comments, and then we'll drive straight into a conversation on the subject of stakeholder capitalism. And I very much encourage you as well to submit your questions, and I shall put those to her as well. So, Dame Vivian, over to you.
Good morning, John, and everyone. Let me just adjust my camera. Can you see me and hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. I can't see you at the moment.
I'm sure that's coming through. How is the video now, John?
I'm afraid I can't see you still, but I'm not sure about the rest of the audience. I have a message saying that other people can see you, so please carry on.
Well, I guess that's what's important, isn't it? So, John, you've had truth and disclosure in your COVID quarantine restrictions, and I'll do the same. I've had a hip surgery very recently, which I know you know. So doing this virtually is another really good example of how we can still connect and debate the issues and get COGEX 2021 off to a fantastic start, even though you are literally quarantining out of respect for the track and trace system. And I am out of respect for my lovely clinical advice from Mr. Kaka, Andrade, and Stamos to stay at home and look after my bad hip. But the good thing is sometimes when your body fails and physical science fails, your mind keeps working. And that's what we want to do with technology, is look forward, the relaunch of COGEX and get started this week, of begin to really look forward after the pandemic and economic recovery and think about how we can be ahead of and shaping in the time that's in front of us. And so it's really my pleasure to join you on behalf of McKinsey and continue the debate as well as we can in a hybrid format.
Wonderful. So please, I mean, you had some introductory remarks I think you wanted to make, and then I shall come back and ask some questions at you.
Well, we have been over the past year, but really I would say decade, as technology has impacted business, we believe seen a real change in the scope and impact of what technology can do. And with that, if I put it in simple terms, John, we need to see a shift in the responsibilities that tech leaders and technology companies of all size have towards their role in and responsibilities as a capitalist, but also agents in business and society. In Britain, trust in employers fell 6 percentage points last year, and more than half of those in a recent survey said that capitalism was doing more harm than good. That view appears to be particularly prevalent amongst younger people, and I would just call that distrust. And if you have high levels of distrust in doing business as usual, that's simply not good enough. At McKinsey, we believe that free enterprise is the best way to create the wealth and innovation and surplus that the world needs. But we also believe that businesses, including McKinsey, can do much better with their responsibilities. If the question is, how do you do that? One response, an answer, is stakeholder capitalism, meaning companies and organizations that serve not just their shareholders, but also employees, suppliers, and their broader community. Technology is not neutral in all of this. Its use affects people and societies by very design. But we know it's also not always fair. Access is variable, so are capabilities. For you, technology might be a joy, but for many others, it is emphatically not. The bottom line is that technology is powerful for both good and ill. And technology leaders, all of the members of the COGEX community, need to own the responsibility that that power brings. The only way to build, or perhaps rebuild, trust. Of course, there are many technology companies whose business models are sympathetic with and embody some of those principles of stakeholder capitalism. In Britain, I'm thinking of examples like Multiverse, previously known as White Hat, which trains and matches people with apprenticeships. We were discussing ed tech startups that connect communities of teachers and parents and training to help close the educational disadvantage gap for young people, or Olio, a sharing platform that reduces food waste. But an even bigger opportunity comes from engaging industry at large. That's why G7 is greater than G1 and G20 is greater still. There are many good examples in the private sector of how this can be done. Take PayPal, a company that when it learned that whilst it paid above average wages, many of its frontline operational personnel had trouble making ends meet at a household level. They couldn't pay the bills. And so in 2019, it committed itself to improving what it defined as net disposable income to 20% of the household's net disposable income. It did a number of things. It granted stock, it raised pay further, it subsidized healthcare, it did team-based diagnostics and understanding of what was happening at household levels to income, spending, savings, investments. And in 1 year after implementation, PayPal began to measure the results. It found its employees were 4 times more engaged and 3 times less likely to leave. Plus, profitability improved. Now, I know as you do that correlation is not causation, but those results are intriguing and compelling. What I like about the PayPal example is that they thought it through. What outcome did they really want to achieve? They were explicit about their goals, they created specific metrics, and they used their core technology-powered expertise to meet it. The effort was consistent with its purpose, but also with its business strength. I can offer other examples. IT giants that have set up logistic platforms to make interactions with suppliers more seamless. BHP Billiton, which shortened terms during the pandemic and is now adapting that approach as we begin to reemerge in a staggered way across the world. Another tech player that's committed to be carbon neutral as soon as possible, but by 2030 at the latest. And yes, there are costs and investments, time, management attention, never mind the financial side, but there are also substantial benefits if you know how to measure them. To a great extent, technology leaders need to navigate their own path. You have a better sense of what's coming and what might be possible, and good intentions are just not enough. Indeed, they can have unintended and malign consequences. But the industry, with its ability to gather and analyze information, look at patterns, apply analytics, is uniquely qualified, and I would say uniquely required, to spot small problems before they become big ones. More important, you can find some of those opportunities to actually do good. So, if stakeholder capitalism is really going to work, first you need to know thyself. What are your values? What are your business superpowers? If you don't know, it's time to figure it out, because only then can you connect your purpose and your capabilities to actions. Stakeholder capitalism also requires collaboration with a wide range of partners within and outside your industry, and learning from the experiences of other organizations. PayPal, for example, makes many of its principles and approach available on an open source basis, as many of the CogX attendees will know from software and services collaborations as an example. You have to make choices for stakeholder capitalism to work. No company can meet everyone's need or try to please everyone. You shouldn't try to. It requires you to set specific goals and be accountable for your own outcomes over time. But most of all, it requires you to start, not to just sit and think about it and debate it at a conference, but to make the decision to say, how will we reflect stakeholder capitalism and the increasing expectations and outcomes of that model in our business? And the humility to change course along the way when inevitably you make mistakes or don't get it right along the journey. And I wish you well as you get started.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Vivian, for that. You raise a whole bunch of questions, which I would like to come back at you on. But I wondered if I could start with the big question, which is about environmental, social, and corporate governance. I've been at the FT for more than 30 years as a reporter and an editor, and business fashions come and go. Do you think that the ESG movement is a passing fad, or is it a permanent sea change?
I think both the notion of stakeholder engagement, so stakeholder capitalism, that you have to consider factors and audiences beyond just your immediate customer and shareholder base, is here to stay. If anything is a learning from the past year, it's how interdependent we all are in global systems and supply chains, but also how expectations, transparency, data transparency have changed expectations from your stakeholders. And environmental activists are probably a great example that was present beforehand and even more prevalent now. So when you look at ESG, it's important to realize that its assertion within business systems was present before the current crisis recovery. And in 2017, 18, 19, you see many investors as well as companies paying a lot more attention to environment in particular, but social outcomes as well as governance. And so I think the change is simply accelerated by the recent changes, but it was there really for 3 or 4 years. So you're seeing a scaling of ESG, not just the establishment of it, if you will. The second thing is, particularly in E, is we're seeing increasing ways where multiple stakeholders are holding businesses accountable. So if you don't hold yourself accountable for an ESG framework, others will. So it's going to happen. And I think particularly technology-enabled companies would do well to be ahead of the curve and define it for themselves versus letting it be defined by external markets or external agents.
I guess shareholder capitalism is when Milton Friedman kind of developed the concept in the 1970s. He did so for a reason, which is because the kind of insider managerial capitalism that existed up until then was not working very well in the US and other countries in the world. And really for two reasons. One is because the managers ran the companies for their own benefit, mostly. They weren't accountable enough to their shareholders. And secondly, if you have a kind of stakeholder capitalism model, it's incredibly difficult to have real meaningful metrics that hold managers to account for what they're doing. So how does this new generation of stakeholder capitalism get around those issues? How do we avoid the managers not just capturing those companies for their own benefit? And secondly, how can we hold them to account? How can we make sure that when they come up with very good intentions, as you put it, about ESG, that there are real metrics that we can look to make sure that these companies are delivering on what they promise?
Well, first, as it relates to how does stakeholder capitalism complement capitalism, that's why it's important to keep the word capitalism in the frame. The economic system around innovation, wealth creation, efficient and connected systems, whether those be physical connections in a community, globalized connections on, let's say, a global physical supply chain, or of course now platform-based connections and connectivity, which will be how we all do business going forward. It is very clear that if you only are serving one audience within that, that's simply not going to be adequate. And it is already present amongst many significant groups that they have an expectation that companies will behave differently. And the world, particularly around S&G, in the last 24 months, particularly, we've seen a huge emphasis on companies needing to be accountable for their connections with and actions with a broader set of stakeholders. The employees is probably the obvious one. And your point about the last industrial revolution, where yes, there were huge efficiencies as we move from an agrarian to more industrial and efficient basis, but we also saw deterioration in some working practices and communities that might have been altruistic in word, but they didn't end up having great operating practices or, to your point, a strategic way of thinking about building and distributing economic and other types of rent. And so I do think Milton Friedman wanted the purism of saying we do need an economic engine and a business engine that works. We do want tech companies to scale and be successful with innovative technologies, and they should be incentivized and rewarded and attract investment and return for developing innovation. But at the same time, you've got to think about other stakeholders along the way. So I think of it as an addition to Friedman's frame. And when you go back to Klaus Schwab and his work at the founding of WEF 50 years ago as well, there's always been this debate. So it's not really new, John. It's now just much more mature. And part of the reason it can be more mature is because we can look at metrics. Technology, information platforms, and analytics platforms allow a huge degree of transparency and insight that we simply couldn't have before. And it allows us to hold companies to account. That's why I say there is a little bit of stick here. The carrot is you'll get better outcomes for all stakeholders, a more profitable business, better returns for investors, and more sustainable outcome to look in a much more transparent way at employee sentiment, at tracking your environmental footprint, at your governance metrics, and you can see how quickly a company could be held accountable even before it starts to think about it. So you need to do it for the right reasons, applying technology in business for good, but if you don't, it's going to happen anyway. And that is the big difference between the last industrial revolution and this technology power, let me call it platform technology powered industrial revolution, which is there's going to drive a degree of transparency and a collapse in cycle time. Just look at the news cycle, a collapse in cycle time. That means that companies are going to have to respond, even if they're not able to do so or don't believe they're able to do so. Their stakeholders
Yeah.
will do it for them.
Now, you're talking about the employees being one of the most important stakeholders in this new game. And I wondered if you could talk a bit more about that. I know McKinsey's done a lot of work on the kind of workplace of the future. And two of the trends that you identified were one that I think 2/3 of the managers you surveyed were talking about acceleration of automation and the use of AI. And the second was that 30% of them, I think, are looking to reduce their office space. So we're heading to a world where we're going to have a more automated workplace and we're going to have a more distributed workplace. So how does the balance between kind of the managerial side of the company and the employee side of the company, how does that equation work? Are we going to, in fact, get a more directive set of companies resulting from this? Or do you think we will have a more kind of open, democratic style of corporate management?
I think the latter, John, but it depends on managerial skill. You know, the thing, as technology comes into the workplace and begins to substitute for and replace tasks, less complex tasks at the start and more complex as time goes on, it has to still have human judgment and managerial skill. So there should be a great deal of flexibility built into particularly a post-COVID workforce. Digitization and automation is probably the biggest, longest lasting trend that is accelerated by our pandemic recovery. But it will require a manager, leaders and teams to think explicitly about what the operating model is. And yes, it will probably be more efficient in some operating ways, but will require more investments in others. So it might be more efficient from a real estate footprint or operating practice, team management and norms, maybe employee satisfaction, but it could be more complex in terms of the data and analytics or mental health and technology support may need to be more dynamic and may require investments. But my point is, it's not a machine managing the workplace, it's humans, managers and leaders managing an innovation-powered workplace. And it's applying some of those principles to the way we work. Now, our research at McKinsey Global Institute shows two important things. One is that the impact of technology will be even greater and faster. In some ways, the pandemic's, I hope the longest legacy will not be the health concerns, but it will be the technology innovations applied to blue collar, white collar, and all kinds of work. It's going to happen anyway, but it's happening faster. And the second thing is that we manage and measure benefits. And in our case, we have seen that investors and companies with strong ESG positioning have faster growth, faster productivity and efficiencies, as we've been discussing, fewer legal and regulatory challenges and complexity, higher productivity, and certainly a more optimal investment and utilization. So all of that speaks to efficiency, John. It still speaks to core operating business principles, but it's also delivering better ESG outcomes. And so if you can have both of those things, that's what we think companies should be going for. And the return to hybrid, a different way of working that requires much more flexibility and agility and management skill means more will be required of managers and their teams, not less.
I'd like to ask about the issue of diversity in the workplace. You have been a very powerful voice on this subject. And again, McKinsey did a fascinating piece of research about race in the workplace in the US and found that there was incredible kind of geographic inequality. And I think that is going to be one of the big issues confronting all societies, that we're going to get clusters of inequality in particular towns, regions, cities in our countries. How do we address that, particularly given that background of the kind of the race aspects of the workplace that you identified in the US?
Well, I think with both this issue of the structure and nature of work, both the physical structure, operating model, if you will, as well as the skill sets, and this question of how do you factor in people's different experiences and capabilities in the workforce are both examples of how you can begin to define S within ESG much more robustly. So if the last 5 or 10 years have shown us how we can look at climate change, air pollution, water, mitigation and innovation strategies, measurement, transparency, markets in E, we're beginning to see the same clarity and rigor within S, and that includes labor practices and employee investments. So for example, how do you return to work and how do you manage it? But it also includes diversity and equity and inclusion, because we know that all companies that are high performing on a global basis by industry as well as by country are more diverse, neurodiverse and skills diverse. So if that is an attribute of highly successful companies, including technology companies, then managers have to know how to manage a more neurodiverse but also characteristic diverse environment. So if we start with the recent work in the US, which looks at the experience of the Black employee in the private sector labor force, what we see is that the historical geography of African Americans in the US means there's geographic concentration. Even my own family, John, returned from their pilgrimage north during the 40s and 50s for good jobs after the Second World War. They've returned back south again to where our family is originally from for a huge range of historical reasons you'll understand. But whatever the distant past may have been 400 years ago, that is where my family is from. And so African Americans are disproportionately concentrated in 10 or 15 geographies in the US. So if a business says it wants to employ, train, develop, and accelerate more Black computer scientists, Black engineers, Black nursing aides, Black veterinary, then they may have to have a more geographic strategy to do that, given that place, just like we talk about in any geographic economic strategy, is so dominant in how people live their lives. And factoring that in explicitly is something I think most managers would not have thought about as an employee practice or a diversity and inclusion practice. Another example here in the UK is the differences across the systemic patterns in different ethnicity groups. The experience of Chinese, British versus Pakistani or Indian, Bangladeshi, or Afro-Caribbean Brits are very different. So it requires more analytics. You know, technology is giving us the ability to pierce into the data at quite a micro level, census level, postcode level, street level, household level interventions. And managers and businesses are going to have to be able to manage an employee base with those bespoke needs. So I'm very encouraged by reports like that because it actually allows business leaders a fact base to begin to solve the problem. Now, sometimes the data is not very comfortable to look at. If you look at the criminal justice data, for example, or some of the household income data, or the gap in wealth creation between ethnic minorities in Britain and average. But it also shows things like the disparity in outcomes amongst white children as well, where white boys in particular in the UK are often the most behind in primary and secondary education. So, John, to be honest with you, I don't really care what the data says, but I care that we have a fact base and that businesses therefore make investments in E, S, and G that are consistent with a real fact base so that you get better outcomes.
Yeah. I'd like to ask a bit about the G before we come on to a couple of audience questions. In relation to McKinsey itself, in February, McKinsey agreed to pay nearly $600 million to settle claims that its advice had exacerbated the deadly US opioid crisis. And a number of kind of McKinsey alumni, such as Tom Peters, were incredibly critical about the culture that had developed at the company, and even talked about taking McKinsey off his CV. What has McKinsey learned from that experience? And when it comes to the G and ESG, how can all organizations really ensure that they have good governance in place?
Well, we certainly are aware that our focus has always been about the performance and outcome of our clients in the public, private, and third sector. And I've always personally been very proud of the fact that we define our client universe in a multi-dimensional way. It's not just the private sector, it's certainly not just the public sector, but also it's the third sector, because all of those capabilities are required. And if you think about communities that are most in need, those are sometimes where the public sector and third sector organizations play an even bigger role in creating, for example, equal outcomes and opportunities. And finally, talent is everywhere. If you're looking for talented people to join McKinsey or to join our clients, they're going to come from all of those spheres as well. So we've always had a sense of purpose and to try and drive good outcomes out in the world. But we also have learned that as a private organization, we have to apply the same rigor and slide rule that we would want for our clients to ourselves. And so it's been a period of reflection and learning for us. The opioid settlement is just one example where we've tried to clarify and admit when we've done things wrong, but most importantly, focus on the improved practices, particularly around client selection and living our purpose for our clients and people in ways that our stakeholders can see. So there are lots of changes, John. I don't want to bore you with them, but they've been as simple as a reassertion of our professional standards and policies, from document management right through to our practices and expectations of partners and colleagues, a stronger risk management structure, and also cultural changes that we are reminding all of our colleagues and clients about. We've also got some advisory councils now. We've had them before, particularly on things like our content agenda for MGI, but we also are sharing things like our risk practices and things where some of our clients may have things to teach us. So it's been a period where we've been applying some of these practices around ESG to ourselves for sure, and hopefully continuing to meet the incredibly high standards McKinsey has for ourselves, our clients, and our people.
Okay, now I'm going to take some audience questions here, and I'll kind of summarize the rest of some of them. One is for this audience, we've got a lot of people who are focused on the kind of AI world in the audience, both from big established companies and from startups as well. Where do you see the balance of power in AI and technology when it comes to the kind of corporate world? One school of thought argues that it's going to be the Googles that dominate everything. They have the data, they have the compute power, they have the resources to hire all the best talent. Another is that it's going to be the startups themselves because they are the people who can move fastest to take advantage of all these particular opportunities in so many different domains. So who's going to win from this struggle between the incumbents and the insurgents in tech?
Well, if you look at the market segments, what you see is a combination of both, John. I don't think the days of 1, 2, 3, 4 platforms dominating everything are really true. It feels that way, but remember, our perception of technology, certainly as users and as participants, as business people, lags what's actually happening in the market. So one, a lot of innovation that's scaling is coming from startups and scale-ups. Some of those are hosted even by larger companies, incumbents, and technology players, but effectively they're in a system. Many years ago, drug development was all internally in-house proprietary R&D teams, for example, on a large pharmaceutical company. Today, that ratio has flipped from 70 or 80% in-house to 70 or 80% networked through organizations. You know, it is universities like Oxford, fast scale-ups like Moderna, large companies like AstraZeneca, GSK, and Pfizer, all of them working in system to give us great outcomes, for example, in vaccines. So in technology, I think what you see is cooperation between those two, and even large players, same as in non-tech powered businesses, participating with mid-size and scale up. And I think the whole concept and why CogX is such a relevant forum is because it is exactly those investors, large and small, and those businesses, large and small, meeting. So I don't think, while you will see concentration patterns, particularly when you've got proprietary and new technologies, but sometimes that concentration goes to the scale-ups, not necessarily to the big incumbent. And it's the relationship between the two. It also varies quite significantly. I think if you look at payments as an example, that's a real example of a maturing market where you still see startups, scale-ups, and the incumbents all participating to hopefully drive better options and outcomes for financial markets and consumers.
Great. We have time for one last audience question, which is about developing countries. Do you think stakeholder capitalism can develop faster in developing countries where there is often a lack of those legacy institutions that might get in the way of having a kind of more joined up discussion, or quite the reverse?
I don't think it's binary, John. I think that a company's leadership has a decision to make about what metrics it's responding to as a management team and board, and how to factor those in. And even if you just take one lead stakeholder, so PayPal decided shareholders and employees. You know, UPS many years ago concentrated on its supply chain as well as its employees. So often you start with one or two, and often that's the consumer or the employees, because those are so critical, particularly when you're in startup phase. So what I would hope is that businesses that are scaling, whether they're in fast growth economies or in more developed economies would be broader than just shareholders and investors from the start, and through that scale up, build the capability to serve broader companies. The needs that many companies have when they're in emerging economies and markets are often much more clear. When you have large parts of the population that don't have, for example, basic access to digital technology or financial products, massive disparities in health long before the stark realities of the COVID and really repetition of that. Diseases that only affect developing economies, for example, have had a serious effect as we're experiencing now, if not more. The uniqueness of this moment is that we're experiencing it simultaneously, John, right across the world, every human, every country, every business. But there are many things that have had a disproportionate effect in developing economies. And I just think technology-based businesses have the ability to cut through faster. So I don't think it's a choice I think it's a decision from management teams about how they're going to manage their business with stakeholders, not just shareholders at the center. And any business in the world could adopt that view. Some of the most fast growth, demand-led businesses in the world are in Asia. And that's where you see many family-led businesses or businesses that are very committed to local communities in the country, really committed to those platforms. So my hope is it can work in all environments.
Wonderful. We must end it there. But thank you so much, Dame Vivian, for a fantastic kind of overview of it's really helped set the agenda. I think the 2 points that you're really emphasizing are that good intentions are not enough in this area. It's up to all the members of the audience to make choices, and they have to build the world that they want to see. So thank you very much for that. And I shall now pass everyone back to Ollie.
Many family-led businesses or businesses that are very committed to local communities in the country, really committed to those platforms. So my hope is it can work in
Ollie.
Well, thank you very much indeed, John. That was John Thornhill, Innovation Editor of the Financial Times, in conversation with Dame Vivian Hunt of McKinsey. Thank you to John, and a very speedy recovery to you, Dame Vivian, as well. Well, speaking of choices, you've got choices now, because our next formal session begins at 11 a.m. So 11 British Summer Time. So you've got choices. You can connect with your fellow attendees on our virtual platform, thanks to Hopin. If you're here with us in London's King's Cross, you can get connecting over a short break as well. What's happening next? I'll tell you. Actually, there was a little treat for our London audience there. We heard the disembodied voice coming through the ether, but I know my voices. I could name that voice in one. It was Baroness Lane Fox herself, which shows me that she's ready for action in our next conversation with Margrethe Vestager, the European Commissioner for a Europe fit for a digital age. So what a conversation that will be. By the way, we're going to be live on this stage in person at midday with the CEO of DeepMind, and sessions running throughout the afternoon. So thank you to those who have been sharing along with the hashtag CogX2021. My thanks to all of our participants for the morning so far. We will be back on this stage, that's the Global Leadership stage, at 11 a.m., 11 BST. Thank you. Come on. COVID-19, around a post-COVID era. So frankly, the tables could be turned with Baroness Lane Fox answering the questions, but for today, I know that she is going to be quizzing our next guest, Margareta. For you and for all of our audience all over the world, let me leave you in the capable hands of Martha Baroness Lane Fox.
Thank you. Thanks, Ollie, and hello, CogX. I'm super sorry not to be there in person, but I brought Ginger Rogers, oh, she's that side, to be able to sing and dance in the background in case we need to have a technical hitch or anything. So it's lovely to see you all, and thank you so much for joining this session. I'm absolutely thrilled to have the chance to have a long conversation with a woman who is influencing the digital world so profoundly and has done so much for all of us who believe that we need to do more to build a digitally responsible world. Margrethe Vestager is a Danish politician, and she's currently in the von der Leyen Commission serving as the Executive Vice President for a Europe fit for the digital age. She's been doing that since 2019. She works in the Competition Commission as well, and is absolutely at the heart of how Europe is thinking about both regulating for the digital age, but also building products and services for the digital age. Now, I've chatted to Margrethe a few times, but I've never actually met her. So this is going to continue our extended virtual conversation. And I'd love to bring her in right now and start our conversation, I guess, with, hello, Margrethe.
Hello. And I'm really, really happy to be here with you, but you're right to say that we really ought to get to know each other in person.
Face to face. Lunch, we'll definitely have lunch sometime, or you're very welcome to my karaoke bar, Margrethe. I don't know if it's something that appeals to you, but I think we should go for a sing-song. The last year, no surprises, my committee in the House of Lords has done some work on this as well, has really accelerated through so many trends that perhaps we saw happening before. And I'm interested in whether it's sort of changed your view of what a digitally fit for purpose Europe or world feels like.
Well, I think we've all had the same thing, a lot of digital, while looking at all the many people who didn't have that chance to make sure that there was still food on the shelves, and that the garbage was taken away, and obviously all the people working in hospitals. So on the one hand side, seeing a divide between those of us who can do everything digital and the fundamentals in our lives that still will have to be physical. Just take all the transport workers who has been there to be delivering goods that has been done, ordered on e-commerce. So I have this feeling that, yes, digital has enabled, but we're still very much, of course, in the hands of those who are physically present. And the second thing is that just as much as I admire and feel extremely privileged that we were able to continue so many things, working, socializing, exercising, doing our shopping, all of that, I also think that we have seen the boundaries to what tech can do for us. I didn't lose my smell and taste when I had COVID, but I may have lost my sense of humor. Because you don't really get this.
Yeah.
Because humor is in the timing, yeah. and I find it really difficult to negotiate,
yeah.
to brainstorm. Yeah. Everything that should take you out of your comfort zone is really difficult. So I think we have learned a lot, but we have also learned to see the limitations of technology.
I think that's really interesting about taking out of your comfort zone. I agree with you. I've started chairing a company, WeTransfer, only ever met people digitally, and you just can't quite get that cultural kind of understanding if you're not walking around chatting to people, looking and feeling how things are operating. I think the other thing, as you've sort of alluded to, is we have now really seen the digital divide in all its forms. This last year has shown so much about children's ability to be educated online, you know, whether people have access to smartphones, whether people have access to computers. and also just then more broadly, the kind of digital skills that we need to function. How are you thinking about making sure that in this Europe fit for purpose, we don't leave people behind? And I don't just mean that kind of binary choice of access or no access. I mean the kind of more sophisticated gradients of understanding this digital world.
It's actually, it's a hard strategic goal for us. It's not sort of, this soft thing, oh, but education is always good, education, yeah, all of that, No, it's a hard strategic choice to pursue that everyone can get both basic digital skills, but also basic skills in sort of a broader understanding as to what is skills actually. So, and this is not for children alone. I just want to ask the people hosting us here if the sound is all right, because I hear myself, and that is only, yeah, not so good. So, do you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you great.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
No, but my point was to say that this is not only for children and young people. This is for people of all ages. Because if you're in your 70s today, you have 20 more years, give or take, and the world will digitalize a lot in those 20 years. So even if you do not feel comfortable digital-wise right now, you should dig in, because otherwise the next 20 years you might get to feel really estranged from the world that you live in. And my last point would be that we need to integrate digital much more in other things we do, because a lot of people are not really passionate about having digital skills. They are passionate about their gardening or farming or being, a traffic controller or a building constructor or trying to save the planet by energy efficiency. And all of those places, we need digital skills to come in, because then you get it to be a tool to help you with something that you're passionate about.
Completely agree. Using that lever of what the motivation is for a different person. Do you feel confident that when you think about a kind of 10-year horizon, that we will have closed this gap, both in the kind of people who have access and don't, that binary thing, but then also, as you say, the more sophisticated levels of digital understanding? Do you feel optimistic about this?
Well, I think with we have this Next Generation EU, where we have a recovery and resilience fund, where the point is not just to sort of restore what we had back 2019, but actually to push ahead. So 20% of these funds, in total 670 billion euros, they are for digital. So member states are investing heavily in connectivity, in e-governance, in skills, in enabling businesses to digitalize. So I do think that we can make it, but we also have to encourage one another that getting digital skills is a real thing for your social life, for your working life, for our democracy. Because if we do not embrace technology as citizens, then it will continue to be a somewhat, I think, cold push rather than something that we use to develop our society.
Yes, and a very important part of that, in my opinion, is then the kind of digitization of the public sector. Because, if you look, we talked about education, if you look at the amount of children in the UK, well, who did not have access to good equipment, that was one part of the puzzle, but the other part was the schools or the teachers that were unable to provide the services and the lessons and the lesson plans. A very significant program to help policymakers, legislators, people working in the public sector also have the skills for the future.
Yes, I think you're very right to say that the pandemic showed how children are divided. Can they connect? Do they have the hardware? Did they have teachers who were prepared to take their education from the classroom and into a virtual room? And have they learned so that they can do more sort of blended learning in the future, have a more digital classroom, but also sometimes still to do remote learning? And I'm really impressed by a lot of people in the teacher community, some who had never done remote teaching before, to take this on board and learn by doing every day. But I think we owe them quite a lot to be there with support, with programs, with peer-to-peer learning experiences, and obviously with the resources in order to have the right equipment. Because the hardware is also part of this, not only in connectivity, but also the hardware that you have available actually to make it happen.
How good would you say the digital understanding of your colleagues in the European Commission is? Has it shown also the gap in understanding and ability amongst the people you work with? I have been amazed how quickly my Parliament, the House of Lords, jumped online. If you'd said that to me a year ago, I thought you would have been smoking dope, that we would all be using these to vote and so on. So how have you felt the Commission itself has responded digitally?
Well, I think the Commission was actually really digital before, sometimes also difficult, but that's another matter. Our president, she has shown this really strong leadership from the very first day, that she wanted college meetings without paper. So we have a dedicated tablet with all our papers for the college meeting. And then you can leave out your personal phone and your personal tablet, so you don't have that distraction. So we were sort of guided already way before the pandemic to be much more digital than we would otherwise have been. And from the very first day of the pandemic, we have been working, having our meetings in a digital format, but also worked with our teams who have now been working remotely since March last year. So really an enormous challenge, but also the efforts made. And it has been so impressive to see the productivity. Not only has it been, stable, I think it has gone up because there's been so much work, and our teams have been able to do that while sitting in each of their homes, dealing with dogs and children and even spouses, and yet delivering. I'm really, really impressed.
Well, I agree with you. I've been inspired how these institutions have got over the inertia to be able to work digitally. I find it really unbelievable in some ways. One of the things that I personally have found quite uncomfortable in this, as everyone, I've been frenziedly doing all the shopping online every day, more and more packages arriving at my home, whether it's food or whether it's clothes, whatever it might be, stuff for the kids. I have been a frenzied Amazon customer through this last period of time. It strikes me that Amazon has provided the infrastructure for a huge amount of the country to be able to survive in the UK. And that makes me kind of nervous. I mean, taking apart the size of the company and all of the things that you've been dealing with, just in terms of the actual infrastructure of how we now operate, do you feel as though now we need to think a different way about what is provided in the public sphere and what is private? Has this last year changed any of your views beyond the kind of size of the company, I guess?
Well, one of the things coming from exactly this experience is actually, I think, on the positive note, more innovation.
Yeah.
When I was a child, you could have your groceries delivered. Then there was a 40-year break where you had to do everything yourself. And then all of a sudden, it's back big time.
Yeah.
That you can have things delivered, which I think is a really helpful convenience for families of all sizes, with children, without children, that you don't have to go shopping. And that, I think, is part of the innovation that the Amazon success has provoked. The second thing is, of course, that we need to figure out how to make sure that we still have living cities.
Yes.
That we figure out what is the brick and mortar experience. When you would want to go to look at things, to feel them, to have an experience together, to have lively cities, because that we will not have if everything goes online. On the contrary, and that will be really, really sad. It will be even worse than when city shopping moved out in the big shopping malls. So I think we have food for thought. Actually, we are looking right now at our virtual block exemption regulation, sort of competition-wise, to see how to make sure that there can be a small sort of privilege for those who also wants to do brick and mortar. Because it's really important that we still have a physical infrastructure when it comes to shopping.
Absolutely. And one of the things in our select committee we looked at, we asked the country, the UK, what they felt the long-term implications of this last year would be, and we had a phenomenal response. We had poems, pictures, all kinds of things. And one of the key themes that came out was about the built environment and both the relationship to nature and all the access to green space, as you're saying, but also then the concern about the high street, what it looks like, how we can reimagine those shared spaces. So I feel excited that there's a potential to kind of reimagine our smaller towns and cities if we're creative about it and help them with the resourcing and so on. Could be a real opportunity. I guess one of the other sort of themes coming out of the last year is that people perhaps are talking, having now relied so heavily on technology that some of our anxieties about it, of course, have become more pronounced because we've all spent so much time using technology, but the kind of noise around the tech clash that was very, deafening a couple of years ago has somewhat subsided. How do you see that? Do you perceive that's the case, or do you think people are still feeling very anxious about the companies and their size?
Well, I think instead of feeling anxious, there is a feeling of let's take action. And it's not just a European thing. It seems also to be a very global thing. When I were at the G7 digital ministers meeting, we had people coming in from Japan, from South Africa, pretty much from all over the world, and there was a sense of not only a shared agenda of things that you need to do, but also a shared sense of we need to take action. Because it's, at least in Europe, and I think that's pretty much the case all over the world, you're more than welcome to be successful, also big time successful. But with success comes responsibility. And that responsibility is not really lifted these days, both in order to keep the marketplace open and contestable, but also when it comes to being the host of our democratic dialogue. Also here you have a responsibility. So I think things have changed quite a lot over the last 5 years, but really accelerated by the pandemic. That's we will not make the same legislation in every jurisdiction, but I think the things we do will have the same direction. It will be the same guiding principles, also because we realize that actually there is something fundamental at stake in our democracies, because geopolitically we also have the systemic rivalry with countries who are not democracies. And that I felt as a really strong change that has come around.
I agree absolutely, and I reflect a lot on one of the big shifts I think in the last 5 years beyond the rise of the monopolies we're talking about is clearly the role of China. Our liberal Western, if you want to characterize it that way, liberal internet versus the closed internet of other countries. And, it's well documented about the way it's been balkanized. Arguably, you've got Facebook creating an internet, you've got China creating an internet, Russia shutting down the internet. I was reading that actually last year, in 2020, more countries closed down internet access than any other year in history. I mean, the numbers might be slightly off, but even if you have that as a sort of idea, that's quite unbelievable, actually, when you think about how much stuff has been done online. How do you, the themes of China and the rise of China's investment in AI, particularly, as I know a big theme for this conference, how do you think about China and how do you think about that kind of parallel internet?
We need an alliance of democracies. We really need to assert ourselves for democratic values to underpin the standards of technology. And the reason why I say an alliance of democracies is that in a democracy, the integrity, the dignity of each and every one is the starting point. Not that the states have a right to decide and do the surveillance as to what we're doing. And I think it's really important that we get this right. That we do not accept technology used for social scoring by the state. That we do not accept sort of continuing biometric identification in public space. That I also find really, really intrusive. That we also, when it comes to using biometrics, that the integrity of the individual is a starting point, that you own yourself. So I think we are making really important choices these days as to whether we can overcome our differences as democracies to do this together. And we have great democracies all over the planet talking about the same thing. Take India, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the US, Canada. And of course, there are areas where we do not see eye to eye. But I think fundamentally, we're really, really, really on the same page.
Change this? Would you say the Biden administration has changed this global cooperation? Have you seen a shift since the arrival of a new American administration?
Yes, I have seen a shift. We are just the day before the EU-US summit, and we will launch the Trade and Technology Council. But I saw it also already before Biden took office, that the discussion in the US had changed. I think very much because of a number of different reasons. One of them being Susanna Zuboff and her writing, the realization of the ease at which you're being lured down a rabbit hole, the polarization effects of some social media. So I think it was well underway, but the fact that the Biden administration they act upon it, that is what is really, really encouraging.
So linking back to a point we were talking about before, do you feel when you look at the legislators around the world, and you're talking about the democracies coming together, and we had the recent G7 announcements about tax and so forth, do you feel that legislators are well equipped to deal with the complexities of the issues we're talking about? Are you confident that we will reach the kinds of agreements that you describe?
That's a really tricky question, because democracy by nature is slow. Because we talk, we try to understand info, we make plans, we want to, shape the future. And technology by nature is fast, more slow, network effects. So I think it's really important that we gain sort of the sort of the self awareness that it's legitimate that we act, even if we are sometimes slow and haven't understood everything in every detail, but act on a matter of principle as to what constitutes a society, a marketplace, a democracy, and that we're willing to do that. I find it, 100% legitimate, because we have done it before. This was also the case with the first industrial revolution, also for those days, really fast changes. And yet eventually we managed to get, the working hours right, to get the children out of the factories and into schools, to get the working environment on dangerous substances right, to protect nature against all the pollution. So we have done it before, this assertively saying it's legitimate, our democracies, we will do this. And I think that is the push that we need, not to scare off because it's fast and it's difficult to see through.
To that point, what is if you could pick the one thing that needs to happen in order to ensure that we do reach those agreements and we do think about the kind of fundamental bringing together of democracies in the right way? What are the conditions? Do we have the right conditions now? Are there things you think that we need to do more of? How do we make sure that we do take the examples of the past and make sure we do build them for the future, which I realize is a huge part of your job now?
Well, obviously really difficult, but there is a fundamental thing about politicians. And it is that just as well as they inspire voters, voters also inspire politicians. So I think it's really important that more people take an interest. Just as back in the days where the unions played a really important role in getting the working conditions right in the factories, I think here, both in our role as citizens, as consumers, as workers or entrepreneurs, that we use our voice. And this is one of the reasons why digital skills is such a hard strategic priority, because it's really difficult to make claims about things that you do not understand at all and that you feel estranged towards. So if I could wish for one thing, it would be that there was a different awareness that it's now that we should take action to make sure that our societies get the right direction, and that digital technology is a tool, and we should use it in the best possible way, because all of a sudden we may actually fulfill some of all these promises given over the years of access to education, of world-class healthcare, of unpolluted cities, of fighting climate change. But it's not just something done by politicians in closed rooms. It is something that needs also the demand from voters. I have learned a bit of lip reading over these 14 months, but right now, actually, I don't hear you.
Yeah, there we go. Someone was muting me, excuse me. New skill of lip reading. I was just returning, just before we move on, to the question of China, I think, versus US, Europe, and the fundamental, whether we like it or not, we are in a competition in some ways for what the value systems and the ethics around so many things are, particularly around AI. Do you see the right levels of investment in Europe and in the US, I guess it's slightly separate, but in Europe, to be able to build the same kind of AI systems and expertise and institutional ability to compete with China? Because clearly this is the next wave.
Yes, we should build better systems, different systems. We should find all the places where AI in all its various forms could help out. And for that, we need more investments. And it's not done with public funding. There must be a strong also private response to these calls. And that can be managed if businesses also get the ambition themselves to use more AI and to sort of reinvent the business logic, because then you get a different demand for AI solutions. I think one of the things that will happen over the coming years is that these really big European public sectors will use much more e-governance, e-government. And because of that, there will be a demand for new solutions. And that can be a market push. And hopefully with that, also following investments. We have some funding for artificial intelligence, both in the Horizon Europe program, but also in the Digital Europe program. But we need private sector on board also to make sure that we get the most far-reaching use of artificial intelligence, that we really embrace it, knowing that we can trust what the technology will deliver.
Yes. Yes, and yet again, it kind of returns in my mind to partly to legislators and officials' ability to understand the horizon and the landscape and bring the right parties together and then legislate or not around it, which is complex. You know, I'm meant to work in this sector and I don't understand anything that's going on. It's hard to keep abreast of things, isn't it? And to understand them in enough depth. I mean, moving slightly away from the topics of regulation and competition and so on, you know, you are extremely inspiring, shining light in the horizon of people that understand this, and who is also a woman. And I don't want to just dwell too much on diversity, but I was really struck listening last week to a podcast about the space race. You know, Bezos just announced he's launching into space. Could be a great thing for the planet. And I was constantly amazed again about how even the future of up in the sky seems to be dominated by white men. And although, you know, I've spent my whole career in technology as a relatively young woman, not anymore, and you clearly have built an amazing career in the spheres you've chosen. How do you feel now about the diversity challenge in our sectors, and do you see any change?
Well, if you imagine a parliament with the same composition as the tech sector, I think people would revolt, because they would say, no, this cannot be, that so few women and men, more or less the same generation or two, should do something so influential over our society. And I think we need that kind of showcase for people to see that if we want to use tech in the best possible way, we need much more diversity. And this is why I call for this, to use passion as a lever. So that if you're passionate about farming, organic farming, well, then you should be offered courses to do your own robots to help you take out the weeds. That those who are passionate about teaching, that they should get many more sort of digital calories into their education, so that you can inspire from substance into technology. Because I don't think that we can be successful if it's just the technology in itself that you are to be passionate about. Because we have so many passions and our society is so rich. So if we really want to recruit, I think we need to be much more broader in how we approach it, because we're not anywhere done yet. There is still so much to do to have a, real diversity in these different work streams that is really defining our society.
My partner works in marine conservation, and we have this constant fight in our house. He's always saying, why are you going on and on about technology? The internet is not going to save the planet. You need to focus on the climate crisis. How do you, I think, and he does too, really, it's a dinner table kind of conversation, that they are so tightly linked. How do you see kind of the digital world's responsibility both for the climate? I mean, there's a huge amount right now going on about whether or not blockchain and distributed technologies and all of the things around cryptocurrencies are good or bad for the planet in terms of sustainability. But how do you see the link between how we're going to solve the climate crisis and what you're building the digitally fit for the future?
But the internet is definitely going to save our planet.
Yes.
Because without the internet, you wouldn't know. So many people would never have seen a melting glacier. So many young people would not have been able to organize their demos. I think sort of the latest estimate I heard was that digital technologies will save us 15 to 20% of emissions over the next 10 years. Of course, tech will have to come down and be much, much more energy efficient.
Yeah.
But it offers an access to climate and to nature that people would otherwise not have, access to organize yourself in a different way, access to deal with resources in a completely different way. We will never have a circular economy if it wasn't for technology, because we need, to be able to follow the resources around wherever they go, and that is not doable without technology. So for me, the two things really go together, because obviously there are no choices here. Climate change will happen if we don't act, and the development of technology will also happen if we don't act. The question is only if we will be the acting party as societies and as citizens, or we will just leave it to climate disaster and a tech dystopy.
Yeah, that's another reason why you need to come to dinner, Margaret, so that we can have this conversation. You can help me build the case for my partner. We only have one more minute left, a couple of minutes left, but I just want to end by asking you, if you look forward for the next 10 years, what are the things that you feel most excited about? I mean, what are your passion, you've talked a lot about how we need to find other people's passions. What are those for you?
I have so many to choose from.
Pick one.
But one of the things I'm really passionate about would be to be in control of your data, be in control of your life.
Yeah.
I'm all in favor of sharing. I love generosity, but you should know it.
Yeah.
You should know when you're generous.
Conscious sharing, yeah.
Conscious sharing, because I think we have a right to be private. And that, I think, is a right for everyone, and it should remain that way.
And again, do you feel optimistic about this?
Well, I'm a bit disappointed in the market, actually. I had hoped for a bigger market response after the GDPR to help us manage, because we don't have the time for all these terms and conditions and cookies and what have you. We need a market response to help us out here. And there are some solutions, but not sort of that breadth of enthusiasm to say, wow, we will help users to get in control, to be able to enforce their rights.
Yes. And then just finally, I know we've probably only got 30 seconds, but I feel as though everybody during this crazy time has discovered something about themselves that is perhaps a bit surprising, or have been doing things that perhaps they didn't do before. For me, I've been reading a lot of poetry. Short, you can lift your day with a small burst of poetry. What have you discovered that you have perhaps not thought about before the pandemic?
It's a really good time to have some free time for doing things spontaneously.
Yeah.
Not having everything planned.
Yes.
I will really try to keep that learning. And the second thing is, wow, I appreciate hygiene. I love all the hand washing.
I noticed you went off to wash your hands before our session.
Yes.
I didn't even shake your hand and you washed them virtually. Hygiene. Well, that's a fantastic note to end, a clean note to end on. I thank you for your time. It's been a really wonderful conversation. Good luck over the next few months with everything that you're working on. And thank you from everyone at CogX.
No, thank you very much for doing this. You are amazing, and I will be looking so much forward to that dinner.
Great. Goodbye, Margaret.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, a warm round of applause in the room here in central London, and I'm sure that will be echoed around the world. That was Margareta Vestager in conversation with Baroness Lane Fox, Martha Lane Fox. Thank you so much, Martha, for doing that. Well, it started off as a karaoke session, turned into dinner. Maybe the karaoke comes after dinner. Well, it's not time for cookies now, but it will be time for coffee here in London, because we're going to take a relatively short break just to give you a glimpse of something. Margareta talked about using passion as a lever. It was Archimedes, wasn't it, that said, give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. And that is going to be part of the theme of our ongoing sessions throughout the rest of this afternoon. Our next formal session here on the Global Leadership Stage starts at midday, so midday here in London, and that is going to be fantastic. Actually, that's going to be Laila Ibrahim, the Chief Operating Officer of DeepMind, sort of at the forefront of all things artificial intelligence, and she's going to be in conversation with Tabitha Goldstorp, who, of course, as well as being the co-founder of CogX, also chairs the UK's Artificial Intelligence Council. So that will be at midday, and sessions follow throughout the day. So thank you for tuning in so far, but for now here in London, we'll take a very short break. Thank you. Welcome to the global leadership stage at CogX 2021, our hybrid festival, and we are weaving together 18 different topics and themes with over 1,000 speakers, and we're very grateful to you for tuning in, and especially grateful too to our audience here live in London. Speaking of London, our next guest hasn't had hugely far to come, although as you will hear in more ways than one, she has traveled a huge distance. Just to give you a very brief flavor, you may just be tuning in for this one session. However, if we glimpse down the rest of the day, we are talking the future of transportation. We're talking monetary policy. We've even got the inventor of the iPod and the co-inventor of the iPhone, Tony Fadell, with us later. And CogX 2021 spans 3 different days, so a huge amount to take in. This session is a conversation. It is with the Chief Operating Officer of one of our most respected firms in the whole field of artificial intelligence globally. And it's going to be conducted by someone who will probably be known to you already. She chairs the UK's AI Council. She is the co-founder of CogX itself, and she is a relentless force for connectivity herself. So Laila Ibrahim will be in conversation with the inimitable Tabitha Goldstorp. Welcome.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for those joining us at home or by the riverbanks, and thank you for those in the room. When I think of Laila, I hum In the Room Where It Happens. That's my version of Hamilton's, the moment where Hamilton is whisked into the room with Jefferson and David Burr is stuck outside feeling like he is not in the room where it's all happening. And the reason I hum it when I think of Laila is I think of all the times that people feel shut out of AI. And I'm so glad that not only is Laila in that room, but she's also trying to help other people get into that room. And that is why I'm thrilled that you're here with me today. The COO of DeepMind recently moved to London just before lockdown, and really her life could fill a blockbuster movie. So I thought we could start there. What I would love to know is, what do you think 10-year-old Laila would think of where you are today?
Well, that is quite the question for the first time of an in-person meeting too. So hello, everyone here in the room and online, and thank you, Tabitha, for having me. It's interesting question to start with, because actually my 10-year-old self was the odd one out. I was the darkest kid in my school. I spoke with an Arabic accent in the middle of I was in the Midwest in the United States. And so I got very comfortable always being the odd one out. And my 10-year-old self had very high ambitions. I was going to run for president of the United States because I spent most of my time discussing and fighting about politics with my teachers, even at that age. What was interesting was just a few years later, I ended up in Japan as an exchange student. I was 16 in a city of 40,000 people. And I was suddenly the American. So no longer was I the odd person in America, but I was the American in this town. And so I think I've got very used to being the unusual one from such a young age.
Yeah, doesn't feel so unusual now. At least you've been in London for a little bit longer.
Well, and the benefit of lockdown is I've actually gotten to know my way around a little bit more because we haven't been able to travel outside of the country.
And tell us a little bit, you started your career at Intel. Yes. How did that feel? How long were you there for? Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Great. Well, I studied electrical engineering in university, one of the very few women in the program. In fact, we used to carry our resistors and capacitors in little fishing tackle boxes. So I was known as the girl with the purple tackle box. And I actually landed a job at Intel in 1990. And I was the first person from my university to ever do an intern program with Intel. So I ended up, after graduation, going back and spending 18 years at Intel, 6 of which were in Asia. It started off as a microprocessor engineer, and then realized that I didn't want to be working on a small part of a small chip. So ended up working more with customers in terms of helping to do the technical development, and then moved my way up the the value chain of like then doing the deployment of how do you build computers and servers and infrastructure, and then actually how do you get those in the hands of people and communities worldwide. A lot of times for the very first time that they had countries and communities had access to technology. One of the things we discovered is that computers wasn't good unless it was connected to the internet. So we suddenly had to figure out how to get internet out into some developing economies and then get the communities trained up in using them. So it was a pretty exciting adventure, but after 18 years at Intel and doing such incredible work, from an engineer up to chief of staff of the company, decided that I was ready to go find something else. And I had learned that I was an entrepreneur. I was inside of a large company doing entrepreneurial type of work, but I could take big risks because we had the balance sheet. And I wondered what it was like on the other side.
What was it like on the other side?
Well, I went to venture capital.
Yeah.
And because it was, coming from a big company, I wasn't quite ready to be an entrepreneur. And that's just not me. I partner well with entrepreneurs, but I was interested in knowing what it was like to be in a small company. So I went to venture capital, where I got an amazing insight to see how audacious and exciting and passionate and visionary entrepreneurs could be.
Yeah. And I guess you could then give them the balance sheet to take those risks.
Exactly. And also the training, like how do you build a company and how do you think about having development conversations with employees, and how do you set goals, objectives, and key results?
Yeah.
How do you manage
Yeah.
a P&L?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
all sorts
They
of
come to
business
you with
training.
ideas, and you realize you break it down into actually what the real challenge is. And then I think someone lured you out of venture capital into their own startup.
Yes, I was.
Who was that?
I was. I'm passionate. I have a passion for education, and we can talk about that if you're interested. But I
definitely will.
I got asked to go in to work with the founders of a company called Coursera. Has anybody
Everyone
here
knows
worked with
Coursera?
Coursera?
Lots of nods.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. So I was the first, I helped make the investment in Coursera and then joined when the company was about 40 people. And as the president and as COO, as we grew the organization. So started up a lot of the efforts around how to work with companies, how to work with marketing, how to start up marketing, how to manage the budget, the internal operations, codifying the values with the founders. So quite a range of things. And I was there from we got our first $1 million in revenue, and about 40 people, all the way up to over 300 people through the Series D, and then decided I had done what I wanted to do in terms of helping to build and enable the company and the platform to serve millions of learners worldwide. And decided after so long of a career and being kind of pulled into taking different roles, I was actually going to take a year off.
Yeah, nice. How was that year? What did you do?
Short. It wasn't. Someone gave me great advice. They say, however much time you think you're going to take, double it if you're ambitious, because you'll always find things to keep yourself busy. So I got asked by someone on the Alphabet board to talk to Demis, who is the founder and CEO.
At what point of your year was that?
2 months in.
2 months in?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
See, they say that about maternity leave as well. It's like
Yes.
triple what you think you're going to do. 2 months in, you met Demis. Tell me, what did you think the first time you met him?
Well, before I met him, I was like, I really need this year. I really need this time, because actually when I gave birth to my twins, that's when I moved from Intel to venture capital. So I never really had a proper break.
No.
So I was convinced I was not going to want to go to DeepMind or to like Demis. And then I kept postponing the meeting, and they're finally like, listen, if you're open to this, and it's middle of winter. And I talked to him first by video. And I'm like, oh, darn it, I really like this. I'm like really fascinated by this guy. And I also thought if I wanted to do AI, I would stay in Silicon Valley. Why move to London, especially in the middle of winter?
Yeah. And
I really tried
You
hard
love the
not to be
rain?
excited, but the more I learned, including a January visit for my first in-person interview.
January visit. Well done,
Yes.
London.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
we
was.
did a good job. I mean, mainly Demis, but I'll still take that.
It was great. I actually took about 50 hours interviewing.
Yeah.
Because for me, I wanted to be convinced if I was going to move my family over here, that it was the right move. And candidly, the more that I learned about the mission of DeepMind, I thought this is pretty audacious, and the responsibility of it felt really significant.
Yeah.
And I thought, can I put my daughters to sleep at night and know that mommy worked on this technology and made a positive impact with it? So it felt I felt a moral calling in the end to move over and to take this. And it was, I tell everybody, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. My career has prepared me for this role.
What a lovely feeling. And I do actually think that's probably a good moment to tell everybody, because they might not actually know what is DeepMind's mission, vision. I was going to actually tell the world at the beginning of the intro, and I think I forgot. I was too excited to ask you questions.
I was enjoying your singing.
So. Exactly. That's what happens when you sing. Tell us briefly, what is the mission for DeepMind?
Our goal is to solve intelligence, to advance science and humanity.
Pretty good, huh? And then it's the mic drop, right? That's what that you're all told to do that after you've said it, I'm sure. And I think that's a really good, good mission. I'm not surprised you felt it was a calling. So you'd met Demis, the calling happened, you arrived in the UK. What does it feel like to arrive at a company with a mission like that and a founder-led business and be the COO? Like, you're here to do all those things you described that you were helping people understand at Kleiner Perkins. With what do you do now?
Yeah, and I think the COO role is very interesting because it's different in every organization based on where the organization is at and who the executive team and the founders. And what I had spent enough time doing my own diligence on DeepMind and the team that I actually felt like I was ready to get started. But one of the things about founders is they have these amazing visions and they've built something from scratch. And DeepMind had done an amazing job. I am the company's first COO. And so how do you understand? It's almost you come in as an ethnographer and you try to understand how did this technology get developed? What is special and different? And where do we need to go so that we build forward with purpose versus, I think, coming in and feeling like I needed to change things. So figuring out how to operationalize the vision was actually the biggest challenge. And then it was really interesting too, because in London, I commute one of the buildings nearby and I walk by the fashion school. On the tube, I see the posters of all the theater. And it's very different than Silicon Valley when you're driving down the highway and you learn about the latest cloud storage and data backend infrastructure. So suddenly you're just reminded on a day-to-day basis about the diversity, the humanity, culture, the arts, and you bring that into work. So it was very much of the first, actually even like 6 months of just being kind of this, how do you understand and appreciate what's here so you can build it right and in partnership with the founders
and sort of absorb that feeling. I walked through and all the kids are outside with the water spraying. You kind of can't build things in that environment that could potentially harm that lovely version of the reality of the world. It's amazing.
Exactly.
So how do you foster a culture then that also agrees with you and does feel that when engineering typically isn't the most, as you described in Silicon Valley, feeling business?
Well, and I'm not an AI expert. In fact, or machine learning expert, when DeepMind approached me, I said, you do realize, like, I have a hardware engineering background and I've done a lot of infrastructure, but not on the computer science side. And actually, I think that in many ways appealed to the organization because I could bring that perspective in. So one of the things that I found in my career, and in fact, as I mentioned, I've seen technologies take hold in communities or see companies go through technology transformations before. And the first thing is to get the people around the table. So one of the things that I was able to do, and I feel very privileged, like I said, I had a moral calling in the fact that I could actually help. I never thought I'd actually help get stuff set up like that, but we set up a multi-stakeholder, like within the organization, people from different parts of the organization at different levels within the organization to come together to talk about some of our research. Now, DeepMind's research is very advanced, and we work on the fundamental research that we don't necessarily take and put it into the market. So how can we have the conversations about what might those risks be? How are we responsible? Do we have ideas on solutions? Should we be funding alternative solutions? So being able to have those conversations in a psychologically safe environment and really challenge each other, and then be able to bring in expert panels and expertise when we don't have it. So we're very conscious of our insider bias.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, for example. But we have a team of ethicists, and we have a team of social scientists. We work on technical safety. And it's not just within DeepMind, but we also work with fellow travelers, others in the industry who also are working maybe on adjacent areas or similar areas where we can exchange ideas, even share what type of work we're doing so that we can learn from each other. And one of the areas I'm quite excited about is our social scientist socio-technical research recently published a couple of papers. One was on with the LGBTQI plus lens around queer fairness, looking at implications on ethics and fairness. And another was on decolonial AI, so looking at the colonial implications on AI. So bringing some of these sensitive topics to the forefront and having real conversation to ensure that what we are doing is in a responsible way, at least in as much as the information we have at the time.
Yeah, and I think that's what's always been drawn me so much to DeepMind, is that you don't shy away from those conversations. You know, if you're looking to solve intelligence, that in itself is a colonial challenge. So I always think that, and then a few weeks later I hear DeepMind are writing something about this, and there's a paper coming out. It's a good place, and I guess that's why I do hum that song, is because that's what we need. The ecosystem, and as a fellow traveler, that's exactly what we're looking for.
And actually, if you don't mind, one of the things that we also do is we encourage our staff, DeepMinders, as they're called, we encourage them to participate in industry activities. So whether it's chairing conferences, we had one of our research scientists chair the world's largest MLAI conference called NeurIPS last year. And one of the requirements for the first time in the conference history was to, as part of the paper submission, including a statement about the societal and ethical implications of the work. We also just had another research scientist, William Isaac, chairs a conference on fairness. And as people here may not know, Tabitha and I work together on the AI Council, which she chairs, which helps to provide guidance to the UK government on matters related to AI.
Yeah, we're so lucky, I think, that is a decision, because it definitely wasn't an early decision for DeepMind. So it's been so nice to see now everywhere you go, there will be somebody from DeepMind who's chosen themselves to do that. And across the festival, you can see lots of DeepMinders doing their own sessions for I think that reason, exactly. And it makes a real difference. Tell everyone, how do you choose what you are going to direct this power at? So, you solve intelligence, and then you decide what you're going to point it to. I mean, that is just the biggest question. What's the criteria, the process by which you go about that?
It's interesting. It's almost like venture capital, where you have this resource and you say, and the secret is there's no magic checklist. Also with venture capital, making investments. I think within DeepMind, and one of the things I've learned in my career is when you have put really smart people together, they're very creative and they know the power of what they're working on, the passion. And so what happens is they come up with incredible ideas. So we have done all sorts of research efforts, but where we're predominantly trying to focus is on understanding, we call it the root nodes of science. So the general philosophy is, if we can truly go back to our mission, solve intelligence to advance humanity, science and humanity, what does it take to have AI as a tool to unlock new areas of science that industries can be built on, that world's problems can be solved? So one of those I'm quite excited about is our AlphaFold, which is our advanced AI system. May I quickly
Please
explain
do.
that?
I was just going to ask you to, and I was just checking whether I was allowed by myself. Please tell us about AlphaFold.
Great, thanks. So proteins, protein folding has been a grand challenge of the structural biology community for half a century. Basically, if you can predict how proteins fold, what the 3D structures are based on their genetic sequence, then you can unlock answers to all sorts of problems that depend on proteins. So for example, maybe understanding diseases. How does a protein going to fold or misfold? And that could provide insights. Or which enzymes can break down industrial waste? So there's all sorts of unexpected magical things about proteins. So the industry, and sometimes people will spend like an entire PhD trying to work on just one protein. So we've been able to pull together a very diverse set of scientists, biologists, physicists, chemists, combined with ethicists and engineers, and built an AI system that is built off the half century of experimentation and knowledge. And it's basically the AlphaFold system can help to predict how a protein will fold. Now, we'll be publishing a paper on this later this year in a peer-reviewed journal, and with that, hopefully be able to unlock a lot for others to build off in terms of understanding disease and waste management and all sorts of other exciting things.
And I think that's, I mean, that in a moment, I'm going to come in about 10 minutes in case anyone has any questions. But for now, I'm going to keep hogging the floor. But do think up some of your questions. And that's what I think is interesting and exciting about artificial intelligence is you're going to make the breakthrough and then you're going to open this up so that other people can use it. What are the other really big opportunities that you can provide, the AI can provide, but also that DeepMind can provide by sort of leading the pack in making these breakthroughs?
Well, I would like to think that it's not just what we're developing, but how we're developing it. So this multidisciplinary approach, being very thoughtful about the downstream implications around ethics and fairness and responsibility. At the end of the day, we are focused on this like long term. It is a very, it is a long-term mission with a lot of responsibility. And it is kind of the way that we culturally that we're structured is it's the best of academia, the best of a industry research lab kind of combined with our own special sauce. So it's not just what we do, but how we do it.
Yeah. And what's the biggest challenge in that? So you've got, especially these multidisciplinary teams, that's something that I think is both brilliant. I mean, literally how clearly AI should be built, but also must be quite difficult to manage all the different types of people. How does that work?
Yeah. That first 6 months of being the ethnographer was very valuable because one of the, I think one of the interesting things that we've had to do is how do you navigate putting process in place in a way that is lightweight and right sized for the organization and instills consistency and fairness across the organization as we're doing it, because it's such a diverse set of individuals within the organization. So how can we come together around our values and frameworks to do this? I also, getting clear up front too about where do we have strength and where do we need to partner with the outside, I think has been really good. Like and this is the benefit maybe of being a research organization, is we know where our strength lies and it is not necessarily on the building the product. So how do we then focus both with our sister organization, Google, or with the research industry in general to unlock this other areas?
Yeah. And you bring up your sister organization, Google. I mean, they definitely deal slightly differently with their teams being able to say and think exactly what they want, and they're not a research organization. How does that fit as, family, I guess? What are the challenges there?
Well, this is where I think some of my background of having spent 18 years in a corporate environment, having sat on public company boards, just understanding that there's always interesting collaboration and dynamic. We have operational autonomy over how we, because when you're trying to think about even how do you reward or incentivize researchers, it's very different than trying to get a product or quarterly earnings and things like that. So I think from the very beginning of the acquisition, it was very thought through and collaborative and very supportive. And in fact, when I joined, this was one of the areas Demis also, and I spent a lot of time talking about, was there's a lot of synergy between the organizations and also a lot of separation. So what's the right balance and how to do that?
Yeah, it can't be an easy touch, but you seem to be doing it with your.
To me, it's just like standard business. And again, this is, I think, I often talk about being in the right place at the right time, and hopefully being able to bring kind of decades worth of experience into, I'm on regular calls with my Google and Alphabet counterparts, and it just feels like it just is, right?
Yeah, it just is. It's a good way of describing it. And Demis often talks about being part of the process of writing the Google's ethical framework, for example.
Yes.
And we all, in this audience at least, know about what the risks are of AI. But is there an area of the risks that you're the most concerned about, or that you spend more of your time thinking about?
Well, there's two sides to that. One is thinking about the risk, and the other is thinking about the opportunity.
Yes.
And it is a healthy tension, right? It's very easy to get lost in risk. And I think having a lot of the experience I had in the earlier days of the internet and bringing it into a lot of times, like we took, as an example, and I'll answer your question if you humor me a moment.
Totally.
We did some wireless infrastructure in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, where we connected an island community of 100,000 people to the nearest town, which was 20 hours by boat. And they're like, well, this is going to displace schools and teachers, and what about our healthcare? Everyone's just going to go to the big city. And instead, we worked a lot with the local community to get the local workers engaged and connect, so they didn't have to go get a library book from 20 hours away, but rather could have some of that access. The teacher still played a critical role. The technology was the tool.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot about how do we make sure underrepresented voices and or the community is engaged in how we get to the right solution. So where are our blind spots? How do we not be so academic about things? Because eventually you have to make a decision, you have to take risk. So how do you take calculated risk and then engage others along the way so that they have a voice in how AI gets developed? So I think it's, just myself coming from this, we haven't talked about it, but my sister has cerebral palsy. So I've just grown up in an environment where you can easily, there's tensions in the system.
Yeah.
So I feel like I have a acute awareness of those. And I just want to make sure that we take all of this into consideration. And I feel this is back to my own moral responsibility. And I'm just one employee out of, thousands. So it's, I think and I think DeepMinders kind of opt in for that as part of our mission.
And I think that's what's so lovely is the opportunity is so great, especially within healthcare. You're definitely in the right country for that. And you talk about making sure that the general public, the community, are actually involved in the building. How do you do that technically? It's not the easiest thing. Our ecosystem is grappling with it all the time. What are the things that you can be doing to make that happen?
Well, we partner with a lot of organizations, the Ada Lovelace Institute. I think the Partnership for AI that brings together many companies on this topic, our AI Council as well, which I think quite excited. Shall we go there?
We can do.
We are also surveying as part of the AI Council, just understanding that we have a responsibility to represent the community. So also surveying folks to chime in and be part of the conversation. But I think it really starts with awareness and education. So on the awareness side, as when we launched our AlphaFold protein folding advanced AI system, we also did an explainer video, which you can find on our website, trying to make this complex biology more understandable
Yeah.
for everyone, including myself. I'm like, it has to be, so I can share this with my parents. I can tell them what I do. Also education, we're doing a lot to engage STEM in the with some science fairs. We've done it with the Royal Society as well. And then we sponsor diversity scholarships too, to try to bring those voices into graduate programs, and so they can get, whether in academia or into industry in key positions to influence the future. I mean, I look at my children and think they are growing up tech literate. They're very fortunate. And they are going to be the generation that lives with AI all around them. So how can, regardless of what field they go into, how can they understand the power of the technology and the responsibility to be good shepherds of it?
Yeah, that is the challenge. You've got to kind of hold both your parents watching the video and your kids, knowing how different their understandings are. And if anyone would like to learn a little bit more about that scholarship, in about half an hour, I think, Matt Wallman and one of those DeepMind scholars are actually talking about the scholarship, the Minister for Digital. So that would be quite good. And I think, and we're going to come to questions. If anyone wants to put their hands up, if they have a question, I will come to you. Excellent. And you did mention getting more people involved, the AI Council. So it is worth telling everybody that we have launched a survey. So for those of you who are kind of interested in what Lila said in the AI ecosystem, would like to be closer to the AI ecosystem, there's a survey on the Alan Turing's website. They kindly hosted the survey for us, where you can give your feedback, and we'll be disseminating it and giving it to the Office for AI, who are writing the National AI Strategy. So as Lila said, we're definitely trying to open up the room a little bit more. But let's come to those questions. Could you all put your hands up one more time? Okay, excellent. We're going to go blue trousers first.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. The question, just for in case folks didn't hear, was about how do we engage stakeholders who aren't already within the AI ecosystem or happen to be in that privileged position. In many ways, it feels like AI has been around forever and we should have all of this figured out. But it wasn't that long ago that it went through the AI winter, where you know, even when I was talking with Demis and Shane, like they couldn't get funded early on. It wasn't that long ago that it wasn't necessarily kind of the hot topic. As a result, I think we are quite early in the journey, and we still have a responsibility. So there are a lot of historical trends that are followed similar suit, where it takes quite a while to get ramped up. So we're learning from those multi-stakeholder public-private collaboration. The AI Council is one here in the UK. We also, both within DeepMind, and I know Google has done the same, of like working to do kind of education. So we've had some of our research scientists do machine learning tutorials for different government workers as well. The AI Council is an advisory group. It's still early on the regulatory side, right? You want to have pragmatic and take the time to make sure that what we're doing across AI makes sense and mitigates risk, but also isn't so safe that it stops innovation. So I think we're very much in this early stage, and people are talking with each other.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to add anything, Tabitha.
No, I think that's
more your
definitely
area of expertise.
Literally the thing that I'm trying to do the most. I think what Lila said is so right, and it's about helping them talk to each other as well and learning from each other. And we had Oliver Dowden, obviously the Secretary of State for DCMS this morning, Kwasi Kwarteng for BEIS, Matt Wallman and Amanda Soloway, and actually being able to have that group conversation and you all being able to talk to them, I think makes it more different. You actually feel and they can see that what they love the most is case studies of how it's going to help the people that they are trying to help, how it's going to actually to help the British people. And that's what's amazing, I think, about DeepMind stories is they are tangible case studies of the value of artificial intelligence. So that helps me. Whenever I get a minister asking me, I just go straight to my locker of really useful examples. We're going to have a question. Will you put your hands up again? We're going to go to you, and then we'll come to Mr. Greenshirt. Thank you.
You mentioned it briefly, talking about sort of including engaging underrepresented groups. But earlier you talked about the fact you felt a moral calling to join the mission of DeepMind. Could you speak more of that?
Yes, it's actually quite a deep personal question for me. So the moral calling of joining DeepMind. So throughout my career, let's see, in the year 2000, I went back to the orphanage where my father was raised in Lebanon and built a computer lab because I wanted to say thanks from my father. And my dad ended up being an electrical engineer who designed heart pacemakers, and it always amazed me that this orphan boy from the mountains in Lebanon saved millions of lives through some technology he developed. That was like art, math, and science, which is how I got into engineering. Throughout my career, I've been at this intersection of technology and social impact. And I had a conversation with one of the DeepMind founders, Shane Legg, who we had I'm an engineer. I didn't take liberal arts classes in university, but we had this conversation around morals and ethics and who is right to say that one group's morals are better than the others, and what was ethical in Grecian times is quite different than now. And it really, and Dema spent a lot of our time talking about how do you develop this technology safely? Because I kept saying, well, why? I came from a Silicon Valley attitude, which is like, okay, can we just get this out faster? And what do you do to do it fast? And it's like, okay, we are purposefully slowing down, even the AlphaFold. How do we release this in an ethical way that takes risks into consideration? And I knew that I didn't have the answers, but I was awake at night thinking about these questions of how do you develop this technology? And I'm not going to be the one to develop it. I know that I am the one who can ask the questions, and engineering engineering reports into me. So I may not be able to write the code with them, but I can ask the questions. And I have been very fortunate in my career to be around leaders who, whether it was the CEO of Intel, whether it was the venture capitalist who made the first investment in Amazon and Google, like I've been around some pretty amazing leaders who've asked really simple questions. And I'll give you a hint of what those questions are. Why? What are you trying to achieve? What might go wrong? What haven't you thought about that you should have? Like sometimes it's those questions that really matter. And so I felt like I had something to give and to ask as part of this journey. That's my simple answer, but and it's been exciting. And like I said, even the diversity scholarships, we've now expanded to over 30 countries across Europe, Middle East, Africa, North and South America. We just welcomed 50 cohorts. So it's been really exciting to see not only what we're doing in the here and now with our research, but how we're preparing the next generation.
Totally.
Thank you for that question.
Hopefully this will be one of those simple questions. What is intelligence? Does intelligence change generationally? So you talked about Grecian, a little bit different then, and therefore, what should intelligence be?
Yes, and actually, general intelligence versus narrow intelligence. It's actually quite a complicated answer, and I just always assumed that there was a single, black and white answer. And it turns out one of the technical co-founders, Shane Legg, actually his entire PhD thesis is on what is general intelligence. And so what we're trying to do at DeepMind is actually develop AI systems that can be applied across many different things. So, for example, versus just in one, like if I asked you how many chairs are in this room, you could do a kind of what is a chair, then do some quick math, and you'd have an estimate. But if I said, how many coffee mugs are on white tables, or that's a little more advanced. Now, if I said so being able to apply different knowledge. And so we've done, so as an example within DeepMind, and there's a great movie called AlphaGo, if you haven't seen that yet. But that was like really tuning up on how to play, how to play Go, but then applying that same AI system to play all other two-player games, right, with no rules. So it had to learn on its own by giving a reward system. The bottom line is, it's a simple question with very complicated answers, and everyone's definition is different. And what DeepMind is doing, which is very different than a lot of AI companies, is we're trying to look at general intelligence. And it's for that purpose of, like, the protein folding example is a great one. You can't really solve it with knowing what we know as humans right now. So can we take our learnings from other systems that we've developed and apply it into this?
It's definitely a question to keep asking and correlate your answers that you get. Alex from Selden, your question.
Yeah, hi. This is a real continuation of the discussion around the AI regulation. So how can you coordinate that so that we have a sort of similar set or like a regulation in East and West, which is sort of balanced and fair?
Yes.
Luckily, Lila doesn't have to coordinate it, but how could one?
Actually, we spend a lot of our time within the AI Council actually having these conversations.
Yeah.
And where do you start, and where do you aspire to be? And I think what's interesting is there is not a right answer. So it's a lot of conversation and a lot of debate, which we actually participate in. So I think this is also a good, where do you cooperate? Where do you compete? Where do you share, like, and how do you know that when you're not aligned, like, be explicit about that? So and I think it's going to be, we're still very early, but it is a very complicated hot topic.
Yeah. Definitely give your feedback to the survey, which the video should play in a second. So one last question from me. If you were stranded on a desert island and your job was left to someone else, what would your advice be to them? I asked Warren earlier, and he said, keep the faith.
I would say proceed with care and enjoy the adventure.
I love it. Thank you so much. Proceed with care and enjoy the adventure. Thank you very much, Lila, COO of DeepMind. Thank you very much for those in the room and those at home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha. And why don't we have another round of applause for the brilliant Lila Ibrahim. Thank you. Well, thank you to everyone who asked questions. Actually, you've got to love a CogX nice, simple question. I don't believe they come up with the pub quiz that I've been to, but thank you very much for everyone who's been asking questions, and may they long continue, because we're going to take a break here in central London because the opportunities for connection continue. So particularly if you're joining us on our online platform, please check out the online expo, the online networking. Some amazing guests from around the world have already logged in. Just to say a brief thank you, of course, to Lila, but to all our guests from this morning, from Bulb and Olio, from Rolls-Royce. Just to give you a very quick flavor this afternoon, we'll be talking about something fascinating known as framing. What's that, and why is it the skill we all need? We'll talk about monetary policy. We'll talk about the future of transportation with the president of Arrival, one of our many 99, so they say, unicorns here in the UK. So that is at 2 p.m. So 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. BST here in London, and lots more besides, including the fabulous June Sarpong on allyship as well. So if you're joining us online particularly, we will see you throughout the rest of the day, and we very much look forward to that. For our guests here in the room, if you have a GLS pass, you're very welcome to join us at the Leiterman for some refreshments. If you've got a gold pass, the Everyman is open to you. But whether you're physical or virtual, let's keep connecting at CogX 2021. Thank you. Hello and welcome. This is COGEX 2021 and I'm greeting you wherever you're tuned in from and frankly, whenever you're watching as well. But if you'll forgive me, I must also say a huge welcome to our audience here in London. Let's have a big round of applause from you as well. It's this wonderful hybrid mix because I absolutely long to get into conversation with all of you and you at home. And I just sense that we're coming through this extraordinary year and a half and being able to forge connections wherever we might be. So if you're particularly joining us on the Hopin platform, you'll see our virtual expo. You'll see lots of networking opportunities to connect. But I guess we wouldn't be doing it in such an ambitious way if it wasn't for some of our supporters like BT, like Accenture, like Quantum Black, like Shell, like Visa, like the Big Innovation Center. So thanks to everyone who's helped bring it together, whatever part you're playing. And by the way, if you're one of the 1,000+ speakers, a special thanks to you as well. Lots of great sessions across 18 different stages, including for the rest of this, our first day of 3. So thank you for tuning in. Just to give you a slight taste of later on, we'll talk about framing, we'll talk about the importance of allyship, with one of our leading thinkers and broadcasters, June Sarpong, now in a very pivotal role at the BBC. So much to come. This session I'm particularly interested in, a confession, a personal confession. When a colleague of mine, ex-Waze, told me about 1.5 years ago that he was off to join a firm called Arrival, I'm ashamed to say I had to look them up to really immerse myself in what they're doing. Shame on me, because frankly, it's a sign that sometimes the most interesting companies hide their light under a bushel. Not for much longer, because very soon, many more people will be aware of the extraordinary work that this company is doing. So we'll hear firsthand from their president in a moment. I'm delighted to say that the senior tech editor of Business Insider is our next chair. And so the next person whose face you see and whose voice you'll hear will be Shona Ghosh. So here in the room, we'll have about a 20-second delay as Shona comes up and online. But for you, wherever you're tuned in, this is our next conversation here at COGEX 2021. And I leave you in the hands, the very capable hands of Shona Ghosh.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. It's lovely to be here, even virtually, and a special thank you to everyone who's there physically in the audience, but also to everyone who's watching remotely, and thank you so much, Ollie. So I'm here to have a discussion with Avinash Raghubar, who is the president of Arrival, a company you may have heard of. Hi, Avinash, and welcome to the conversation.
We will physically be able to be together.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to kick off with a tiny bit of housekeeping before we get into our conversation. Just the organizers of COGEX just wanted us to highlight some great benefits like the virtual networking area that you can tweet at COGEX_festival on Twitter, or you can tag these conversations using the hashtag COGEX 2021. So anything you find super interesting, please do tweet. You can send us questions to me and I'll read them out through the Hopin platform. And you can also browse COGEX's online bookshop for books from speakers. Sadly, I've not written a book, but other more accomplished speakers. And lastly, if you haven't already, please do download the COGEX app. But without further ado, let's get started. Avinash, I thought you'd be best placed to be the person who describes a little bit more about what Arrival does for those in the audience who haven't followed your journey over the last few years.
Sure. So Arrival was actually founded in 2015. We've got over 1,900 employees all around the world with headquarters in the UK and the US. We're really pioneered a range of technologies to make electric vehicles at a competitive price to diesel equivalents. So one of the issues is as we shift over to a fully electric and zero emission future, that electric vehicles have come at a price premium. So to reduce that price premium, Arrival has designed what I like to think of as the systems that create electric vehicles. So what do I mean? I mean, we design and develop our own components. So this is hardware like the battery management system, the human machine interface, and I'll touch on why that's important for autonomy in a second. Then we have our own composite material, which is instead of using body panels, we actually replace that. Instead of using steel for body panels, We replaced that with a fabric that is a really, really amazing tech that we're able to use our own internal processes and create more durable and lightweight panels than steel. But we don't need expensive metal stamping plants or paint shops. And we can also break that material back down and feed it back into the cycle. So it's fully 100% recyclable. And then we design and develop all our own software. So that's software on the vehicle. So those components I was mentioning, they're like plug and play. You can literally swap out different components. And all of the software that then goes out to the cloud. So all of the data that comes off those components, if you can imagine, we think of the vehicle as a device on wheels. All of the data we can access and bring it to the cloud. Also important for autonomy. And then we produce our vehicles in a very different approach to the typical industry, which is large factories, out in the middle of nowhere, hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in capex. We're actually able to produce our vehicles in low footprint, low capex micro factories. These are, under 50 million for each factory, around about 20,000 square meters, and we can place them anywhere. We can take existing warehouses and convert them to production facilities. So we have 4 already announced. We have 1 in Bicester in the UK, we have 1 in Madrid, and we have 2 in the US. So it's really a transformative company that's producing best-in-class electric vehicles at a similar price to diesel. We have a bus, a van, a large van, and a car that we recently announced a partnership with Uber with. And we have an order backlog of over 1.2 billion in orders. So yeah, really something very different to the traditional industry.
And just to give, I'll come on to autonomous tech in a minute, but just to give people an idea of how new this stuff is, how future-facing it is, we're not seeing Arrival vans out on the streets at the moment, are we? When might we start to see, those electric vehicles out and about?
Yeah, so we start with the Arrival bus, which will be coming to market in Q4 of this year. And next year we have our start of production for our van, both our smaller 4-ton van and our larger van in the second half of next year. And our car will be in production at the end of 2023. But prior to that, we've already announced a trial with First Group in the UK, with UPS, one of our customers, and has ordered up to 10,000 vans. They're already been working with us for many years and be testing vans in the summer. And so, yeah, I think you'll be seeing Arrival vehicles quite shortly on the road, and start of production will begin from later this year.
But you're not standing still, it sounds like. You are also developing and experimenting with autonomous tech, so sort of commonly known as driverless tech, although it sounds like you're exploring different bands within that. Can you tell us a little bit about the direction of travel there for Arrival, and I understand there may be some footage that you can show us as well.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that in our segment, the commercial vehicle segment, we are still see the need for the human in the loop, right? So when you are delivering packages, for example, it's really important that you have a human driver and you're able to deliver the packages. Same in the bus, that safety and security factor is really important. So we still see the human an integral part of the commercial vehicle segment. What we're looking at doing is initially we use advanced safety systems, ADAS and autonomy to aid that operation. So if you think about where our initial deployment is, where we'll be having depot autonomy, and we'll show a video on this in a bit. And that means how all the vehicles will operate inside the depot. So moving a bus from the cleaning station to the charging station, or a van out to the loading station, all of that in a controlled environment can be done today using today's technology. As we know, we don't have full road-going autonomous technology yet, although we've got many companies working on that. I used to be part of a GM Cruise, and that's really looking at the retail segment, but this is very much in commercial. It's a very different use case. And it helps us reduce the operational costs and introduce safety into the depot environment. And the second thing you're going to see is a really exciting development called RoboRace, which is a autonomous racing platform. Arrival has its own racing team in that, and we also partner on the technologies. And what that is pushing autonomy to the extreme. So we have a Guinness World Records for the fastest autonomous car. It's a racing series where you're looking at adding new technology and different software algorithms to be able to go as fast around the track as you can. We actually the Arrival racing team has been racing Lucas Di Grassi, who's a ex-Formula One and Formula E driver and Le Mans podium winner. And so you'll see some really extreme tech there. And the reason for that is we're looking at these two bookends. And in the middle is a lot of the full road-going autonomy using current technology, which, as we know, hasn't yet hit a steady state or even a rollout. And then we can talk after the video about some of the reasons that our platform allows autonomy to be added over time as more and more technology is released. So probably worth showing the videos, I guess.
Why don't we run through a little bit about what was going on there briefly in that video before we show people the really sexy stuff?
All right, sure, yeah.
I mean, that's clearly intended to make a driver's life easier. Just walk me through what's happening in that video. You know, what are the technological advancements that were required to because from the outside that looks really simple, but obviously that's taken a huge amount of complex work to make that happen.
Right, so that's a partnership with Innovate UK and the Center for Connected and Autonomous Vehicles. So that's our RoboPilot project, which is looking at bringing the initial rollout of autonomous technology into a depot. So if you look at the current state of autonomous tech, when you have a controlled environment, so where you can clearly mark lines, when you know what sort of weather conditions you're going to get, and you're able to control the operational use case, you'll find that the technology available today can actually run that scenario very well. And so this is our first foray into doing that. And so we're demonstrating driverless functionality there for the Arrival van. And then that's going to actually be adapted for our planned future rollout of larger trucks and buses. And the next step here is actually that's in a depot. We will start to do on-road testing of that autonomous platform as well. And it's about fully functional parcel depot, and the vehicle's maneuvering around the facility without a human driver. As I mentioned earlier, taking it from different parts of the operational side. And it does increase the operational effectiveness and safety, and just helps the driver's life inside that operation.
And is there something about doing it in this very controlled environment? There's been a number of news stories recently about, Waymo, perhaps among the most advanced, but a few other companies really bowing out of the consumer-facing driverless cars race, or really slowing it down, having really piled a lot of money into it. And part of it is that, a drop of blossom can maybe send a driverless car out of whack, but a depot is a much more controlled environment. So can you talk a little bit about how that environment is maybe a bit more conducive to some of this autonomous technology?
Yeah, so as soon as you have a controlled environment, it starts even being able to map it more simply, exactly where everything's going to be. Typically, those big items don't just randomly get up and move by themselves, so you know exactly where they're going to be, where the vehicle has to go. When you have the controlled environment, I mentioned like clear lane markings, for example, it also means humans aren't going to interact in that space. Obviously, you have the safety systems in case, but by nature, depots and places like that are very controlled in terms of where humans walk, and so you're able to introduce that safety system, and the complexity is just reduced. So you don't have, you mentioned a blossom, but snow or anything like that can really right now trip up both the sensor suite and the algorithms through false positives. Means that you can really control the autonomous autonomous rollout in a much more simplified fashion. But the beautiful thing about the commercial vehicle segment is that has applications now, right? That helps reduce operational complexity for operators, and I think that's a very important point. The commercial vehicle segment has real world everyday use cases more than just moving into replacing the ride-hailing industry. It's a very different use case, and it allows us to commence with that first. I don't know if you've ever seen a bus depot, but watching people trying to move all the buses around to coordinate it at the end of day or start of day is quite an adventure. Similar, if you can imagine, large van depots. So it really does have an immediate impact.
Just something I wanted to pull out a bit is the role of the human in all of this. That there have been lots of worries with other companies who shall remain unnamed who kind of fairly openly said their goal was to get rid of the driver, because the driver for that particular business model, let's say cabs or taxis, is an additive cost that undermines the business model. So actually in the long term, if you can cut out the driver, that's good for certain kinds of business models. For Arrival, if I was a truck driver or a van driver, I might look at this technology and ask, what's the role that's there for me? How do you answer that question in terms of eventually cutting out the human?
Like anything involving autonomous or robotics, we have to be very thoughtful in what does it mean for the displacement of people, right? And that's a really critical question that as an industry and with governments and with the people and public we serve, it's a very important topic of conversation that needs to really come to the forefront over the next few years, because this technology is coming. In our case, though, as I mentioned earlier, what I would say is, hey, your role is critically important here, as the driver. And it's about, for us, augmenting and adding safety systems to make your life easier, less fatiguing. It's a very difficult job, right? Whether it's a bus driver or a truck driver or a van driver, it's extremely stressful. And so you see that there's the ability to roll out parts of these technologies, like, if you're a bus driver, knowing that there's a bicycle next to you and the system helps you not pull out, that's technology that I see has a real societal benefit to it. And you can extrapolate that forward. But we need the driver. We want the driver in the vehicle. I did mention, for example, if you're a truck driver, van or truck driver, you're really going to be you really still need to deliver the packages. You still have an important role to play in safety and security. And these aren't things that, at least in our segment, we're looking to replace.
And then a little bit on the timeline, because you've spoken about sort of when we might expect to see the EVs out on the roads. When might we see them embedded with some of this autonomous tech?
Yeah, so the beauty of our hardware approach is that our hardware is upgradable. So I mentioned the components that we build in-house. So, the battery management system, human-machine interface, the compute platform. And I keep doing this with my hands because it's all shaped like a box. And it's really, really interesting compared to the traditional approach where you have a lot of different suppliers, all with different dimension type components, and you're trying to fit it. And in an engineering world, you're trying to spend a lot of time packaging all these sort of different dimensioned components. Whereas for us, because we design them in-house, it's all a grid base. So everything is in a grid, it's in a box. And with the plug and play software layer, it allows us to change them. So we can take something out, put it back in. So that's really important from hardware and software, because the hardware cycle for autonomy isn't yet stable, and it's changing, every 12 to 18 months. And there's no vehicle architecture out there that can deal with that. You can't go and upgrade your vehicle's hardware. We just got to some vehicles being able to be upgraded by software. So the Arrival platform, you can do both. So as the hardware evolves, we're able to take out components and switch them in as needed. So we call all of our platforms autonomous ready. So from day one, that includes the bus, that's the van, that's the car, they're all autonomous ready. And then in terms of the depot operations that we just showed in the video, that will actually be coming as we launch the van next year. So because it's, again, controlled environment, known operation, we can actually roll that out. And then over time, we'll add more and more technology and capability to those platforms.
How much demand are you seeing from customers for that kind of advanced technology? Is that something that's really attractive, or wait and see how these technologies develop and consumer understanding of, or even driver understanding of how these things work and their appetite sort of socially as much as anything for them? Are you finding that your potential customers are actually quite keen for autonomous tech?
Yeah, it's a great question. We work very closely with the operators. So we have drivers coming in, seeing our vehicle. We work with them on how high the step height needs to be to reduce fatigue. Like, we're really design oriented around that user experience. And everything in all the conversations we've had is the excitement, from the operator, it's about how do I have a safer, easier depot to operate. The logistical nightmare of coordinating across that. But again, humans still in the loop. You can drive the van to the charging station, but somebody's still going to interact with that vehicle to charge it and etc. and load it and clean it. And then on the driver side, the ability to reduce that stress level and make their lives easier has been positively. I would say that the feedback has been extremely positive. So it's always about working closely with the people that are being affected by this. In this case, positive impact, but still working with them to understand where should we fine tune the technology. What are their key concerns as they go through the day to day? What are the some of the issues? Like bus drivers have to look at the side view mirrors. I think it's every 8 seconds or something like that. So designing around those sorts of applications and safety, I think it's really crucial.
Okay, well, why don't we sort of go to the other end of the extreme and look a little bit at RoboRace? I think they were having a little difficulty with the video, but let's see if we can maybe get that up on screen for everyone to see, because it's really fun. No.
No.
You get that? No.
Amazing.
A blackout. That's fine. Well, maybe right at the end we can sort it out. But why don't you tell us a little bit more about the competition? You touched on it a bit earlier in our conversation, but this is something that's a bit more experimental for you guys, and hopefully we can direct people to a YouTube link or something afterwards so that people can see. But tell me a little bit about why Arrival's doing RoboRace, what it is you've developed.
Yeah. So. Trust me, it is really cool. So hopefully people can go and see it after this. But if we talk about depot autonomy, and then the next rollout is in the retail segment where you're seeing, road going autonomous for things like taxis. In the advanced stage, there is a whole bunch of technology opportunities that no one has quite got a grip on yet, right? And so while we believe that commercial vehicle segment will get to the adoption of autonomy starting already, we'll start first, but the retail segment will be faster to move fully to autonomous, right? Because of the reasons that we've been discussing today. And so what's really important to us is we understand, as we're building these platforms, what are the potential future technologies that are going to impact that? How should we be thinking about those technologies? How can we build that into the system in terms of the upgradability, et cetera, that we've been discussing? But also, what happens when you remove the LiDAR, for example? What happens when you write new algorithms that are really extreme and you're trying to go for a full AI, for example? We need a safe way to test all of that tech at the extreme level. So, RoboRace is actually a racing series built on autonomous technology that allows the vehicles to race each other without a human driver, and literally pushing it to as extreme as you can. And as you can imagine, when the Arrival racing team is taking on a Formula E driver, the amount that we're learning about how the vehicle should corner, how it should manage slip, how should it accelerate out of a turn. And we're pushing that to racing level speeds. I mean, it really is incredible. And it's incredible learning that we can then take back and feed it into our autonomous rollout. So we, as Arrival, aren't going to go, you made the mention earlier, right, about some of the other folks that are committing and have committed billions into this. And we still don't yet have that sort of real deployable first use case. We're not going to get involved in that part. We are looking at two bookends around it. So that's where RoboRace comes in, and it's in partnership. We've got universities like MIT also racing against us, and all of those algorithms can actually be used for real world.
What does happen if you remove the LiDAR? Is that something that you guys tested out?
Yeah, we test all sorts of things. We don't hide some of the fun parts of that where. We've seen algorithms where the vehicle just goes straight into a wall. We've seen the car spin. But all of those, that's the beauty of doing this, because that's where you want to do it. But, most recently, over, I would say, the last 6 or so months, the progress is it's incredible. Like, we are competitive now with one of the fastest drivers in the world. And you think about what that means, the complexity of human driving and how many inputs are going on, wherever the tires are changing or water introduced on the track. To be competitive, I think, is really groundbreaking. To me, it's like the Google Go, the DeepMind event, right? Like it's really showing that this technology has amazing real-world applications. I will say about autonomy, the one thing, we talked about some of the sort of social ethical aspects, but the other thing is about how it's a regional tech as far as we can see right now. So what works in San Francisco and maybe sunny Arizona doesn't mean it's going to work in Alaska with snow, or Russia or any other place where the weather is very different, and the cities that you see are all very different. Just because something works in London doesn't mean it's going to work in Barcelona or Mumbai. And so we see that initial rollout of these vehicles really being region based. We don't yet have that AI system that can just figure this out naturally and just work out what it needs to do. So RoboRace really just helps us understand, from all sorts of different extremes, what the vehicle could face in real world operation.
We spoke a little bit in a previous chat about the murky middle. How optimistic are you, given there have been some setbacks with driverless vehicles? Some optimistic CEOs were predicting that we'd all be in driverless taxis within 5 years, and that was 5 years ago, and it maybe hasn't quite happened. How optimistic are you that we will sort of soonish get to a place where we are accustomed to driverless cars? I'm now talking a little bit more on the consumer side, so I'm asking for a little bit of speculation there, but how optimistic do you feel about technology and its mainstreaming?
So it's gonna take a long time until autonomy is ubiquitous and all vehicles are autonomous, right? That's for sure. Will it get there eventually? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the technology is progressing at a rate where the initial application of in the retail segment, for example, will come and has already started. There are driverless rides now being taken. They're not yet, all year round, all weather conditions in any city yet. Of course, that's going to take some time. So then the question becomes, how will people adopt to the technology? And interestingly, we have found that with autonomous technology, people initially feel quite scared. It's pretty natural. But the trust in the system happens quite quickly after that. And my personal view is, this is a TV and a radio moment, right? TV didn't kill the radio. There will still be, at least for the foreseeable future, a mix, a hybrid. And how that works, we haven't quite figured this out yet. Everybody is moving to the starting line of this tech. And then what happens when the autonomous technology, because it's on such a rapid cycle, what happens when some autonomous technologies have more capability than other technologies, other autonomous vehicles, and how do you keep them all up to speed, and do you need to? And what does it actually mean for the city planning and how you manage traffic and safety even over time? And then when you start to think about the complexities of doing that in a Johannesburg and a Bangalore and a London and a New York, I mean, the complexities continue to multiply. So this is going to take a lot of time, and it's going to take a lot of real discussions with governments and society to really roll this technology out properly. The benefits are tremendous, and just putting aside the business case aspect, because obviously there are other considerations there that you mentioned about, in that side at least, removing the driver. But the safety side of this is, it is real. I mean, we do lose a lot of people. We have a lot of healthcare burden due to, accidents on road, and it does have the opportunity to help that. I would like to believe that any autonomous vehicle will be electric or zero emission. So there is a sustainability and environmental aspect to that. But there are ethical discussions still to go on this technology, absolutely. And that's what I call the middle, just to be clear.
You've touched on it sort of off and on through the chat, but what for you are the climate impacts of autonomous tech, both positive and negative for the short term?
Yeah, when you look at where we're going right now, it comes back to Arrival's vision, actually, this part, which is, if you see the mobility systems that we've created all around the world, I mean, there are places where you've got to ask yourself, how do we get here? Why? I mean, London's pretty incredible because we have such a good public transportation system, and but there are cities around the world where you'll be sitting in traffic just to get 10 kilometers or 10 miles. You'll be there for an hour, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And you look at the type of vehicles we've designed. We actually haven't designed vehicles that are fit for that purpose. What we've done is constrain those types of vehicles to the manufacturing system, because that manufacturing system, the old manufacturing system, needs to create hundreds of thousands of vehicles to generate any sort of profit, because you're spending so much on these large factories. We're basically building, these segments in mass, and then we're just sending them all around the world and expecting people to just adapt to that. And what we are doing is saying, we're turning that question on its head and saying, well, if you can produce if you have a micro factory in your city and you can produce vehicles using our, different technologies for any vehicle type, we do have a bus, a van, and a car right now, but the idea here is systems that make any type of vehicle produced in a local, low cost, low footprint micro factory. Then when I'm traveling around and I'm in different cities, I will no longer see the same type of vehicles. What I'll see are vehicles that match the needs of that city. And that could be anything. I mean, it's quite mind-bending to think about it. But if, let's say, you're working with a city, and right now we're working with the city of Charlotte on this. Let's say you have a city that wants really to reduce the number of vehicles inside their city, but the types of transportations are normally one person or two people or three people. You could literally customize a vehicle that enables that. But unless and until those vehicles are green, when you add those two problems of vehicles that pollute with vehicles that don't match the mobility needs of the city, then you have a problem. And that's where we are today in so many cities around the world. Like, I don't think I need to tell the people listening that if you travel around and you see the types of pollution and the types of vehicles all around the world with sometimes one person in there, and millions of people in cities driving around, it just doesn't make any sense. And, we needed to do something to change that.
Are you finding that most cities or governments that you're interacting with are quite early in their thinking around, be it regulatory or experimenting with, emissions reduction when when they're speaking to you? How advanced are you finding sort of various governments around the world?
I am finding almost without fail, which is very confidence building in where the world needs to go. And we've also seen many governments take actions, right? The UK government, the US government. We're seeing governments really push forward. And, a lot of that for us is we can also build it locally and sustainably. And that, I think, is a nice loop that sort of closes that loop. It's not just that we can bring clean air emission vehicles to the city and customize them for your needs, but we can build them locally. So you have a nice sort of closed loop system that the governments can really get behind. So we've seen very positive. In fact, we've had conversations with governments that publicly haven't said anything, but are really pushing forward with this. And I think it's just the way that something has happened, right? I remember when we were having these discussions about an electric future maybe 7-8 years ago, everyone was like, nah, it's not going to happen. We've got plenty of oil, et cetera, et cetera. And now I don't think anyone wants to commit to a future where it isn't zero emission and it isn't clean air and it isn't sustainable. So I've seen like a switch go off, and whether that's governments, we've seen public policy, whether that's companies that are purchased, at least in our segment, commercial vehicle segment, going out and purchasing their next batch of vehicles, their own internal ESG goals, and then the investment community behind that, and society, people, demanding that things change. You're seeing a very unique sort of three trends colliding, and I see that it's going to happen. It's just a question of when. And with Arrival removing that initial purchase barrier to going electric, at least in this segment, we believe we can accelerate that adoption. So you should be making a decision that's good for your people, the business, and the planet. And with these Arrival vehicles, yeah, you can do that.
One question about sort of Arrival and its decision to be a European-based company. My understanding is that certainly China and the US are much more advanced than Europe in terms of their appetite more broadly for electric vehicles. What was the thinking behind choosing Europe as the basis, the headquarters for Arrival? And what do you feel may be lacking in infrastructure or investment that could really bring Europe up to speed with these other continents?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was an interest thing. So if you think about, obviously in the US, Tesla really started something. It started like a movement, right? And China has been forward thinking in terms of where they want their technology and environment to go anyway. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it was a miss on understanding what the strategy was, whether that was from governments or otherwise, or policy. But it was more of a case like we needed to move the local companies, whether new or incumbents, to this new world, right? And so for Arrival, we just said we're just going to go out and do it, and will be the impetus to drive that change. And I think, but we also thought about doing it from a blank sheet. We didn't want to take any legacy, and because you've got to be fair to the companies too. It's hard. You've spent billions of dollars in these factories and all of these architectures, and then you're just saying, okay, I'm going to just turn all of that off and shift over. It's a very difficult decision. When you're starting from scratch, you design it to be that way. You design it with the future that you want in mind. That's how you design your company and your technology. And so, without that legacy, we were able to do that. In the UK and Europe, I mean, the talent's incredible, right? You have automotive industry here. You have the software industry here. You have the financing, like fintech industry here. And for us, we're a tech company, but we're sort of a combination of so many different things. We're an automotive company, a manufacturing company, an ESG company. We're a tech company, like I said. We're a robotics, hardware, software company. Combining all of that is, the UK was a great place to do that. But it is important that, Arrival is a global company. So we do have a US headquarters, and we'll have more over time, because if I loop back to that point of designing things, not from here, that we say the rest of the world needs to go and adopt the way we think about it, but working locally with the societies and governments that are going to deploy these technologies, you will see Arrival spread out and be global in that sense. I want product development to be driven from a variety of different regions and countries and cities.
Do you anticipate other, you yourself came from obviously the more advanced tech unit of a legacy auto manufacturer. Do you see them following suit in terms of the business model that Arrival is pioneering, this kind of micro factory model?
I hope so. I mean, I often get asked, are you worried about folks copying you and all of that? And the answer is no, it's good. We need to move. We know the system doesn't work. We know that even the business model that you're bringing up, I mean, it's tough, right? Running an auto company is tough. You're always in a precarious position. I've got to spend billions on a factory. Think about that 3 years in advance. I've got to spend hundreds of millions in an architecture. Somehow I have to make all of that work, and I get very low margins. I require mass production on using economies of scale to get low margins. So it's a tough business. And so I think when you see the agility that we can bring, just think of a microfactory. You can scale it out in parallel. You don't have to worry about, building a factory 4 years from now and billions. You say, we want one here, 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 and here, and you just go take warehouses and off you go. And then as you use the systems thinking to make these vehicles, then you can enter different market segments quicker. And if they're all built by the same microfactory, you can then react to changing demands bigger, because the factory will pay itself off much faster. And then if you want to change the vehicle types, you can change them. You've got all the, quote unquote, Lego pieces, the system. So I think it would be, I think it's the future model. I think what Arrival's doing is a step change in the industry, and I welcome it.
Well, hopefully we'll see some Arrival vans out and about on our streets in the next year or two. Very excited to see that future vision. In the meantime, thank you so much, Avinash, for your time. It's been amazing to speak to you and kind of learn everything you're doing in the autonomous tech space. And Thanks so much, everyone in the audience, for joining us.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Shanna.
Cheers.
Of Arrival. I mean, audacity is the word that comes to mind listening to their extraordinary progress. Very grateful to Avinash for sharing so openly about their ambition. What an amazing amount of food for thought. The talent is incredible. There you go. That's a good bit of kudos for European tech, isn't it? Coming from Avinash there. Lots of interesting conversations still to come. We'll be talking about monetary policy. At the one extreme, we'll be talking about, oh, by the way, what did the inventor of the iPod do next? Well, he co-invented the iPhone, didn't he? But what did he do next? Well, we'll hear about that this afternoon. Tony Fadell is going to be joining us from his lair inside a volcano, it says here, which is very interesting. Next up, we're going to be talking about the power of privilege and the power also of allyship, particularly in the workplace. So please do stay with us. We're going to take about 15-20 minutes. We'll be back at the top of the hour here in London. But why don't you take a chance to connect with your fellow CogX Festival attendees, because in the hot seat momentarily will be the brilliant Hepsi Pemberton guiding us through our next session. For now, though, at CogX 2021, we'll see you very shortly. Hello and welcome back. This is CogX 2021. How exciting. A hybrid festival, some online, some in person, some a little bit of both. And if you're joining us from somewhere around the world in your slippers or in your socks, that's fine. And especially if you're joining us here live in London, you're also hugely welcome. No slippers to be seen here yet. We have been joining the dots, I think it's fair to say. This is our Global Leaders stage, and it's one of 18 different topics across the whole of CogX. So some of you have very smartly been using the hashtag CogX 2021 to sort of find little wormholes through the content, which is great. On Twitter, we are CogX_festival. Meanwhile, on Hopin, and I see our friends and colleagues from Hopin in the house today, a brilliant virtual events platform. That's where a lot of the connections are happening. Also the Virtual Expo, you can see some of our brilliant supporters, including, of course, Accenture and BT and Quantum Black and Shell and Visa and the Big Innovation Center as well. So wherever you're joining us from, thank you. We're going to talk now about inclusion, about diversity, but crucially, putting things into action. So this is going to be a really interesting conversation. Your questions are hugely welcome, whether you're sitting in the room, whether you're tuning in from afar, especially, of course, if you're tuning in live. The question we're going to be asking particularly is for global leaders. What should be on their mind? And I'm delighted to say our chair for this session has a book, The Diversity Playbook, which came out literally last week. Highly recommended. It's particularly for businesses who want to put good intentions into action. I'm speaking, of course, about Hepsi. Let me introduce her briefly because she also runs the Equality Group. And her two guests, Angela and June, are brilliantly placed to have this conversation. So why don't you put your hands together or give us a big digital thumbs up for the brilliant Hepsi Pemberton and her panel.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Lovely to see you here. And welcome, June and Angela. I'm so pleased to be moderating this panel. This topic is very close to my heart, personally and professionally. And so we have June here, who is a broadcaster, presenter, diversity expert, author of 3 books on the topic, and Angela Jane, who's the managing director at ITV Studios. And this is an informal and open conversation. We want to push into this topic about the power of privilege and the importance of allyship. So I'm going to ask a couple of open questions, but first of all, we'd love to start with the personal story. Like, what has privilege meant and power dynamics? How have you seen that play out in your career?
Gosh, that's such a big question. I suppose, where do I start? I think a survey was conducted by Dr. Sam Friedman at the LSE. And after medicine, television is the most elitist industry in this country. So that probably gives you some framework. I think, like so many businesses, who you know is really important. There's no professional qualifications necessarily. So it is a place of real privilege. However, there are also access points, and you can get in and you can get on. But probably goes to the heart of what we really want to talk about is you need allies and friends and sponsors and mentors that help you believe in yourself, I think, which is really important. I think a lot of people lack self-belief, believe that something is possible, and then also, more significantly, hold the door very wide open for you.
100%. I mean, Angela and I are very, well, I'm very lucky to have known Angela a very long time. And the early part of my career, she was a key part of that. And I think having somebody like her in the industry definitely made a difference for talent like myself. I think that the real issue is around who is seen as viable, who is seen as valuable, and who is regarded as leadership potential. And it's been a very, very, very narrow criteria. So in our industry, it's really about 2 colleges, isn't it? It's about
oh my gosh,
two
universities,
and 2 colleges within those 2 universities.
No, seriously, when I started at the BBC, I was so giddy with excitement. And someone stopped me in the corridor and said, "Oh, what college did you go to?" I said, "Oh, it's a really good college in Tooting in South London, and I think it's amazing, and I'm so pleased and happy to be here." And they went, "No, what Oxford College?" And I remember thinking, "What?" I remember thinking that, thinking,
and the
I
same
was
thing happened to
naive.
me. We all have these stories within our industry, and there was a time where it was just considered normal, and it was never challenged. And I think it wasn't even acknowledged, was it? And obviously, in the last few years, for all sorts of reasons, because of the things that have been going on globally, I think the industry is going through a reckoning and having to look at itself, and really the sort of evidence is displayed by who's at the top. And it's quite clear who's at the top. And actually the terrible thing is there isn't a pipeline. So Angela is an absolute anomaly. You're the only one that probably, I think you are, aren't you?
I'm the only person of colour to have ever run a TV station in this country.
Yeah.
And I did that, hang on, when did I first do that?
A decade ago.
15 years ago, and no one has followed in my footsteps.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel
Yes.
really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is really sad. And is there no pipeline? I sometimes
Now
feel like
it's
this
being
is-
created.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think lots of industries, aren't they, waking up to the fact that they've probably ignored talent that was hiding in plain sight, probably, and that opening up your networks of people can hopefully only, lead to positive change. And I think people are awake to that, but that takes time, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's very true. And do you think that there's been a real change in the last year? with the
No,
global events. Have you
I don't
seen that
think-
or?
I don't think there's a real change in terms of results, but where there's a real change is in terms of acknowledgement. So we're having conversations that we've never had before. We're having complicated, uncomfortable conversations that are really necessary, and that's what I'm excited by. And also, I think, obviously this conversation is about privilege, and I think that actually the piece that's been missing, for the most part, has been white people from elite backgrounds being involved and active participants in creating change. And actually, if you drill down further, white men. And I think that what we're seeing now is that white people, in part because of George Floyd and of course many male leaders, are really asking how they can be allies and are also waking up to the fact that it hasn't been a level playing field. And that's nothing to judge yourself on or to feel negative about, but it's important to acknowledge it exists. So therefore you can use that privilege to help level the playing field. So I think that's where we're at. We're at this sort of acknowledgement stage, and now we actually have to get into the doing. But to the point you were making off camera, Angela, about people being scared, it's so funny that often when you're the CEO, you're the final word on most things, and you're very confident about most things. But on this issue, there is that fear of getting it wrong, which can cause paralysis. And I think we now need to empower leaders to take the same approach to this as you would for any problem within your business.
Completely. To climate change, that's a huge issue of our day. And if you're running a business, you should be acknowledging that. So in many respects, June's completely right. It's about understanding what it is. And if you really do have privilege, just giving other people access to some of it would make a monumental difference, but might not actually be giving up that much.
No, not at all.
Yeah. And what do you think the best way to have that conversation at senior leadership levels is? What have you seen that's been really effective? People that are listening, what could they be doing at their board tables?
I think the leader that sort of takes charge and then starts to demonstrate themselves. But also, I think the thing I haven't seen enough of is the leader that also acknowledges the concerns that colleagues from the majority group may have, that they fear that perhaps they're being replaced.
Yeah.
And actually, when you look at the numbers, it's not much. But if you have 5 diverse hires when you've had none, all of a sudden 5 seems like, oh my goodness, what's going on?
It's gone up 500%. I remember when my oldest son was young, this black friend of mine rang me up and said, please send him to my school, because if you do, then the the ethnic minority quotient will double. Please, it will make all the difference. One child. But I think also, to add to what June's saying, I think those leaders that listen, and I mean truly, properly listen, will really stand out.
They will. And I think there's a real exciting opportunity, because this is the issue that everybody's grappling with. This is the one that nobody's cracked. And I think that actually the leader that gets it right on this issue will be the one that everybody models and emulates. So I think if you're an ambitious entrepreneur and you're an ambitious leader of a big company, this should be the thing that you want to figure out.
And do you have any good examples that you've seen, good leadership?
I've seen some fantastic. I've seen some fantastic examples on gender. I think that when you look at the stuff that Unilever did, particularly under Paul Pullman on gender, they've been brilliant. I'm seeing some great stuff on neurodiversity, particularly in this industry, but nobody's getting it right on race. Everybody's very uncomfortable when it comes to race.
Yeah.
I think Burberry, Marco Gobbetti is now making this a priority, as are Nike. So it'd be interesting to see the results that they get now that they are really making this a focus. But as of yet, nobody's got it right on race yet.
And what do you think the reason for that is?
Because that's the one most people are uncomfortable with.
Yeah, I think there's fear. There's a lot of discomfort and fear, isn't there?
And guilt.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
Understandably. Yeah.
But you're never going to get anywhere if you don't start, acknowledge, and have that difficult conversation.
Yeah.
You're just not. And actually, you know what? You'll find a lot of sympathy and empathy from people, because everyone's frustrated, but they're trying to channel their frustration into something positive.
Yeah.
And that's important, because all of us are only I'm only sitting in my chair for the moment. I'm just holding it open for the next person. And that's all we're trying to do, is just make it easier for the next generation. So when I think about gender, my mum always said to me it was really difficult for her to work. And, being seen as a working Asian woman and all of that was very, very complicated in her community. But she held the door open for her children.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
And talking about allyship specifically, what does allyship actually mean? What's it meant for you? You touched on it slightly, and
I mean,
said
I've
you'd
been
had
lucky.
great allies.
Yeah, I've been lucky. I've had some fantastic allies who have really sort of gone all out. I mean, one actually is one of your colleagues, apart from you, darling, of course. Darling. Now we're getting all TV here. I don't think tech people say darling in the same way, do they? Darling. But Julian Bellamy, actually. So when I was at Channel 4, Angela was one of my bosses, and then another colleague of hers. He just decided he wanted me for the majority of his shows. And so when production companies would come in with an idea, once it was greenlit, he would say, okay, we're going to have June for that. And there were sort of 3 or 4 big shows that he put me forward for that changed my career, that totally changed my profile, changed it all. And that was allyship before allyship was a thing. And I've been lucky. I've had a lot of, even when I was at MTV, the boss of MTV was an incredible woman who really nurtured and developed my career, and also was quite honest about the fact that it wasn't a level playing field. And often, when I first started, I was the only black person on television. So that in itself, there were all sorts of things to deal with in regards to that. And she got that. And she put me forward for shows that, you didn't necessarily have people of color for. And then Angela, you put me forward for a lot of 6 o'clock, because that was the hour. Back then, the hour was 6 o'clock. You were presenting a 6 o'clock show, you'd kind of made it. So having those people that sort of decided to focus on my talent first and foremost made all the difference.
Yeah, and I think, and use their positions of power to make a difference and make a change, because you do have quite a loud voice, and it's about empowering yourself. Sometimes I don't always want to be the person in the room that picks up on the diversity topic, but when you are the only person of color in the room, it inevitably falls on your shoulders.
Yeah.
And I think that's quite a big responsibility. And I remember really early on in my career, I was supposed to be a proxy for anybody of color. my experience is not the same as June's experience,
Yeah.
as the same as another person's experience. And I've had to constantly say, I can talk about my own lived experience, and even my experience doesn't represent all Indian women. Like, you know, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
But because you are so few and far between, you're sort of meant to encompass everything.
And that's a little bit unfair in terms of it tends to be an additional responsibility that you're being asked to play in the company, not
Yes.
necessarily compensated for. It's just more time, more responsibility. So
Yeah.
how can companies do that better?
Well,
Just more
compensate.
Just more.
Well, I mean,
just more. You can't. I'm sure,
Write a check.
yeah. And also, you know, you can sometimes be the only woman in the room. Just more. Just don't be
I
the
think-
only voice.
I think you need the sort of the minority fund. So I, you know, you're going to go and ask the sort of the people in your organization, you know, what's your lived experience, minority person? Can you have a checkbook to go with that? I think that's the way to level that up a bit.
Do just compensate.
Yeah.
Very practical suggestion there. I like that. So you've talked about opening doors for others, giving of time. There sounds like quite a blurred line between sort of a mentor, sponsor, ally. How should people really think about allyship within that context?
Yeah, I think sponsorship and allyship is much more effective. For me, I think mentorship works more amongst really your kind of peer group. You want someone that's perhaps 2 or 3 levels above you for mentorship, because at least it wasn't that long ago that they were in the same place as you. Whereas a sponsor is someone that's way ahead of you and somebody who actually can change the trajectory of your career. And they're the person that advocates for you when you're not in the room. And I think that if you're in a position of power, then you should decide to sponsor at least 3 or 4, you know, promising young people who you think have something to offer, and speak up for them when they're not there. And that in itself is very close to being an ally. That's a form of allyship.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, you know, being an ally, I think, is also about honesty and a sounding board. And, you know, June and I have known each other for years, but I could still pick up the phone tomorrow and say to her, I'm thinking about this, and what do you think?
And vice versa.
You get an honesty that I think is quite important as well, because I think sometimes these conversations can be a little bit dishonest.
Yes, very.
Okay, I was trying to be polite there, but,
Yeah.
but they can be, can't they? And actually, really, what you want somebody to say to you is, it is really difficult, or you know what, this is what you're going to have to do, or if you really
I don't believe in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'd rather that.
Exactly.
Say, you know what, I'm not fully sold, because actually my company's done quite okay not being
Without
diverse.
doing it.
And I think having that conversation means you can then have the debate about why it matters to then move it on to actually let's get this done. Because the problem with these issues is they don't matter until they do matter. So if you look at BLM, nobody would have thought a year ago, you know, the tragic killing would cause what it did. You know, in April, nobody was thinking about BLM.
No.
And then May, the following month, look what happened. And the same with Me Too, Time's Up. You know, I'm sure we probably have a reckoning on the way in terms of disability. That's one that we've really overlooked. And so I think that it's important to get in front of these issues and prepare yourselves, because particularly if you are a B2C business, the younger generation just won't stand for it.
No,
they
they're
just
holding-
won't.
I was going to
Yes.
literally say that. I think the
That's
difference
right.
is as well is that I think there's a generational difference. I think younger people, because obviously I'm not one, you know,
Oh,
I
yes,
was very,
you are, darling.
at heart, I was very much when I was coming up through my career, and I think I speak for a lot of people of my generation, were very, felt very lucky to get on.
Yes.
And didn't want to speak
Yeah.
up or rock the boat
Rock
because
the
they
boat.
thought that if they did, then that would close the door shut for you and shut for everyone else. I think the difference generationally now is brilliantly, young people just call you out for what it is.
really
and you're like,
do.
oh, okay,
Okay,
holy smoke.
yeah.
They just called me out. And actually, that sort of fearlessness of
Yeah.
youth is really energizing and positive, I
Yeah,
think, if
I
you put
agree.
it and channel it in the right direction.
Completely.
Yeah, and a shifting value set around work and what it
What are your
means.
thoughts on this? Because you do a lot of
Yeah.
work in this space.
Well,
as
I think that the challenge of actually making sure leaders are willing to have the conversations and actually see, we were talking about this off stage, the value to the business, the true value of what it's actually going to bring in and bottom line. I mean, there's so many research studies out there showing this, but I still think there's a lot of reluctance to see it specifically for your own business.
Yeah.
You know, if nothing's gone wrong,
yes,
then
and
who's to
also-
say it will? That's
yeah,
you know,
totally.
that's the problem.
And also, I don't think there is yet an example of it.
Yeah, I think
You
it's a
know,
good point. Yeah.
If Apple was successful because it was the most diverse business on the planet, then everybody would be copying it. I think what we now need is a business that demonstrates the data. And I
Yeah.
think that that should be the challenge for any entrepreneur that's really wanting to disrupt things.
Yeah.
Use this also as a method of disruption.
Mhm.
And I think that the minute you have that breakthrough business or that company that just turns things around and goes to another level because of this,
Yes.
then you will see much more leaders actually really wanting to implement it in their own businesses.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
a really good point. The
Yeah.
demonstrability.
Yeah, we need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are case studies of, you know, product
Ish.
launches ish. No, it's around the edges or a board being
Yeah,
mixed
but if
up
you
like Melody
were to pick
Hobson
the
or,
no, but if you
yeah.
were to pick the top 100 companies in the world,
Yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily say diversity is the reason
Is the
why.
no.
And we
No.
need an example of that.
But do you think diversity would ever be the reason why? Or
Yes,
just, it will
Yes,
be the
I think
driver?
yeah. You
Yeah.
you bring people with different perspectives,
Yeah.
different lived experiences, and you give them the agency to contribute.
Yeah, I think that's
and
critical.
lead with their point of difference. I think we'll see something we've never seen before. We haven't even really tried this, and I think the minute we do, we're going to experience something that we'll be like, "Holy smoke! Why didn't we do this before?"
Yeah. Let's talk about maybe founders that are building their company, thinking about how they should do this.
Yes.
What do you think they should be doing from early days or in that growth phase? How should they be embedding this?
Well, I think they need to be making sure that they're assembling diverse teams. So the lucky thing with a startup is you can.
Yeah.
You know, you're not having to sort of undo culture. You're creating culture as you go along. So you can. And the other thing that as well for founders is to get comfortable with people that are different to themselves. If you
Yeah.
only know other people like yourself, then you're not even going to know where to go and find the
I
talent.
think
Where-
it's the intellectual rigor
Yes.
of someone challenging you
Yes.
and not surrounding yourself with groupthink.
Yeah.
And what you realize with most leaders is, you know, most business owners and leaders is they don't necessarily want that challenge.
No.
Because that challenge can make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And challenge your orthodoxy and the way you're doing it. But actually, obviously, hopefully, challenge done properly can be enriching.
Yeah.
So that's why you have it because, you know, for example, in the business I work in television, we're all about talking to lots of different people. That's what we're about. So if that is not reflected in the makeup of the team, then how can we possibly be doing our
Now,
job properly?
authentically, yeah.
And what about there's always a pushback of this is going to slow me down. You know, I've got this amount of funding. I've got to hire this many people by this deadline. I know where to hire those people, but yes, there's pipeline constraints. They're going to look like a certain type of person predominantly.
Yeah, but you
How
could
do I
say that
actually have
about
the time?
any. You could say that about anything that's to do with R&D. You know, experimenting. Yes, it will slow you down, but my goodness, if you have a breakthrough,
Yeah,
what that
yeah.
can do for your business, you know, the impact can be exponential. So you could say that about anything. But I think the minute you get out of your comfort zone, to Angela's point, and you start interacting with people that are different to yourself and actively doing it, look at your friendship group. Do you only know people like yourself that were educated like yourself, that come from the same background, go to the same places, even have the same sort of political outlook? If that's the case, chances are you have a linear outlook on life, even if you don't want to. So just get yourself some diverse friends. It makes life much more fun, I can assure you.
I mean, if we could go out on a night out, we would, wouldn't we?
We would,
We just can't.
exactly.
We probably can now. I don't know what's happened to the restrictions today.
Yes, start with your personal circle of friends. Look at that.
No, but seriously, because then you draw
Don't just
that-
eat the food like
yeah,
the
yeah,
people.
yeah. Or
right?
don't just listen to the music.
Like the people too.
No, but seriously, because for example, black culture is literally
it's ubiquitous.
Everywhere.
It's
everywhere. So
everywhere.
why isn't black culture
Yeah.
reflected in teams?
Yeah.
That just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Now I could say in a different way, obviously, you know, Asian culture isn't necessarily reflected everywhere. But you know, black culture is.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what the barrier to
100%.
entry is. It's
But
not even
Asian
like there's
culture
enough-
is with the food.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
particularly with the
Yeah.
food and a lot of the cultural values. But I think what's interesting is that it's almost like people are comfortable with it boxed in over
Yes.
here.
Yes.
But if it's suddenly right in front of them, they're feeling a bit uncomfortable, aren't they? Going, oh,
Yeah.
Oh, no. I can eat the curry.
Yeah.
It's not called curry, by the way.
Yeah.
That's just an anglicisation, obviously. But I don't want to actually interact with the hands that might have made it. You're like, really? I think we've got slightly off topic now.
No,
Sorry.
no, I think food and culture is absolutely part of it.
Well, no, but that's what brings so many cultures together, particularly immigrant cultures. Food is
Yeah.
such a sort
A
of
unifier.
cohesive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Totally.
And a way to also, how do you share that in the workplace? How can you share more of that?
Yes.
Have you seen some good initiatives that you've introduced some, Angela, probably at ITV?
Yeah, I think it's
around inclusion, making one more inclusive culture.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what June says, though. I think you can have the people there, but you need to give them the agency to be able to
Yeah.
speak and be heard.
Yeah.
Because I see lots of businesses with people there, but their output and the way their culture is hasn't changed.
No.
So how do you do that?
I think you have to say from the top down, this is the culture I believe in. This is what it represents. This is why it's important to me. I think if you're starting up a business, exactly as June said, you can set the culture. So if that's what you hold dear to you, then I think you have to do that front and center.
Yeah.
And also, it's a really good time to be doing it.
Yeah.
Do it.
At the same time, I think if you're setting the culture from what you've known, maybe from your own career experience or from your own background, how are you going to know what other people would want? How do you get their input early
Oh, you mean
on?
the diverse talent?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, well, I think to Angela's earlier point is to listen, to ask. I think also, one of the things that, I do with leaders, particularly sort of senior leaders, is putting them in an environment where they are the minority. Because often you've never experienced that. To try that on for size, where you are the only one like you in the room and you're not the one with the power. Because sometimes you can be the only one like you in the room, but you still have the power. And I think that actually experiencing that in itself makes you look at the world completely differently, because you then have to develop different attributes in order to be able to fit in everywhere. We are chameleons because we've had to be.
Yes.
Whereas if you're a white man in a position of power, you've never had to think about whether or not you have to change or adapt, because the world is designed in your image. So actually being in a place where you're the only one has such I believe, a real profound impact on your outlook. So I think start there. First, go somewhere where you feel uncomfortable. Try that on for size. And then go back to and imagine, actually, for my diverse colleagues, this is probably how they feel every day of their lives in this environment. What could that environment that I went in, that I felt uncomfortable, have done to make me feel more welcome? Maybe that's what I can do here for the talent who are the minority. So I think understanding, or at least trying to, goes a long way.
Simulating that experience, the lived experience.
Yeah.
I think that's really helpful, because it goes to one of the leadership strengths that I think are critical is empathy.
Yes.
Just put yourself in someone else's position.
Yeah.
And it's such an underrated leadership skill, isn't it? No one ever really talks about empathy. It's got a very feminine connotation, hasn't it? Maybe that's why I think it's such an amazing one. But I do think it's really underrated.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I think it's being talked about more and more, empathy, collaboration, active listening, but still it's not up there on the top three when CEO appointments are happening. And why aren't we seeing leadership changing faster? We know that this matters. People want diverse talent. You have to see it to be it. But why isn't it changing? We did some research looking at the CEO FTSE 100s over the last 3 years, and there's still more CEOs called
John, is it?
Andy and Steve.
Oh, Andy and Steve.
Dave has declined.
Okay, who's
Andy's
called
come up.
Andy or Steve?
No offense to Andy or Steve, by the way.
Steve,
Anyone who wants to confess to being an Andy.
It's a great name. There's nothing wrong with the name.
Got a lot of love for Andy's and Steve's.
Very powerful Andy's and Steve's.
Wow.
And there's more of those combined than and women or ethnic minority
But I
leaders.
think
And it hasn't changed.
But that's in part though, because there isn't a pipeline. I think because for systemic reasons, if you look at what happens to women and diverse talent when they get to mid-level, and it's that mid-level development that decides whether or not you are on the trajectory for senior leadership, if you're on that path. And we see the data is so clear that they hit a ceiling. And so actually, in terms of the talent with the experience, and maybe they have the experience, but who've actually been given the responsibilities to be able to assume those roles, you kind of know who they all are, which is why it's the same women that go from company to company to company when they're at that level. We haven't developed enough of a pipeline. So I think for any organization that's serious about this, they really need to be looking at their pipeline, and not just for their own company, for their industry.
For the industry,
yeah,
for the wider.
Yeah, and I think
benefits.
the career progression is such a massive stumbling block, isn't it? And for a lot of women, it coincides with
having children. Yeah.
And so then they fall out of the workforce, don't they? And obviously, hopefully, the workforce is getting better, and that is recognised more. But it is a fundamental structural problem that we have to address. But I suppose what I do want to say is I don't want this to feel hopeless.
No,
I'm full of hope, because actually it is
course.
entirely possible. People are doing good work, and maybe we can't quite see it yet, but we'll see it in a few years to come.
Hopefully we're
So
going
I
to see
feel-
this diversity unicorn.
Yeah, I
coming
hope
out
so.
next.
I hope so.
Actually, my friend has one. My friend has an amazing AI business. Her name's Sarah Menka, and the company's called Grow. She was on the cover of Time magazine, darling. It's one of the fastest growing businesses in America. And her company was built with a diversity. As a Black woman, the company was built with a diverse team from the ground up, and it's incredible what they're doing. And the culture is completely different, but it's a culture where everybody belongs. And I think there will be more examples like hers coming through. Grow, yeah, GRO. She spoke here 2 years ago.
Great, that's good. Angela, just on the hope, what is it that's giving you hope specifically?
Well, because I think we're talking about it. I
Yeah.
mean, I've spent many years in the closet not really talking about it, because it felt like it would either damage my career personally, or it wouldn't be the right thing to say, or I'd be labelled as the troublemaker.
No, but you acted on it. You
Yeah, but
didn't
what I
talk
did,
about it, but
hopefully,
you
I just
did
did
it.
it.
You just
You
did
just
it.
got on, yes,
Yeah.
and
which is what we talked about. I think the difference is, I feel like people are doing things now and talking about diversity and inclusion in a much more meaningful way. So that's why I'm full of hope. And also because I'm constantly looking at the generation behind me, because I'm coming to the autumn of my career thinking, well, I look at them and I'm just full of joy and hope, because there's so much exuberance and enthusiasm and excitement and politics and engagement with the world, that I think there lies a lot of hope. And hopefully what we have done is at least to help open that door a bit, and now they're just going to kick it down.
Yeah.
That's great.
I love it.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we have time for any questions. We are actually at past, but can I take a question or two from the floor? Hi.
No. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, of course you can. Well, I actually use it quite a lot.
Yes, so do I. I'm now thinking, oh my gosh, maybe I should have worked in PR.
Yeah, I use it a lot. So yeah, particularly where this issue is concerned, actually. But no, you're completely right. You can exclude people with language, and I think if you look at everything that's going on right now, in terms of some of the culture wars that are taking place, a lot of that is around language. And inclusive language goes a long way in making somebody who may feel excluded by your business feel that they belong to even decide to apply. So I think you're totally right in terms of the wording on an application, and then where you place the ad, because that's the other thing.
Yes.
I'll take that.
But there are tools for that as well,
Yeah.
for analysing job descriptions and making them more neutral or more inclusive.
Yeah.
Too. Great. Hi.
How do you differentiate that with allyship versus recognition of talent? Does it matter? Do it matter? How does that?
Yeah. It was both. It was both. I mean, there's no way they would have put me there if I couldn't do the shows. But up until that point, there were lots of organizations and companies that wouldn't have put me there because of the color of my skin. And you had somebody that decided to focus on the talent, not my race. And that made all the difference. And Angela was one of those people, but also so was Julian Bellamy, who's a person in our industry. So I think that you're not going to put anybody in a position that they can't do. But we have to acknowledge that there are people who can do the job that are being excluded from doing the job. So intervening makes all the difference.
Well, do you want a good example or a bad example?
Give us the healthy and the unhealthy.
A bad example is followed by quite a bit of swearing. So let's not do that. A good example is, I think it's important, and this might feel a bit wishy-washy, but I think it's important to win hearts and minds.
Yeah.
I think when you're trying to instill change,
I agree.
if you go in and go, right, the thing wrong with this organization is no one wants to be told that. If you talking about empathy, you put yourself in that person's position. Nobody wants to be told that everything they're doing is wrong. So I think you have to just take people with you.
Yeah.
And that does sound, I'm aware it sounds a bit wishy-washy, but I think it's quite
true,
important.
though.
I think it's quite
Yeah.
important. And I think a good example of that is just actually learning when to speak and not to speak.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen to your voice all of the time, but sometimes if you use it sparingly, it can have quite a lot of power.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you. Yes.
So is that what they're doing in colleges now? Wow. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Great question. I think I'll look at this from a sort of workplace perspective, which obviously still feeds into what you're doing at college. I think we have to be absolutely honest about the fact that there are varying levels of discrimination based on each group. And actually, when you look at the sort of hierarchy of inclusion, at the top of that, white men, bottom of it, black women. And then you intersect all of that with disability and class and goodness knows what else. So therefore, you cannot take a blanket approach because it's not the same. And the data shows you it's not the same. So for me, I like to focus, but at the same time, you also want to bring all the groups together as well, because the end goal is to get to a place where we no longer need this. But you do need to know what your issues are, because for a lot of companies, when you look at where their sort of pain points are, it's usually disability, and then it's usually race, and then perhaps there's maybe, depending on the business, class. And those usually are the three where they have the most trouble. And so you have to take a targeted approach, and then for sure, you're ensuring that you're looking at all the rest too. But I don't think you can look at everything as a whole, because it's not the same.
Yeah, but I think there is some power
in
once
numbers.
you've, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
numbers. So once you've worked out this representation of those different voices, then together there's real power potentially.
Have you got it as a council or committee, or is it just a single person? Yeah.
Oh. Brilliant.
Come on, you're the future. Come on.
The,
Well done,
the
you.
future is bright.
See?
It's good. We're fine.
But also, you just used a common sense approach there, didn't you?
Yeah.
I can't necessarily do all of this on my own. I can't represent everybody. So can you hear me out on my common sense approach? I mean, that's so empowering for you, isn't it?
Yeah. What's your name? Anyone hiring? Hire Katie now.
Okay, give her an internship.
Give her a job before she can get to university.
That's amazing. We'll end on that really positive note. Thank you, Katie. Thanks so much, June and Angela. For the
Thank you.
conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you
You're
very much.
great.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Hepsi. I would echo that. Let's have a final round of applause. Yes, of course, for Angela and June, but also for Hepsi Pemberton doing a brilliant job. Thank you, Hepsi.
Thank you, pleasure.
Thank you. Of course, what we host Dread after lunch is a quiet, sleepy session. And that, frankly, was the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much to the team for that. You've also given our sound team a wonderful challenge, sending their levels completely off whack, which is amazing because we've had shouting and cheering and all of the good things that we've actually, frankly, come to associate with CogX. So more of that. Thank you so much to all three of those brilliant guests. We're going to take a short break here on the Global Leaders stage for about 15 minutes. Here's a question. To what extent do our mental models affect our attitudes and our outcomes in life? Well, that is the question that our next guest asked themselves as they sat down to write their latest book on the art of framing. What's all that about? Well, we'll find out much more when we come back at the top of the hour. Can I encourage you, please, as I know you're doing, connecting with your fellow guests, but also scanning the CogX scene of 18 different topics and stages. There's so many dots that need to be joined. For now, though, I need to make sure that Katie gets her next job. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in our next session. Thank you. Hello and welcome to COGEX 2021. I'm Ollie Barrett and it's my honor to host this Global Leaders stage. An especially warm welcome if you're tuning in from afar, maybe on this very day, or maybe at some time in the future. After all, we are asking, how do we get the next 10 years right? A warm welcome if you're here in London at the Aga Khan Centre in King's Cross. It's great to see you live and in 3D in human form. It's been a while. And one amazing thing, of course, about immersing yourself in a day like today is the mind starts to buzz. On the other hand, it would be quite nice to go skipping across the other 17 topic areas over the days and weeks to come. So to help you join the dots, please do use our hashtag COGEX 2021. And we might need to take a reading week after this, who knows. After all, the next session is very, very important for leaders of organizations everywhere. It's about how we frame the world we see around us. And I'm going to be listening intently and making a lot of notes, I'm sure. To lead us through the conversation, well, if you haven't seen Timandra before, you've probably heard her. She is a writer, she's a broadcaster. You've probably heard her host series like Future Proofing on BBC Radio 4, How to Disagree, another very important topic. She wrote Big Data, Does Size Really Matter? And she is busy, I gather, writing her next book about the relationship between technology and identity. So introduce our special guest and walk us through what I know will be a fascinating conversation. Please welcome up Kenneth, but also in the very capable hands of Timandra Harkness. Welcome.
Thank you, Ollie. Oh, there we go. Let's move the iPad out of the way. So it's very exciting to be here, isn't it? It's exciting to be in a room with other people. Yes, it is, isn't it? Great. So great to see you. People who aren't here in the room, we love you just as much in a different way. All right, so don't feel left out. And I have an iPad, which hopefully at some point will feed through any questions you want me to put to Kenneth. I'm told, oh, Ken, I'm allowed to call Kenneth Ken as long as I use 2 N's. So just remember that. It's very exciting for me to be here doing this because I have actually not only read this excellent book, but as you see in a very old school way, made lots of notes on Post-its stuck to the pages. So I have plenty to ask about. But let me start by introducing one of the 3 authors who is here with us. So Kenneth Cukier has a full-time job for The Economist and also hosts their Babbage podcast, and also has previously written another excellent book with Victor Meyer-Schönberger called Big Data, which is rightly a bestseller. It's a fantastic introduction overview to a big topic, and is a New York Times best-selling author, presumably from that one, because it sold really well, and also is on the board of Chatham House, which means that you can never speak of anything you hear in this room. Okay, no, that's not true. That's not true. Even in Chatham House, you're allowed to say things, you just can't attribute them. And that's right. You're not in Chatham House now, which is still a joke. Sorry. So what we're going to do is we have 40 minutes. So I'm going to monopolize him for about 20 of them. And then I'm going to ask you in the room if you have questions. You're online, you can send your questions through. Hopefully they will appear on the iPad. I say hopefully because I've just done a session where the iPad decided I instead needed to see the menu for the venue. So I got some crusted peanuts and no questions, but fingers crossed. Okay, so look, this book, Framers, by you and your previous collaborator, Victor Meyer-Schönberger, and Francis de Vericourt, who is a mathematician, is that right?
Math, background in math, but now a decision scientist.
A decision scientist.
It plot thickens, exactly.
Yes,
Who
it
knew
all falls
there was
in
such
place.
a thing as decision science?
Because what I realized, I read this book and I went, it's a work of quiet genius, if anything with red hands on the cover can be quiet. It's because the whole book is a kind of framing of, well, almost anything, isn't it? It's like you've set up a new framework with which to see everything through the prism of framing. And by everything, I mean everything from kind of interpersonal reactions to business, to the way science is done, to education, to almost anything. You can apply the frame of framing.
That is true. It's deliberate. It wasn't the irony was not one that we cared much about. It wasn't sort of like we relished the sort of recursive nature of it. We simply acknowledged it, but then we got on with the life of working and thinking about this issue. But it probably is useful to understand, well, what is framing and what is a frame, right? I mean, so why don't I start there?
Yeah, no, exactly. Tell us, what is framing and what is a frame?
Yeah, so what is a frame? Well, a frame is a mental model. It is an abstraction of the world, it is a representation of the world. At every moment, everything that we are doing, we are applying this mental model to. In fact, the function of a brain, before it is to have memory or before it is to react, is to simply take in information about the world and process it. But it doesn't do that simply as a tabula rasa with sort of no model or any element to it. The way that it does that is it does it by actually being very deliberate in filtering out certain things and focusing on other things. In the same way that if you go into a noisy bar with a friend and you're chatting, your ear just tunes in to the conversation that you're having. But if the conversation is really boring with your friend, you can eavesdrop on someone else and tune into something else. That mental tuning, if you will, is a mental model and it is a frame. And the revolution that's taken place over the last basically 30 years is that this basic feature of cognition has gone from being something that we do without much of a care or even acknowledgement of to something that we can consciously and deliberately apply as a tool to increase the range of options that we see, therefore make better decisions, and therefore get better outcomes in the world. And Lord knows we've got a lot of problems in this world, so we better get better at framing if we're going to hope to address them.
I was struck, having also read the previous book, that this almost seems to be looking at the world from the opposite direction. Because the previous book was very much about you can use data to really understand the world, to make decisions. If it was a kind of almost a joyous hymn to the new age of the proliferation of information and at the same time the creation of machines and programs that can handle that much information, and if you like, a new paradigm for understanding the world in a way that the unaided human brain can't really. And so, even though you did also say there are some, there are some caveats, there's some issues, there's some maybe moral questions, it was very much like how exciting it is that there's this new way of understanding the world. Whereas this one, in a way, seems to turn around and say, well, we shouldn't get too hung up on the ability of machines to gather information and just throw lots of information at us, because there's a whole other step going on, which is at least as important. And if we focus only on the machines and the data, then we forget about that. Was that a deliberate conscious thing? Did you go, this book is great, now what have we missed? Or was there some other more organic process?
No, it was actually, in some ways, the former. What it was big data did very well, but we got criticized for two reasons. The first one is we were seen as the great cheerleaders of big data. It's weird that you would have, a European cyber lawyer and a person who spent all of his life in Europe as a sort of card-carrying liberal to sort of be accused of being some sort of mercantile cheerleader of data, because we have lots of examples of data usage gone wrong and that we should be careful about in the book Big Data. But I willingly accepted the role of cheerleader because I thought there was so much about data and machine learning to cheer. Of course, it was 2013 at the time, before Cambridge Analytica, before Clearview and facial recognition. And it was watching the trends, particularly of Donald Trump and Brexit and the misuse of data there, and of populism around the world, sort of the creeping authoritarianism, the Uyghurs, that my co-authors and I got nervous. And we said, well, the other great criticism we had of big data is that we said, really what matters is correlations, not causation. What, not why. And we got a lot of interesting criticism, very thoughtful criticism by people who said, hey, you can't ever have data without being in a model, a statistical model, and what you choose as your model determines how you process that information. And our answer to that was, of course, like we never said you couldn't. But we realized we had to actually put more emphasis into the role of the model, if you will. And although in statistics, that's the ultimate question, before you actually have a model that you choose, you have a mental model. It's how you see the world, right? Same glass of water, half full, half empty. determines, whether you're happy about it or sad about it. So we very deliberately said, what have we missed? We should actually write a book that emphasizes the role of the mental model, of the frame, because we recognize that this was of a piece, that you can't talk about the data and the great benefit of AI without actually talking about the role of a mental model, in part because AI doesn't exist sui generis. It exists in a context. Someone had to choose an algorithm. Someone had to give it an objective of what they wanted to do. Someone had to collect the data, and the data had to embody a way of seeing the world, that I was going to look for this and not that, that it's collected this, that this is enough of it, right? And and the dirty little secret of AI is AI doesn't have the ability to frame, that you need a human being. And where AI has been successful, it's because a human programmer has encoded the human mental model into the system. And nobody knew this, and no one was talking about it. Actually, I shouldn't say nobody knew this. Everybody in AI knew this, and everybody outside of AI didn't. And the whole debate in society is being taken place by the people who are outside of the system, because all the engineers at DeepMind can't talk about it publicly, because they can't talk about anything publicly, or they're too busy actually saving the world through all the techniques that they're doing. So they're actually not evangelizing or pointing out the shortcomings. So we're the messenger of the sort of bare-knuckled view of AI stripped to its core and the reality of what's going on.
I love the idea of bare knuckle AI. Can I just ask, does anyone know how to turn the sound off on an iPad? Because I'm kind of getting a very slow feedback of this event through the iPad, and it's quite distracting. Thank you. Yeah, you have actually, there's a great example in the book of that, I think, of somebody discovering a new drug. It's called
Regina Barzilay.
Halicin, and it is that exactly that thing of there's immensely clever AI and data, but then you kind of explain what else you need to make it work. Can you remember it well enough to tell us the story?
I hope so. The actual professor at MIT would be very upset with me if I didn't. So Regina Barzilay is a remarkable woman who teaches in the AI department at MIT with an office that is strewn with plants everywhere. And she's also a cancer survivor. And so that affected her research, because after just going through AI and doing extraordinary things, she shifted all of her work onto healthcare, because when she realized going through the system as a patient how healthcare doesn't use data, she was just couldn't believe it. So what she did is she teamed up with a bunch of other people from the bioinformatics department to create a whole new way of thinking about attacking and inventing new drugs, in particular antibiotics. Instead of actually looking at the structure of the molecule, she simply looks at the function of it. But not only does she look at the function of how it would work, as opposed to what it looks like from a structural standpoint, she knows that if it works in the same way as other antibiotics, there'll be a resistance to it, or a resistance will be developed to it. So she needed to find something that had antimicrobial properties, but worked in a different way. She used a machine learning algorithm to sort of sort through all the different compounds that have been categorized, that are in the millions. And she was able to identify some promising candidates. She then dug down even deeper and looked at the structure and all through a machine learning program, and was able to indeed identify one candidate that she named Halicin, after Hal, the errant computer, because they're tempting fate. And the morning after the paper came out in Nature, the FT put on the front page, artificial intelligence, develops new antibiotic. And what I loved about this story, and why we began the book with it, is although the world was celebrating this victory of artificial intelligence, no one made the connection to say, no, this is a victory for human ingenuity. Because behind the algorithm just sort of sorted through all the compounds really quickly. It had to be reframed. You had to actually look at the problem in a different way, attack it through a different mechanism to get the answer that you wanted. Regina Barzilay is an extraordinary framer. She was able to apply the elements of a frame, which is the causal structure, causality, the counterfactuals, the what if, and the constraints which you can loosen and tighten to produce the outcome that you wanted. So it's kind of remarkable that hidden in plain sight is the fact that you needed the human to accomplish this. The AI wasn't going to do that in the same way that the coffee beans don't grind themselves.
Coffee beans don't grind themselves. There's a thing that's going to appear on the wall of a coffee shop near you somewhere. I wanted to pick up actually on the counterfactual thing, because I thought that was a very interesting part of your thesis, that the ability to imagine things other than, if you like, your default model or your existing model and create an alternative model. I mean, obviously, it's very important in this thing that you've just described, where you go, well, this is how we normally develop antibiotics, but this is the drawbacks. What if we think of a whole other way of doing it? But you also seem to suggest that that's almost a much bigger philosophical thing, that creating counterfactuals and creating alternative models is a really fundamental part of choices, not just about small things and not just about, if you like, solving technical problems like antibiotics, but socially, that the ability to make decisions and change things in society somehow depends on this counterfactuals. Is that a fair way of putting that? Would you like to elaborate on that a bit?
I'd love to. I mean, when we wrote it, I kept on trying to convince my co-authors, like, this idea of counterfactuals is just such a powerful concept that, again, nobody talks about. Like, why wouldn't they? When you could actually reinterpret all of human history, all of innovation, through the lens of counterfactual reasoning. What other species can actually think in this way? And when you consider most humans, they often don't think in this way. COVID was a perfect example of the fact that a lot of our leaders were in the sort of mental model of yesterday and saw things in a very narrow way, whereas a lot of other people could, from outside the citadel, were able to sort of think in a much more plastic way through this sort of counterfactual thinking, posing what ifs and adjusting it. And maybe it's not just for the innovators in Silicon Valley, but it's for the policymakers in Westminster who need to actually deliberately apply this technique of thinking through cause and effect and consequence and possibility and potentiality, and running through the game of life several steps ahead, again and again and again, permutating and iterating it to then come up with, what is the right mental model for a given situation. That technique, it's so easy to say that, right? But you wonder, well, then why doesn't it happen? Why is it so infrequent that we have either breakthroughs, if we need it, or good decisions rather than bad decisions?
So, yeah, I mean, the example you give, we were prepared, but we weren't that well prepared. But if we were prepared, it was for a flu pandemic. And then when it wasn't a flu pandemic, it took a long time to adjust and go, oh, actually, no, this is the wrong response to it. Do you think that one of the things COVID has done is, in a sense, forced a change, or it forced counterfactuals on us, if you like, forced us to not have our defaults that we had before? I mean, there was a lot of talk about the new normal, and we got very sick of that. And and some of us missed large parts of the old normal. But in a sense, because the old normal was taken away from us, do you think that's forced on us having to think of different models, having to think of new framings, because the old framings were, at the very least, temporarily taken away?
For some of us, yes, definitely. But I don't think it's widespread, right? I think that there's a great comfort in the familiar and in the mental models of yore. And you can just sort of imagine that, after World War I, 1919, there was someone who just said, what we need now are the Habsburgs back, right? We need to, go back to the borders that they existed, right? In fact, in some ways, the Treaty of Versailles did try to do that. Likewise, I think that it's in the balance. If someone had true plasticity of mind, was a good framer, they would look at COVID and they'd stroke their chin and they say, gee, I wonder what other great possible calamity exists in the world that's looming ahead of us, that's open, there in plain sight, that everyone's been talking about, but we've not been actually able to invest just a couple of nickel and dimes to save us from spending hundreds of dollars, right? Pennies versus pounds, right? What would that be? Where is it that we can see in the horizon the possible calamity that with the small steps today, we can take action that would prevent us from meeting that calamity, right? Bill Gates warned about the pandemic among zillions of others prior to COVID, and even at the outset of COVID, we could see things where things were headed. Isn't it interesting that it took a neuroatypical 16-year-old girl named Greta, right, to speak a truth to the naked statesmen and public of the world that climate change was going to destroy the place that we live and all that we hold precious, right? And when all was stripped bare to us and could hear it in that simplified way, I think for many people the penny dropped, right? Extinction Rebellion was born of this idea to say, wait a minute, what are you talking about? How can we actually try to address any other problem than this problem? Because we can just see this looming. We're headed, hurling towards it. Likewise, with COVID, you would think that this has been a forcing function moment in which we can apply causality, counterfactuals, and constraints to reach better decisions in our world, right? But it ain't happening. I mean, as we were writing this, you know, a black man was strangled by a white police officer in Minneapolis, right? And died of asphyxiation in 8 minutes, 47 seconds. Setting off, you know, demonstrations around the world, particularly in America. Lots of moms, white middle-class moms in Seattle, all going out. And in protesting police violence, there was violence against the protesters by the police that, in a sense, recursively confirmed the reason for the protest. We would think that what we wrote in the book Framing should be trivial and should be obvious, and it's anything but.
Do you think that is a timeless human problem, that having developed our framework for the world, we don't want to, if you like, expend energy building new frameworks unless we're forced to? Or do you think we're at a period of history where we are particularly attached to our existing frameworks and don't want to look out of them?
So I think it's a great question. I think it's always intention, right? Because there's always those people of a bent of mind who are willing to give up one frame for another, whether it's Darwin and natural selection, whether it is the heliocentric view of the universe rather than the geocentric view. And there's always those people, those forces, who want to hold on to the previous frame, either because they're true believers or because it's just more comfortable, right? And that's why the great adage in academia is how to paradigm shift, one funeral at a time. Right?
That's not a very optimistic way of seeing the world, though. I don't get that from the book. The book doesn't say, but the bad news is you're all really attached to your frames, so things are only going to change one funeral at a time. I mean, the book is almost like a practical handbook of, well, it's very important to be able to, you know, nimbly build yourself alternate frames and move from frame to frame and not be too attached. And, you know, you give practical exercises for doing it. Do you not feel that people are willing to do it if we just, if you like, if we reframe our awareness of framing and decide that it's something important and helpful? I mean, when you talk about being able to do counterfactuals and build new frames gives you choices, it feels like quite a liberating thing, that actually your old frame is holding you back. And if you build yourself a new frame, you can move around more, you can get out, you can try new things, you can solve problems, you can have a better life, if you like.
Exactly. I mean, I do oscillate between being a great evangelist and a very huge optimist for this, while also recognizing with my realist frame, if you will, that in fact things are dire. I mean, if you can't solve your problems in the middle of a pandemic, you know, when are you going to? So, but ultimately, we wrote the book because we felt that the optimistic message needed to be made. And the optimistic message is on many levels. The first level is to say that these mental models exist and we can actually apply them to solve our problems. The second one is to say in a world of AI, AI is not going to be able to frame and apply mental models. Only we can, human beings can. We can get better at it, and we still are relevant in the age of the machine because we can do things that the machine cannot do.
Good, optimistic. The iPad has disappeared now, so maybe it's me. Maybe I just break them. Anyways, but there's people in the room, right? Some of you must have thoughts and questions. I could keep talking to you 40 minutes, but it seems unfair. And besides, we want a plurality of frames and points of view, don't we? It says so in this book. So people in this room, good. There's a hand there. What would you like to ask or say?
You said healthcare doesn't use data as much as it should. What do you think of, I don't know if you saw recently that there's this big NHS data crowd.
Absolutely.
And also the way that GPs weren't told about it.
Yep.
And it's potentially something the government could have really expanded a wonderful thing. But they decided to do it through the back door and made people give allegations to the data crowd.
Yep.
So what do you think about that?
Yeah, so a great question. It's a pox on both and everyone's house. The NHS does not use data. They will use information around your particular care. But if 1,000 other people over the last 10 years have had exactly the same problem that you've had with the same conditions that you've had, which is a rare case, and in 90% of the cases, this is the treatment that worked, and in 10% of the cases, this led to mortality, they won't know it because they're not using the data, aggregating it, analyzing it, feeding it back to improve care, better, faster, cheaper, better outcomes, greater access, wider distribution of people to get it. And that's reprehensible. I think that's a scandal. I think it's a moral crime. Now, the question then becomes, how do we get this data, bring it together, and give access to it to the people who are qualified to analyze it and feed back that algorithm? And should it be the private sector as well as researchers that respond to the public sector incentives? And the answer is maybe all of that, right? We should do that. I think we should. And I don't think there's anything wrong with actually licensing it to the private sector if it's, say, a drug company versus also licensing it to UCL, a university. But what's then the process to do that? Well, of course, you'd want to have a public consultation. You'd want to have people make the case for why we're doing this. We'd want to have transparency all throughout. Now, some people are going to say, I think we should be able to opt out. I actually don't think so. If you want to opt out, why don't you go to Switzerland for your appendectomy, right? If you're going to be part of the NHS, if we can guarantee and certify that your data will not be compromised or misused, then I don't think you should have the option to opt out, right? You don't opt out of a birth certificate or a death certificate, and that's informational, right? So, but you would want to have a process. And if you don't have transparency and you don't have a process, either you're dumb or you're doing something wrong, okay? So you have to scratch your head and say, really, how could the government be so stupid? 5 years ago, there was a program called care.gov, and that blew up in their face. And in the middle of the pandemic, you're going to try to slip this through, and the only way to allow people to opt out is to walk to their GP with a paper form? Something just doesn't smell right. So I'm the biggest data lover in the world. I'm the guy who literally wrote the book Big Data, right? And even I think that what they're doing is either they're doing something wrong, immoral or illegal, or they're really thick. And I haven't figured out which that is. But I do know I don't see a third option there, right? So of course, I want to use the data more than they want to. I don't want to have an ability to opt out, but I want to process around it. And if you haven't used data for since Beveridge created the NHS in 49, in basically 70 years, then why don't we just wait another 12 months, 24 months to get this right, get the terms right, show people that the data can be protected, create a body of law that says that if it's misused, it becomes a capital crime. I mean, choose your option. You're banished from the society, right? It's like Greece, So yeah, you can see that I'm very militant on this. I think it's a critical issue. And the reason why is, God forbid any of us get wheeled into healthcare setting, where the right answer is in the data, but the data has been not interrogated and therefore is not known in the care that you get, and we are harmed because, or we're not remedied because of it. That would be a shame. That would be a very unwise society. And I think we should be wiser.
I agree with all of that, except I think people should be able to opt out. But apart from that, spot on and very well put. Okay, yes.
So, first, learn about mental models in Peter Stench, his discipline, where he talks about systemic change, systemic and sustainable change, by assembling 5 different disciplines, mental models being one of them. Is there any correlation between what Peter Stench was saying 25 years ago? He was talking a lot about system thinking and team vision, and team learning, and your vision about mental models.
But there is a relationship, but there are differences. His is much more of a sort of a management way of thinking of how in business to sort of what he's talking about is conceptualizing problems, conceptualizing interests and issues. What we're doing is looking at cognitive science, right? There's a whole academic literature around this that went from the philosophy faculties in the early 1900s to the cognitive science faculties in the last 20 years. And so what we're looking at is more of a scientific, if you will, and academic basis of this. And again, we've teamed up with a decision scientist to write about this. And there, when you think about it, it's a bit more of a structured way of looking at it. Yeah.
How did you decide to team up with a decision scientist? I mean, before you had the decision scientist on board, how were you able to make the decision to bring it on board?
It's a good question. They teamed up with me. It turns out that I was writing a book on AI and authoritarianism, and stewing and thinking, well, how do we crack this nut? What do we do about it? I'm terrified of it. My father grew up in Paris and in France, I should say. His earliest memory was being strafed by the Luftwaffe on a train. Exactly. They left France and got to America, and I was born years later. So it's in the family, if you will. And so as I was stewing upon this issue, sort of frightened to my core about these two icebergs of our period, AI on one side, authoritarianism on the other, Victor was thinking about something very similar, and he was talking to a friend of his, Francis de Vericourt, who was saying, well, there's a mental model, and if you change the mental model, you can see these issues and you can avoid these calamities. And we had lots of conversations, and when you could actually travel and meet, and I realized that actually that we were actually discussing the same thing. And so we wrote a book that's not so obviously about AI and authoritarianism and how to respond to it. But when you get to chapter 8, we're all in on Hannah Arendt and Nazism and the Gestapo. So we felt that if we try to attack it directly with a more specific voice, it wouldn't reach the people we needed to reach to make the case. So in that respect, we do talk a lot about political philosophy, and the Gestapo is not far behind in it, but we didn't want to say it quite so directly because we felt that if we want to reach the people we wanted to, we'd have to use a deft touch.
Interesting, because the pluralism is a very strong theme, and again in the small things, but also in terms of really huge philosophical and political and human things. I'll speak of pluralism. I did see your hand. Yes, go ahead. You might have to take your mask down so we can hear you.
Thank you. So you've given us quite a few examples of how as a species and organizations we're just totally failing to reframe and see the future. Is there anything apart from protest movements that you've mentioned? Are there any organizations and processes that you see that are really doing this really well, that are proactively seeing the future but actually translating that into action and planning?
A little bit. I mean, there's one and we talk about a little bit in the book, which is the issue of deliberative democracy, in which you get citizens together to discuss an issue and therefore come to some form of either a consensus or not a consensus, but to sharpen the debate and understand where there's common ground and where there's difference. And that to me sounds right. I mean, I think we need more institutions like that. We need a media that encourages that. We need a culture that enables people to have these sorts of discussions where you're not being either shouted down, but you're actually allowing to speak and hopefully maybe even listening, where there's a mutual respect for the differences in views. Now, that's interesting that I should say that, because if you actually typify our current media environment, whether it is on university campuses, whether it's literally in the media or it's on social media, it's anything but. This classic feature of maybe 17th century liberalism, if you want to give an origin to it, but even back then, that's a little bit more of the myth, is with cancel culture is quite pernicious, because it's basically saying that there's these zones of ideas that shouldn't be given air and shouldn't be given voice. And I don't agree with that. I mean, the whole point of the book is that we should have pluralism, that we should have a respectful clash of views and a constructive friction that actually produces a new sense of understanding of what would be the right frame and what would be the right answer to our problems. Our institutions do a really poor job of that. So we should be teaching in education. We talk a lot about this because I've written it with 2 educators, that we should tackle problems from multiple perspectives rather than just a single perspective. And great universities are doing that, right? Turns out Apple University hired a guy who was the dean of the Yale School of Management for the purpose of teaching people how to frame issues well and to reframe them and see them through different frames, and for people to come together in meetings where a clash of frames can take place for the purpose of the tussle of coming up with a new answer. And in the book, we do say that there is only one frame that should not be allowed. All other frames should be tolerated, except for that frame which denies the right of other frames to exist.
Was there another? Oh, lots of hands now. Okay. Yes, go on. I'm welcome to you.
Two questions almost on the same subject. The first one being the pluralism, given that everyone in the end has a different frame, like this whole idea like we're saying, philosophy and everything else. How can you reach consensus in the end while allowing pluralism, given that there'll always be a but and an if, but what you include? The first question. The second one coming from AI and how an algorithm in itself keeps on learning and developing, who in the end gets to the framing? Because even if you come to a consensus realistically on that, the algorithm will probably develop in a way that we can't necessarily anticipate quite yet. So that subject of authoritarianism or ending up with something we didn't really anticipate, like how do you see that? I'm sure you answered all of that in your book.
So we haven't. There's not going to be a satisfying answer. So how do we come to let's look at the first one first. How do we come to a consensus? Let me change the question a little bit and ask, on what do we really need to reach a consensus on, right? How many issues does it require that we all agree? I would hope that there's lots of instances in which we are allowed to disagree and go our own way and live with that disagreement. Now, there's going to be some cases where we do have to agree, whether we're in Brexit, in the EU or not in the EU. And there it's going to be really hard. There is going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser, but hopefully we will frame the question better so it's not going to be a binary choice between yes or no. And if you vote for yes, for example, that we should leave, that you know what you're getting when you vote on it. Because of course, a lot of people did vote to leave the EU because they were assured up and down the aisle that Britain would still, when it left the EU, be a part of the European Economic Area. And of course, there was a hard Brexit and they didn't get that. So you would say the way to do that is then to say, well, if we're going to have a world in which you can have shades of views, but you have these Boolean outcomes where it's binary, it's yes or no, it's in or out or 1 or 0, then we should design our processes where we can actually try to find if you will, a consensus, something that's a shared set of beliefs that we think is the right thing to do. And there, we wouldn't have a binary vote. We'd have a ranked choice preference vote. It's a voting method that dates back to Condorcet. And actually, even earlier, there was a Roman statesman named Pliny who had come up with this, which is you rank your preferences, and if there's not a majority of over 50% for one, or you can design your system to say it has to be a supermajority of 75%, you go down to the next. And so you can actually take the totality of people's views into consideration, right? And therefore have a better outcome, and an outcome that not often, ipso facto, goes to the middle rather than the extremes, right? It captures the majority of people or the greatest number of people's views rather than any fringe view that might win, or the problem of 50% 0.1, right? In the case of artificial intelligence, the framing would be taking place probably at the outset. When a learning algorithm, as you point out, a generative algorithm adapts and changes over time, it is going to be, well, the algorithm stays the same, but the model will be changing over time. At that point, you are going to be able to, you're going to lose, if you will, control over the output that it's going to be reaching. So what you would want to do from a technical standpoint is constantly revalidate the model based on the ground truth, as far as you know it, of what it is that you're trying to have the model sort, rank, identify. But the framing would be earlier still when you're designing it, to saying this is what it is doing, this is the limitations, this is the bias I'm putting into it, right, when I'm actually adjusting the parameters of it. So in the case of, for example, Dota 2, when OpenAI created a way of having an algorithm beat human players in a strategy game that required long-term planning and teamwork, the agents in the computerized agents in the game simply worked for their own benefit and their own survival. They had no conception of teamwork. That actually was what the engineers called a hyperparameter that they had to write into the system. It's that sort of thing where the framing takes place, where you actually identify your needs.
I'm really sorry. We are running out of time. I think there was another hand over here we never got to. I'm really sorry we have not got to these questions. All I can suggest is people in the room that you try and offer to buy Ken a coffee afterwards. And I would very strongly suggest that you all buy this book, Framers. It's a very good book. It's very readable. It's full of great stories and really makes you rethink the entire framework of how you see the world. And please thank Ken for that really interesting session. Give me a big round of applause, and thank you in the room as well for your great questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Why don't we continue that spirit of thankfulness to Kenneth, but also to Timandra Harkness for being a brilliant moderator and questioner. Thank you, Timandra. And as Kenneth and Timandra leave the stage, I remind you that, yes, as plugged, Kenneth's book Framers is available in all good bookshops, including the CogX bookshop. So go to cogx.live and you'll see books from all of our speakers. In fact, Kenneth will probably be pleased to hear that the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care will be appearing on this stage later in the conference. So your questions in advance would be welcomed, of course, and yours too, Timandra. Thank you for your questions during that session. So good news. We're going to be speaking to Stephanie Kelton shortly, who wrote The Deficit Myth, but also in person, we've got Azim Azhar, legendary mega brain, writes Exponential View. Very brilliant to see him actually in person here today. So you should be quizzing Azim as well as Stephanie, and that's going to happen on the hour. So that'll be at 5 o'clock BST, and then at 6 o'clock, Tony Fadell will be talking about what he is plotting next. So really interesting here at CogX on the global leader stage. Please keep sharing on the hashtag CogX2021, only because, as well as sharing what you've heard, it does really spark connections, and I've really enjoyed seeing that throughout the day. So thank you, and until the next session, goodbye. Hello and welcome to CogX 2021. You are tuned into the Global Leaders stage here, and wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're watching live or whether you're catching up, you're very welcome. A special personal welcome to our guests here live in London. We're in King's Cross at the Aga Khan Centre. It's great to see you all, wherever you are joining us from. Thank you. This session is truly international. It's global. Our guests will be tuning in, I believe, from the United States. Very much looking forward to a conversation around the huge topic of monetary policy. Who's going to pay for it all is the heckle that always goes up when huge pledges, some of them heard this week, let's be honest, are made. And I think our guest is going to have an answer to that or two. Let me not steal any of our interviewers' thunder. I won't say anything else about Stephanie Kelton, but what I will say is something very briefly about our chair for this session. He's an entrepreneur, he's an investor, he's a writer, he is a speaker around the world, and frankly, investors, academics, politicians, change makers all around the globe read Exponential View, and he's the writer behind it. It tracks the changes to our society that technology is triggering. Frankly, he'd make a brilliant interviewee on any day of the year. But today he's asking the questions. Please give a warm CogX welcome to Azeem Azhar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ollie. Hi, everyone. And hi, Stephanie. How are you? Good, good. Well, this is probably the first time pretty much that I've been out in 16 months. So barring a short jaunt last week. So if I do anything wrong, it's because I've forgotten how to behave in public. Now, coronavirus has delivered sort of a lot of shocks to us, but it's also delivered a vast monetary and fiscal stimulus, an enormous, I think the technical term that I use is a spenderama. Government is back, baby. And the specter of Milton Friedman and the supply-siders who've driven the economic and political agenda since the mid-1970s, when I was just so high, have seemingly been banished. To paraphrase Ronald Reagan, at this moment of crisis, government is the solution, not the problem. But how do we get these sums to add up? And how do we square our previous orthodoxy with today's reality? Fortunately, there are champions, those with the theory, the argument, and the narrative to help us find our way, tackling the deficit myth and bringing a new monetary theory to the way that we look at this world. First among those, in my view, recognized as a standard bearer, someone who can step in at this point of the macroeconomic cycle and articulate a new narrative, is Stephanie Kelton, a professor at Stony Brook University in New York, the author of The Deficit Myth, and a former advisor to Bernie Sanders, everyone's favorite internet meme, amongst other things. Stephanie, what a pleasure to have you with us today.
Oh, thank you so much for doing this, Azeem. It's great to be with you.
Well, we should perhaps start at the beginning of all of this, because we've come through for 40 years of a particular view of how monetary and fiscal policy interact, and therefore what the role of a government is. And you've told a story that looks slightly inverted to that view. Give us the headlines.
Okay, well, for the past many decades, we have mostly relied on, you mentioned two policy levers, right? Monetary policy and fiscal policy. And for a very long time, with few exceptions, the macroeconomic thinking was basically that the monetary policy lever is the only one you really need to pull. Like, this is what central banks do, that if you have independent, credible central banks, then it's best to just leave the tweaking of the economy to the central bank, and mostly they can adjust the interest rate up and down to keep the broader economy basically in balance. You get high levels of employment, low levels of inflation, a good economy. Fiscal policy, the other lever, which is what, you know, governments do, your Congress or, you know, parliaments, fiscal policy, changing government spending, changing taxes. That's something that you mostly don't need. Now, in a time of crisis, you have to sometimes pull the fiscal policy lever. We had, of course, a crisis in 2008, and fiscal policy stepped up and provided some support for the economy, not much, not enough. But we went right back to relying on central banks. And now with coronavirus, we've had a very different response, much more ambitious and continued fiscal support. So this is the basic thinking that maybe, just maybe, we are arriving at a point where we understand that we've asked of central banks too much for too many years, and that what we are seeing now is a shift toward greater reliance. You said government is back, baby. So that's the fiscal response. And we'll see, you know, whether we get continued use of fiscal policy and support for the economy going forward. And maybe there is some real shift in the policy toolkit taking place, where we're going to start using the fiscal, the F word.
The F word is back. Well, so if we play some of that back, the notion was that if you could provide stable prices and you get government out of the way, we went through the 1980s, a wave of privatizations of government state-owned companies in the UK, for example, our gas service, our telecom service, that if you did that and you were able to provide business people a sense of price stability and a clear view of what was going to happen with interest rates in the future, entrepreneurs could do their bit. And in a way, that was the driving mentality behind Reagan's administration and Thatcher's administration. What changed? Was that recipe working in the first place, or did it just work for a while and it's now stopped working?
Well, some of the recipe works, and it works sometimes. So, you know, this idea that, as you just described, what you really want to do is create the right economic atmosphere, right? You want to make it so that entrepreneurs, as you say, are willing to hire and invest and support, you know, jobs in the economy, and that the way that you do that is that you get the regulatory system correct, you deregulate, right? Take barriers out of the way, that you cut taxes and provide these sort of incentives, and then the private sector will take over and produce a good economy for you. Now, there are certainly things you can do to deregulate industries that will cause private capital to pour in. If you make it possible for firms to come in and frack and do all sorts of, you know, investment in producing, you know, fossil fuel sort of investment, you can produce some boost in economic activity. But I think at the end of the day, what we're starting to figure out is that what really drives hiring and investment by the private sector is when you swamp businesses with customers. That what you need, right? Businesses don't hire and invest because you provide additional tax breaks, or, you know, you change the regulatory environment. You might get a little bit of uptake, but to support the economy, to really lay in place a foundation where businesses have expectations that the demand will be there for the goods and services they produce. And the reason the demand will be there is that you are protecting incomes, right? You are creating an economy that has enough jobs and has high income so that businesses have a reliable customer base. Then you've removed a lot of uncertainty. Now they're ready to go out and start hiring and investing.
So what's fascinating about the way you tell this story, and you know, you're well recognized for your ability to tell fantastic stories, is that it makes me think of a number of the institutions that emerged around the Second World War and thereafter that helped Americans get mortgages and buy houses and kick off that boom, which did very well until it stopped doing well in the early 1970s. So when we look at these charts in the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal of government spending, and everyone's got their straight rulers out because the line has to go all the way up vertically, the obvious question, and perhaps this is the magic of modern monetary theory, which you're so closely associated with, is who pays for that? And when is it paid for?
Well, I guess you're referring to the government, the increase in government spending.
That's right.
I mean, look, the bottom line is that our economy runs on sales. It's spending that drives and propels the economy. Think about GDP. What is our GDP? This is how most people think about, you know, the health of the economy. Well, you think about the labor market and employment, but you think about GDP. GDP just tells you in aggregate how much total spending on goods and services takes place every year. So somebody has to spend or the output doesn't get sold. And if the output doesn't get sold, businesses don't have incentive to continue producing at that level. They lay off workers and the economy contracts. So, you know, capitalism runs on sales. Spending makes the world go round. So who's doing much more spending in the current environment? And the answer is that governments have stepped up and they have spent more. But a lot of the spending has been designed so that it puts income into the hands of the unemployed. It supports the income and, you know, for small businesses that were struggling. So it is all paid for. This is what I think people are missing. They think that there's something on the other side of this where you have to pay for it. The reality is it's all been paid for. You know, every unemployed person who received compensation, a little check to help them buy, that was paid for. Every small business who got help from the federal government received the money. It's paid for.
But there's still that orthodoxy, that challenge, which is that government has spent more than it's brought in tax revenues. National debt, government debts have risen, and the general belief has been, well, we've got to pay that all back at some point. You have an explanation as to why that is a sort of a muddle-headed conception.
Right. So when I just said that it's all been paid for, this is the problem with the current discourse, is that people do talk as if there has to be a reckoning on the other side of COVID, right? That's when we have to reckon with the debt. We have to figure out how to pay it back. I don't look at it that way at all. I think that what's happened is this. Governments have increased the amount of money that they have spent during the coronavirus relative to the amount of tax revenue. So deficits have widened. Remember, the deficit is just the difference between two numbers. One number is how many dollars or yen or pounds the government is spending into the economy, and the other number is how many dollars or yen or pounds the government is subtracting back out, mostly through taxation. So a government deficit is just a financial contribution. It's a deposit into some other part of the economy. What happens, though, when the government runs a deficit is that it matches up its deficit spending by selling these things called government bonds. And we call that borrowing. And we label the bonds the national debt or the public debt. And that's where everything starts to go haywire, because if the government spends 100 into the economy and only taxes 90 back out, it's put $10 somewhere in the economy. Now it comes along and it sells a US government bond, treasuries in our case. So the $10 comes out and a $10 bond replaces it. That's just interest-bearing currency. That's part of someone's financial wealth, part of their savings, right? So all of this stuff that the government has been doing is just augmenting the financial savings or wealth of the non-government part of the economy. You don't pay it back because it's already the money. It's already the money.
This is the, I'm just going to turn to the in-room audience. This is, for me, the most remarkable feature in the way that, Stephanie, you tell this piece. I have to hear it time and again and read it again because it is so counterintuitive. And yet in your book and in your various articles, it makes sense. So I will plug Stephanie's book. She's also kindly put it in the background for us as well, where you explain it very, very, very well. The US government, though, is a very particular beast. It is a currency issuer of, the most widely desired currency in the world. Can any government adopt this strategy, or are there constraints?
Well, if you're asking if there are constraints on different governments' capacities to spend, the answer is yes. So the US, you're quite right, has a unique position in that the US government can afford to buy whatever is both available and for sale in its own currency. And it turns out that most of the rest of the world is happy to produce things in exchange for the US dollar. That gives the government access to a very broad array of goods and services globally. But, you know, Japan is not the global reserve currency. You look at a country like Japan, Japanese government's been running large fiscal deficits for 3 decades. The debt to GDP ratio is about the largest in the world. The interest rate on 10-year government bonds is about 0. Inflation is far below the Bank of Japan's own 2% inflation target. The Australian government, the Canadian government, the British government, all are currency issuers, and each of them can afford to purchase whatever is available and for sale in the Australian dollar, in the yen, and the British pound, and so forth. Now, if you take a country like Italy, or a country like Ecuador, Ecuador is dollarized. They don't have a domestic currency. They use the US dollar. So there is a very different constraint in the case of a country that doesn't issue its own currency, like Italy gave up the lira.
Or the Eurozone being a great example, right? So this could apply to Germany as well.
It certainly does, yes. Yeah. And so if you abandon what we would call a sovereign currency, and effectively turn yourself into a currency using government, then your capacity, your fiscal capacity is constrained.
So let's turn to what happens if, as MMT sort of picks up steam. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the Biden government suddenly has a set of ideas that look rather MMT-ish with their infrastructure plans, and the things that were announced at the G7 over the weekend also seem to align with the vision that you outline about government being able to spend on the right things. Is that what you have seen?
To some extent, okay, to some extent. I think that when President Biden came into office, what you got very quickly was a $1.9 trillion COVID rescue package, right? And that was sort of emergency spending. And that was the government simply committing almost $2 trillion of new spending without the hand-wringing that accompanies, you know, how will we pay for it and all that kind of stuff. They just committed the spending and out it goes. Now with the Build Back Better agenda, what you have are essentially 2 proposals. One is for the more physical infrastructure kind of stuff, roads and bridges and broadband and so forth. And the other is the human infrastructure, elder care and child care, education and all of that stuff. So he is proposing massive increases, if you like, in spending, about $4 trillion, but rolled out really over 8 years. So it's not all that much on an annual basis, but he is trying to quote unquote pay for a lot of that spending by proposing new revenue, tax increases on corporations and the wealthiest people in this country. So, you know, it is deficit spending. And by his own admission, it is deficit spending because he wants to spend more over the next 8 years than he is proposing to raise in new revenue over the next 8 years. It's not exactly how one would go about this if you were very, very consistent with an MMT framework.
So if you were consistent with an MMT framework, how much would you be spending and what would you spend it on?
See, that's the interesting thing is that MMT doesn't come with a set of prepackaged policies. It's not like a package, a suite of investments that you hand to government and say, here, do this, this is MMT. That's not MMT. MMT is a framework. It's an analytic framework. So it helps you think through how much spending capacity, right, you can take advantage of, the fiscal space available to you. When do you need offsets? How much spending can you get away with? It's just low-hanging fruit, where you say, I don't have to offset this spending. I can commit to spending $2 or $3 trillion over the next 4 years without the need for the offsets, without the pay for. So look, I think that MMT economists largely agree that the kinds of things that are most beneficial to spend money on are investments in infrastructure, R&D, education. These are the kinds of things that boost the economy's longer term economic productivity and growth. So, you know, the Biden administration is definitely lined up around those areas, but also with childcare and elder care. There are questions about national priorities and what kind of a society do you want to build.
Right. So you're talking about spending on things that we would traditionally think of as infrastructure and public goods, things that have sort of very positive externalities actually beyond the value that goes to the individual, which I think is quite interesting because I'm quite a simple person and I need to find sort of historical values. And I think about the Friedman monetarist era and how a set of other values and institutional frameworks emerged around that. So of course, Friedman is famous for his monetarism, which gave us sort of neoliberalism, which also gave us that sort of extreme trade, global trade framework. It also created the school of shareholder value, and so changed the way in which companies were run. So there was a sort of set of other institutions and value frameworks that emerged around this idea that came from the Chicago School. When you think about MMT, what are the analogous institutions or value frameworks that you would expect to create? I'll put it a different way. If you were to write 1,200 words in the New York Times in an op-ed that talked about the purpose of the economy or the purpose of a corporation, what would you give us in that?
Well, so the subtitle of the book is Modern Monetary Theory and Building an Economy for the People, or the People's Economy, right? So I think that broadly, what I would prefer to see is public policy oriented around serving the public interest, right? The public good. What is the public purpose? And, the fact that the Biden administration has put climate and investments in the kinds of things that are going to help us deal with our climate crisis into the infrastructure package and said these are investments that are, that serve the public interest. This is public purpose spending. These are the kinds of things we want to drive forward. And to your point, we're not going to leave it up to the private sector. We can't afford to leave it up to the private sector. The federal government doesn't have to hold itself by the same standards as private sector when it comes to investment. They don't need a high rate of return on investment. They don't need to invest in things that are quote unquote profitable, right? There's an entirely different framework for governments when they decide where are we going to put public dollars and what are we going to invest in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's to secure the public interest and the public good. But, I think that it's not really for the MMT economists per se to rank order priorities. It is for the people. MMT economists come in and show you what kind of a world is possible. And then it's up to our elected officials acting on behalf of the people to make those investments.
Now, we have about 15 minutes left, and in about 5 minutes, I'm going to come for questions. Oh, but you know what? My friend Nico has put his hand up, so I'm going to ask him for his question. Do we have a mic for this, or? I'll relay it. Okay, so Nico, please, go ahead. Question.
Just a quick question on helicopter money. So the Bank of England or the Fed owns a substantial amount of bonds, which have been issued in the last year. Should they just sit there and never be paid up?
So, Stephanie, the question from Nico is the Bank of England and the Fed have issued a lot of bonds in the last year. Sorry, the government's issued the bonds, which are sitting on the bank's balance sheets. Should those bonds just sit there and never be paid back?
Well, once the central bank buys the government bonds, it's as if Treasury never issued them in the first place. So they are effectively retired. Now, it may be the case that the central bank intends to unwind, in which case the bonds would return to the non-government part of the economy. But the answer to the question is almost certainly that they should remain where they are.
Remain where they are. Now, I want to come back to my previous direction of travel, which was you're creating a lot of capacity for governments, and MMT as a theory is doing that. But as you rightly point out, it's not complete in the sense that it doesn't tell us what to do with that money. Where should we look for strong ideas about how that money should be well stewarded and spent well?
Look, so I wouldn't say that MMT is creating a lot of capacity, right? What we're doing is we're revealing the capacity that already exists. Remember, MMT doesn't give Congress or any government new power over the spending, over the public purse, let's say. They already have the power of the purse. So MMT is really about holding accountable governments for making judicious use of the fiscal space they have. And that's what your question is really aimed at. How should governments spend? And again, I think that, it comes back to recognizing that the goal ought to be public purpose spending, that it ought to be in the interest of advancing, improving public well-being. So you could easily take advantage of the power of the purse of fiscal space by doing massive tax cuts that are oriented at benefiting the people in society who are already doing phenomenally well, right? You can target the people at the top end of the income distribution and say, well, it's a trickle down, it's the supply side, these are the job creators, we're going to massively cut taxes, increase deficits, and this is why we're doing it. We're making the argument it's for the broader public good. Well, the sort of evidence is in, right? We've tried this for 30 plus years, you mentioned since Friedman, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So what is the Biden administration proposing? Instead of a top-down, trickle-down approach, it's bottom-up and middle out. And that's what he is saying. And I think that the investments we want to see are exactly that. Invest in people, investing in the unemployed, investing in industries that are going to help advance the breakthroughs in technology, green tech, right, that deal with climate change. We want to do something to deal with the inequities in our system with respect to healthcare and education. So
yeah, won't someone think about the billionaires at these moments in time? I want to pick up on that question, though. So I saw on your Twitter feed a few months ago a picture of your book next to another one of my favorite economists, Mariana Mazzucato's book. And Mariana has talked about, I'm one of those people who has favorite economists. And, they're all strangely women at the moment. That could be a separate discussion. But a copy of your book next to her book, and there seems to be sort of something in her theory of mission-oriented states that tells us a little bit of what we could do with this financial capacity that MMT has revealed. Do you see sort of mission-oriented economies sitting well with MMT?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see if I shift this way, behind me, you will see her book. There's a little apple, and underneath the book, you will see a copy of Mariana's book. Yes, she talks about mission-oriented finance. And in the last chapter of my book, I talk about mission-oriented budgeting. So I'm really talking about public dollars, right? The use of public money to make those mission-oriented investments. But we recognize, the two of us are quite close, that there is enormous overlap between the way that she thinks about, and she'll talk about the need for patient money. She'll recognize that private businesses cannot bear losses the way the public sector can, that the public sector can take risks. It doesn't just have to pick winners, it's going to pick some losers, and that's okay. That's part of, that trial and error. That's how you reach breakthroughs. And so the government can come in, provide public money, help the private sector innovate, and that there are synergies here.
But we have to connect that to the political process, right? So when I hear this idea that government should be allowed to make mistakes, and Obama has not been forgiven for two things. One is the tan suit, and the other is Solyndra. And he lost less money on Solyndra than the average venture capitalist might do in sort of half a fund. What has to happen in the political narrative that for those sorts of errors to be allowed? Or, I look at the US and to some extent in the UK, but less so here because the government is so sort of strong and popular. I just wonder whether there's enough latitude for government to make mistakes, just as the private sector is allowed to make mistakes.
Well, I mean, look, the government provides grants for research, and we know that with vaccine development, for example, you had to put, significant sums of money into the hands of researchers and those developing vaccines, and not every initial effort at developing and sequencing and so forth paid off. We had some failures along the way, but now we have a safe, effective vaccine. And so I think that maybe the experience with COVID and vaccine is one way to remind the public that, this didn't happen on the first try.
Of course, the Moderna vaccine was the initial funding came from DARPA of $50 million back in 2011, 2012 sort of time. I mean, the reason we have that platform available to us is back to a government spend. But DARPA was a very different beast, right? Because DARPA is a $3 billion a year budget, of which it put 50 into the RNA platform. You're talking an MMT of trillions of dollars, right? So there's also a sense perhaps that there's a portfolio approach that's required when deploying this revealed capacity effectively.
Well, you might need trillions of dollars. You do if you're talking about climate. If you're talking about, solving other problems in the economy, tens of millions may be sufficient. So the point of mission-oriented budgeting is to figure out what outcome you're after and then to fit the budget to the end goal rather than doing what we usually do, right? Which is to try to figure out how much money we're willing to spend first and then nibble away at a problem and say, well, I guess we can only address child poverty or climate or whatever the case is incrementally because we have small sums to work with. MMT asks us to flip that, right? Decide where you want to end up and then fit the budget to the mission.
We're running to the last 4 or 5 minutes, and I would love to take some questions as well, please, gentlemen over there. And I will, if you say it to me, I'll try to pass it back to Stephanie.
The example of Ecuador is an easy one for emerging markets because it's a dollarized economy. How would you apply MMT to emerging markets that are trying to maintain their own currency, that are trying to maintain some degree of flexibility, but don't have the monetary policy credibility?
Okay. So the question there is, how can you apply MMT to emerging economies which are attempting to maintain their own sovereign status but don't have the credibility in the financial markets as a sovereign in the way that the US has?
Well, okay, so the US didn't always have this either, right? And for some countries, this is a multi-decade long program. I mean, what you want, what any country should want is as high a degree of monetary sovereignty as possible, because the more monetary sovereignty you have, the more policy space you have, right? Both with fiscal and monetary policy. So the more you can do using those policy levers to improve conditions domestically. So if you're a country that is, we talked about Ecuador earlier, right? If you've outright dollarized, then that is a long-term project. If you are a country that has your own local currency, but you're also heavily indebted in foreign currencies, that is a longer-term project, right? How do you wean yourself off of dependence on the rest of the world for financing, especially when a lot of the financing is due to the fact that you can't domestically source enough food to feed the population, energy, critical medicines and technologies. You need investments, right, in those industries to finally get the kind of claw back the policy space that you want to operate. So,
but briefly to sort of to come off on that point, which is that it did strike me that that sense of monetary sovereignty sits slightly uneasily with the sort of global trade mantra that we've lived with for the last 30 to 40 years, because you're talking about not just sovereignty and currency issuance, but also perhaps in energy, which renewables will provide, perhaps also in food supplies. So how do you sit MMT against that idea of a free-floating tariffs at zero global trade economy?
Well, look, a lot of these countries, emerging market economies in particular, with lots of debt denominated in foreign currencies, are on a kind of treadmill. They're in a trap and they are exploiting, right? They're extracting, let's say, oil from domestic sources in order to export, in order to earn the currency that they then turn back over to their creditors. And so they are developing countries that are never able to escape the developing phase and become developed economies. And so, that's very difficult. The wealthy countries in the world can play a very important role here in helping countries actually develop. I mean, look what we're doing with vaccines now. We could say to the rest of the world, we will help you finance the acquisition of vaccine by piling more debt on poor countries. Or we could say we're buying 500 million doses of vaccine and we are sending them to you. We could do the same for food. We could do the same sort of thing with wind turbines or solar panels. I mean, we can do kind of direct aid instead of always thinking in terms of financial aid and more debt.
Great, thank you. I've got a question from a gentleman in the back there. Yes, there and then.
Like in personal finance, generally, I guess you try and spend more than you earn. You save where you can. You borrow something. You can borrow, and if you give it back, if you don't, there might be terrible consequences, like a house or people. And there's this concept of like the Swabian housewife and like fiscal frugality.
Yeah.
Why is this not applicable to public?
Okay, so the question is really back to the original concept of MMT, which is why does fiscal frugality, which applies to the home domestic budget, not apply in the case of a sovereign currency issuer?
Okay, well, the line in the sand that you want to draw is that between the issuer and the user. So I am a user of the US dollar. I cannot issue the currency. Private businesses all over this country are currency users. State and local governments are currency users. Mayors and governors can't issue the currency. Only the federal government, the United States of America, has the legal authority to issue the currency. And so, in fact, it was granted in the Constitution. The founders said, right, the government has the sole legal authority to issue the currency. If I could do it, I wouldn't need the federal government to top up my income during a COVID pandemic. If businesses could do it, they wouldn't need the federal government to provide bridge loans in the form of, payroll protection and so forth. If mayors and governors could do it, they wouldn't need grants from the federal government. So the key difference between the way the government has to operate its budget and the way the rest of us have to operate ours is that we're currency users who have to get the money before we can spend it, and the federal government, as the issuer, can spend money it does not have.
There's a gentleman over there. Yes, please. Because we're short on time, I'll try and pop that question to Stephanie. So the gentleman was asking the question about whether the Federal Reserve and the government are actually, that they're actually different things, but you suggest conflating the two ideas together. So how should we think about these two different entities?
Okay, well, I don't think I'm conflating them. I think what I'm doing is recognizing that the central bank is the government's fiscal agent. So in the case of the US, if Congress writes a bill, the way we've done these multi-trillion-dollar spending bills, when Congress writes that bill, it is effectively ordering up trillions of dollars that come from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has independence in the sense that Congress doesn't tell the Fed exactly what to do with the interest rate. Congress doesn't tell the Fed when to hike, when to lower. It doesn't tell the Fed what inflation rate to target. So the Fed has that kind of independence, but it is not independent of government, and it doesn't bounce government checks. The Federal Reserve doesn't say to Congress, once Congress appropriates the money, says we were going to spend 2.2 trillion, the Fed can't say, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. We're not going to be making those payments on your behalf. The government's job, the Federal Reserve's job is to carry out, in part their job, is to carry out all payments authorized by Congress on behalf of the US Treasury.
Well, we're just out of time, so I'm going to need to bring us to wrap. Ollie is looking at me. Stephanie, thank you so much for bringing such clarity to this idea. There are many unorthodox twists to it, so I do recommend the book, The Deficit Myth, which you can pick up from the usual places. What I would say in terms of my own sort of summing up, there is a sense that we need some new ideas, and there is some new theory coming from you, which is wonderful. That theory also does need its supporters in the policy domain, and let's hope we will find some. Thank you so much for giving us your time today.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was
Yeah,
it here
no,
or
no,
here?
we'll move on. It's
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. Let me echo that, but also let's have another round of applause for the brilliant Azim Azhar. Thank you, Azim. Thank you, Stephanie. And of course, we recommend Stephanie's book, but can I also commend to you Exponential View, which is a credit to any inbox, may I say. So thank you, Azim. You're a great friend of CogX, so thank you, and we'll see you on this stage and others over the rest of our festival. Right, good questions as well, so thank you. Can I just point out the hidden blessing of CogX, which is the sort of connectivity of all its participants. So please let's embrace that as we go through the next couple of days. We've got a final session to play out here on day one of CogX 2021. Tomorrow, by the way, we're featuring a couple of up-and-coming actors. Robert Downey Jr., very much one to watch. Matthew McConaughey too. They tend to play change makers. Next up on this stage, we have got change makers themselves. You'll hear what the creator of the iPhone did next. He'll be in conversation with Russ Garcia, interviewed by Alice Ross, Deputy News Editor of the Financial Times. So one more session to run on the Global Leader stage today. We'll see you after a relatively short break. Thank you. Welcome to CogX 2021, our hybrid festival. And hopefully you have already discovered that there is a veritable feast of food for thought across 18 different topics. Our hashtag CogX 2021, and hopefully surrounding some fascinating food for thought are some brilliant conversations and indeed brilliant guests. So wherever you're tuning in from, and in fact, whenever you're tuning in, you're hugely welcome. Our next session is a conversation with two extraordinary innovators. Let me not steal the thunder of our chair by telling you all about them, but suffice to say that Tony Fadell and Russ Garcia, I know, are about to get your minds racing. Our questioner for this session and our conversation stimulant, if you like, is the deputy news editor of the Financial Times, Alice Ross. Let me just say one thing about Alice. Alice is, as well as being the deputy news editor of the Financial Times, is the author of Investing to Save the Planet, highly recommended in the CogX bookstore, but also highly praised by Christiana Figueres, by Al Gore, by Richard Curtis. The list goes on. So indeed, she will be asking the questions, but Tony and Russ are standing by. But let me leave you. The next voice you'll hear will be that of Alice Ross. Thank you, Alice. Over to you.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Well, I'm really delighted to be chairing this session because, as mentioned, I have written a book recently called Investing to Save the Planet. And the reason I wanted to write this book was because I was coming across so many great ideas of how technology can be used to combat climate change. And I was coming across a lot of people in startups, creating companies with just really fascinating technology, things that you had never heard of and that could make you feel quite inspired about the kind of things that that people are coming up with. And of course, investors are very interested in this space, and there's so much money going into these kind of great ideas. So that's why we're here right now, is to hear about one of these specific companies, which is really great. So I'd like to introduce Russ Garcia, who is CEO of Menlo Micro, the company that we'll be discussing, and Tony Fadell, who is principal at Future Shape.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, everybody. Hi, Al.
Well, who would like to start? I mean, the first thing that would be great to know is a little bit about the company and how the technology works. Some of the details of that would be brilliant. So Russ or Tony, I don't know who wants to go first on that.
Russ, take it away.
Yeah, I'll introduce the company. So Menlo Microsystems was a technology that was spun out of GE 4 years ago, or more than 4 years ago, where basically through material science, we've reinvented the electronic switch. And as you know, switches are in virtually everything. And the entire background of the company started with GE engineers who were looking to basically reinvent the circuit breaker. If we look at switches and in all of the applications that they're used, whether they're an electromechanical switch, those haven't changed in over 140 years. And basically the transistor was invented 70 years ago. And so we've basically taken the best of both of those things and come up with a device that is far more efficient in switching power and switching electricity, in switching wireless communications as well.
And can you give us an idea of how widespread this could be if this really changed the switching technology? It's not something, I have to confess, that I've ever really thought about before. So that's fascinating that it's in everything and it hasn't been updated for decades.
You can think about it just in your smartphone. There's at least 20 switches that are tuning the antenna to get you better reception. And in a 777, there's hundreds of thousands of switches. In your car, there's tens of thousands of switches. And you start thinking about your home, everywhere from the circuit breaker on the side of the house to all of the light switches to all of the switches that are in every single appliance in your home or in your office. And so all of the energy that we use is distributed
through those switches. And so the efficiency of those has a huge impact in how energy is used and how communications is done.
So Alice, let me just chime in here. So just to be clear, in the US last year, over 60% of all the energy generated was lost in inefficiencies. And some of that, and a lot of that, goes through switches. So think about 100% of the energy in the US, and it's even bigger worldwide, of course. 60% of it is just being thrown away in inefficiencies from the time it was generated at the power plant or wherever, all the way to the place where we consumed it. And so we talk about getting to green energy and these kinds of things. Well, we could do that, that's great. But how about saving the 60% of inefficiencies we have in the system? Could you imagine if we could go green much more quickly because we only need 40% of green energy and the other 60% is saved? That's the kind of thing, you know, everyone's like, oh, batteries and, you know, solar and wind and all that stuff. People don't look at the systems. They think they work really well. And frankly, they don't. 60% is wasted.
It's so interesting, the psychology of that. I think when, you know, when VC investors are coming to these kind of climate change things, apparently one of the first things they think of is something consumer related, something that relates to their lifestyle. So they want to invest in electric vehicles because they might have a Tesla, or they might want to invest in, like, you know, Beyond Meat or something, you know, some kind of alternative food because they might have gone vegan. And whereas actually energy efficiency is such a massive problem, but it sort of doesn't seem sexy in that kind of way. So it's not the first thing that investors think of, you know, like complicated, you know, switching technology. But, you know, of course, it has a huge, huge role to play. And, you know, if you can get the technology right on it, then that's brilliant. Are there other people out there trying to solve this switch technology thing as well? Are you the only guys, or are there lots of people working away on it at the same time?
So that's a great question. It's really interesting because I think, first of all, the sexiness of it, when we first started trying to raise money for this over 5.5 years ago, it was really hard because you went in and investors would look at you and go, a switch? Why do we need a switch? We have switches. And until they start understanding that what's behind this is a material science. And yes, others have tried this, and many others have tried this. But the material science behind this, basically, what GE did was they were actually trying to source this. In sourcing it, they found out what the problem was. Is there was a reliability problems, there was electrical efficiency problems, and basically they took the metallurgists that designed the metallurgy for the fins on aircraft engines and combined them with the semiconductor device folks. And we now have a material science chemistry that allows us to make this switch. So we have a huge efficiency in how we conduct electricity, but we're also able to make this mechanical device in what would typically be a semiconductor technology. And so we can make it, as you can see, I think on this, I believe the slides are up here. You can see we can make it 99% smaller than what an electromechanical device is today because of that material science.
So let's be clear. 40 years people have been trying to solve this problem. 40 years. And this is the first company that's actually been able to do it, and it's already in production and shipping. You know, a lot of times we're talking about these new technologies and new companies, and maybe in 4 years they'll have something, maybe in 3 years. We're actually in production right now and shipping, and it's been many years of getting here, but it feels incredible to actually to have them in production. We should actually go if we could fast forward to the slide to show people what it looks like. Yep, there's switches, lots of switches in all of these things. Switches. Let's go one there. This is what we're talking about. That's the ideal switch, the Menlo Micro one, that little tiny box, you know, that little tiny rectangle, looks like a piece of gum, but it's smaller than that even. And a relay, that's a typical relay that are sold in the billions per year. We replaced that big old unreliable switch with something that's more or less solid state. It's a micro electromechanical system, a MEMS switch. And so that's really telling. And if we go to the next slide, which is the other form of it. If you look, there's another form of switch that's an electromechanical switch, or a silicon switch, solid state relay. But you can see all those fins on there, and you see that black thing underneath. That's all heat, because it's so inefficient that it generates so much heat that it has to push it out through a heat sink. Whereas on ours, you don't have to have any heat sinks whatsoever. So because we're so efficient, you have amazing benefits of both a relay and this solid state relay. And so this is what's so dramatically different. So think about all those big things in the world, and we can replace them with, it's kind of like moving from vacuum tubes to transistors.
Well, Tony, I mean, how did you come across this in the first place, and what made you interested? How did you sort of see through the potential unsexiness of this and think this is a really great idea?
Oh, well, that's where it all becomes really interesting. So at Nest, a company that I founded 10 years ago, or we actually did 11 years ago now, one of our biggest things, we were making a thermostat. And if you have a thermostat in your home, you probably hear it all the time. It goes click, 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 click. It's always turning on and off, depending on the time of year. And so that's a relay. It's one of those things you just saw, the picture you saw. And so there's relays throughout your house controlling your heating and cooling. Well, I hated the noise. I hated the fact that they were big and bulky, generated heat. So I was looking for another alternative that wasn't a silicon switch, a transistor. And we couldn't find anything. I said, in all of these years, we can't find something that's better. And so we ended up putting in a transistor, and then the transistor started blowing up. So you have to also understand that doing high voltage or power types of applications, silicon or transistors can blow up very easily. And so, and be destroyed in the field. So we had this problem where we couldn't use relays, we used transistors, but they were only so effective. And I looked around the world for technology, and then I found it at GE, but Menlo Micro hadn't been found yet. So I found the technology, GE wasn't doing anything with it. And then ultimately I just kept watching and watching, and a few years later, GE decided to make a company out of it called Menlo Micro, and I was the first investor. I called up Russ, I'm like, Russ. He's probably like thought it was crazy. Some investors like wanting to go in. I was like begging him, please let me invest.
That's a nice problem.
That was a wonderful phone call. I'll tell you that, because they very seldom get somebody of Tony's stature to call you up and say, can I invest in your company? Well, let me think about this. Sure.
And so it was really great to see what they were doing and how important it was. I knew what it was fundamentally because, we at FutureShape, we invest in over 200 companies. Like you were talking about these interesting companies that are going to help save the planet. And so we see companies all the time, and Menlo Micro is one of the standouts. And when we see these companies that we know can fix the planet, help fix the planet without making us go back in time, and stop using the things that we like to use, then we're like, this is gold. We have to help them, because most investors won't help them. As you know, maybe that's going to change now. But 5 years ago, as Russ said, most investors turn a blind eye, go, too complicated. Who wants this stuff? That's the stuff we love to do.
I mean, I think one of the themes here, as I understand it, is something that is referred to as the electrification of everything. Can you explain what that is and what that means in this context?
Sure. The electrification of everything. Look, we're seeing all mobility, whether it's cars, trucks, buses, garbage trucks, whatever, they're all moving electric. We're seeing many of our other appliances around us or power generation all moving electric only. Everything's going electric, everything's going wireless as well. And when you go electric and you go wireless, that means lots of switches, even more switches than we see today. Switches are like paper clips. They're everywhere, but nobody sees them, right? We all use them, but we don't appreciate how simple yet important they are. And so as we move more and more to the electrons of everything, more and more of these switches are going to happen. So we don't want to have more inefficiencies in the system. So we add more and more power. Could you imagine? We move more and more things over from electricity or energy usage. And then all of a sudden we have to generate 2 or 3 times more power because of all the inefficiencies of this system just to power the new products that are becoming electrified. So we're going to try to make sure that those inefficiencies go away, at least a portion of them for what we can handle. And it's a lot of inefficiencies in switches.
Yeah, just to add to that, the key to this thing is we've got to make them not just small, not just efficient. We have to make them small, smart, and efficient. And all three of those things are really important. And that's what we bring to the party. Whether you're, you can look on this slide here. That's a circuit breaker box on the side of a building or a side of the house. When you look at how the size that you could move that to, and then as Tony said, bring 40% more efficiency to the electricity you're switching through that building, and now you also do it smartly, so you can manage it, so you control it from a computer or from your iPhone or whatever the case may be. And now you start applying that not just to homes, not just to industry and manufacturing, not just to transportation, automotives and airliners and all those things. You start seeing the plethora of applications that it fits into everything, because we use switches for everything.
And we spend a lot of money on power, and we throw a lot of it away. If we could actually, save that power, changing out your circuit breakers or what have you to save power. It sounds totally illogical, but it's actually the case.
We did a back of the napkin calculation on, just in the US alone, there's 20 billion light sockets. If you put this switch into every one of those light sockets, you could save, and made them all smart, you could save 11 coal-fired power plants.
Wow.
When you think of that, it's kind of mind-boggling, right?
Yeah, so it could have a really big impact. I mean, it's interesting. A lot of the discussion we've been talking about making things more efficient and sort of replacing, old peaking systems that need to be modernized. But as I understand that, there's also, this technology could also make things possible in the future. Technology is about to take a giant leap forward. We've got AI, we've got 5G, we've got the Internet of Things. How is this Menlo Micro product going to create possibilities and create opportunities, as well as fixing inefficiencies?
Well, in all of those things, we already are starting. So you start looking at whether it's AI and edge computing and cloud computing and data centers, for example, the amount of power that's required to digest, transmit, and operate on all of that data is enormous. You need switches, you need power plants, you need power distribution services or capabilities to be able to run those things, and adding those efficiencies to that. And the automotive side of the thing, charging, we've got to lay out complete, and that started, but there's a long ways to go. There's complete infrastructures of charging systems that need to be that need to be implemented across multiple countries, right? And so these switches will enable those devices to become better, right? I have a Tesla. If I'm driving across country and I need to charge up, I've got to sit there for an hour in order to do it, right? So how do you add efficiencies and add capabilities to allow that to be 15 minutes? Now, we don't do that by ourselves, but certainly in conjunction with battery technology and enabling that to become more efficient as well.
Sorry, my cat likes to attend these regular guest. No, that's brilliant. Sorry, just moving him. So where were we? Hang on a sec, sorry. So in terms of the environmental impacts, I thought that was really interesting. I mean, could you say a little bit more about, you were comparing it to saving energy in terms of 11 coal plants. Could you calculate how it will fit in with the US goals at the moment in terms of being net zero, things like that? How much of a role could this play in those government goals to cut emissions?
So I'll start off, and I'll let Tony add to this, because I know he's got a lot of color on this part of it. But if you just even what we started the conversation with, a 40% savings in distribution, in how much time is it going to take for all of the renewable sources of energy to, and as we said at the beginning, not that we don't need to do those things, but they're going to take a long time in putting those infrastructures in place. This switch can be retrofitted into various applications across the distribution network of power, and so you get the payback of that 40% gain much quicker than changing the source of energy. And I think that's the really big application here. We're already seeing it just in a different way in communications, as we start applying this to 5G and more efficient communications, and how bandwidth can be improved with this kind of switch, which also relates all the way back to energy. But the distribution capability, I think, is going to be the first big impact.
I agree with you, Russ. And if you look at 5G, we're going to put on this planet 5 to 10 times more cell towers than we do today. We're going to put in order of magnitude more cell towers. Those are already, the ones that are installed are highly inefficient from a power perspective on the RF side. You drop in ours, you know, as you can see in the slide again, you save that 40% power right there, and you get better actually reception. You may be able to actually put less cell towers out there. So just think about that infrastructure alone that's going up, and how inefficient it was going to be, and now how efficient it can be. And to Russ's point, this can be retrofitted into so many things, so we don't have to go through all of the CO2 production, everything else, to make new planes, make new cars. We can retrofit this into houses, into cars, into planes, what have you, to get these inefficiencies right away. Wouldn't you like to have, you know, a 20% better, you know, battery in your car without having to buy more battery or tear up more land, you know, for lithium mining or cobalt mining or what have you? This is, you know, this is a very opposite way, different way of thinking about attacking the problem. And what's so great is you don't have to have all new products to take advantage of it. You can drop it into the existing ones. And it's amazing, the size and cost and reductions as well, not just the power savings.
Yeah. Russ, I mean, maybe you can tell us, we were talking about how advanced the company is relative to other companies, perhaps at this stage where you're already producing, you know, you're already shipping. What's the sort of the 5-year plan for the company now? Where do you want it to be in 5 years' time?
Oh, well, I want it to be much bigger than it is right now. So you know, the last 4 years has been a lot of work, as Tony mentioned. It's a material science play, and so hard tech has a lot of hurdles to get over. We've been getting over those hurdles, and we're now.
There are a lot of hurdles.
You know, we're very early, and we've been designed into over 60 applications and 60 different company applications so far, and they range from primarily communications today, but a lot of them, a lot of the new power ones are starting up. We've just are developing some new optimized power products that will become the larger portion of the company as we grow here. So we plan on being in, you know, I don't like to say real numbers in a public forum like this, but you know, tens of millions of dollars of revenue here in the first year of production, and that'll grow substantially over the next 4 or 5 years, where you'll start seeing us in market. We have over $20 billion of market SAM that we can go after with this, and
the only thing that's stopping us now is we need more manufacturing capability. We have to find more manufacturing. So if anybody out there in the audience has got manufacturing, extra manufacturing space for MEMS, no, I'm not kidding.
Yes,
that's how much demand we have. Is we got to get more manufacturing up and running. But I saw there was a couple of questions.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say it's probably a good moment to move to the questions and talking to the audience. So I guess we can all see the questions, can't we? So maybe you don't need me to read them out. But I mean, we can go with the first one here. So this is from Rose Simnet. As the energy mix becomes more varied, how will these switches support a reliable energy flow? That's an interesting question. So as we're obviously moving to, you know, renewables, and we're going to have a transition period, certainly, where we've got all sorts of different things going through the grid, how's that going to work?
Well, I'll take this one, Russ. How's that?
Okay.
So the thing to know about these, you know, most of the switches, like let's just take switches on a plane, okay, on an airplane. Those are only rated for a few thousand switch, you know, activations, 10,000, 20,000 activations total. So turning it on and off each time is one time. And you have to replace those every 6 months by FAA, or every year you have to replace them. These switches switch 3 to 4 billion times. So we're talking orders and orders of magnitude. So if you want more reliable energy, you want more reliable switches in the middle. Usually it's not the wires that break unless it's a weather event and something cuts them or something like that. It's usually the switches or something that's in the power distribution that fails. And so when we're talking billions of switches compared to tens of thousands to possibly 100,000 switches, it's a whole dramatic different, you know, scale of, you know, reliability that you have with these kinds of microelectronic mechanical switches.
No, that's great. And we've got two questions from one person here. They're quite different. I think we'll do them one by one. And I would just say, if anyone else has any questions, do send them in now that we're in this portion of the talk. So this is a question from Mohammed Hamza saying, how will the impact go beyond developed economies? So we've been mostly looking at the US as we've been talking here. Is this, you know, but presumably it sounds to me as if this is something that could be used really in any economy right now, or is it more suitable for developed economies at the moment?
Well, obviously developed economies adopt things faster like this, but one of the keys to this is the scalability of it. When you look at that slide we showed earlier with the electromechanical switch that really has not changed in 130 or 140 years. Some of those are actually still have hand wound coils on them, so they don't scale, and that's been one of the inefficiencies besides the efficiency of the electricity is the ability to scale it. So the key to us is we get all of the benefits of an electromechanical device and all of the good electrical efficiencies, but at the same time we scale like a semiconductor. And that's what that slide where we showed the really small chip there is. We can get tens of thousands of these on a small wafer, which is going to allow this to be a far more economically feasible technology to then embed into the applications, whether that's infrastructure or automobiles or applications like phones, etc.
Okay. And then another question also from Mohammed Hamza is, what does the cost curve versus adoption look like for this technology? Bit of a technical question for you there. I don't know who wants to take
So today we're in very small volumes, and so the applications we're after are I'll say on the higher end of the scale. However, our cost structure is already better than those applications. As we continue to add volume, it will allow us to scale into more cost-effective applications. But for the most part, we're attacking cost is not the biggest issue for us. The biggest issue for us is reshaping the application to accept the switch. A lot of these things, when you think of an application, we have some applications where we're designing into where we've shrunk the size and the weight by over 90%. And so it's really easy to grasp why you would do that. But then when you realize that there was this big giant box that was going into an application, and now it's this little tiny thing that now I have to reshape the rest of the box before the application makes sense again. So that's actually the bigger issue than the cost piece of this.
Okay. Yeah.
But the cost, it's Moore's law. We're there. It's just a matter of, you know, as we said, getting the volumes up and everything else. I don't think anything Frankly, to tell you the truth, I will predict, and I hate doing this, but I will predict the death of the relay within 10 years. There will be no more of those relays that you'll see anymore. Kind of like, okay, sorry, vacuum tubes are still around for certain audio applications and stuff like that. But I think relays are going to be almost there in 10 years, 15. Hey, honey, I'm not, okay. No, not now. Sorry.
Kids and cats in this.
Kids and cats. They love switches. Oh, and then also on the developing world, just to be clear on it, you know, all the developing world's putting in 4G and 5G, you know, everywhere, right? They're putting wireless point-to-point links because they don't have fiber optics. They're trying to get off-grid energy, so solar. When you get solar to batteries, you still have switches. And the last thing you want is to buy more batteries and bigger solar panels when they're going through inefficient switches and inverters and things, which we can also do. So everywhere that's going to put any kind of infrastructure that touches electrons, RF, you know, wireless or electricity, whether it's in high GDP countries or low GDP countries, this works. And that's what's astonishing and so great, and so glad that no other investors were really interested 5 years ago in the company. And now it's great now. Everyone's going to be piling in. And have been.
On that question of being the sort of the first person in the game, is this a good area to be the first market mover? You know, sometimes you hear it's best to be the first or it's better to be the second.
In this case, it's better to be the first, and because if you really look at this, for us, a lot of the greenfield is installed base of switches that already exist. We're just making them 10 times or 100 times better in many cases, and so the applications are there. It's not like in that argument, you know, somebody invents something new and it has to get adopted, and then the second person in makes it more efficient. These switches have been around over 100 years, and so we start with a really big greenfield of installed base.
Let me come from a different direction. We did not have production parts. We didn't even have sample parts. We already had signed up customers on the dotted line who were wanting to give us checks because there's such a pent up demand. Just like when I was at Nest going, I need something like this. And people have been searching for it for years. And we finally brought this thing that's the best of both worlds together. They're like, oh my God, how can I get access to it? So they're lining up. And that's why I'm saying they're continuing to line up, because they're like, I need this stuff. And so we don't have to tell, you know, the applications that already know better. They've already been looking for it. It's like they stumbled on a pot of gold and they're like, oh my God, I finally found it. Because they've been searching for it, right? They've been searching for treasure for 40 years.
That's great.
That's what's so great about it, yeah.
I mean, speaking of people lining up, we have another question, and this may actually go to your plea, Tony, which was for people with manufacturing capabilities to get in touch, because we have a question from Antriksh Gautam asking, would you also look at manufacturing in Europe and Asia? I think we've been looking at assuming that it's being done in the US. Do you have the capability to expand? Do you see the company going in that direction?
So today we actually manufacture in the wafer manufacturing is done in Europe today, and actually our back-end packaging is done in Asia. For expanded capabilities, we are looking at both Europe and Asia, as well as the US. I think right now we'd like to have some US presence in addition to the European and Asian presence that we have.
Okay, so possibilities there. We've got a question from John W. Lewis asking, what is to stop any semiconductor vendor from doing this?
So this is a great question, because the list of companies that tried to do this in standard semiconductor technology is very long, and it was hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and virtually all failed.
Wow.
They're not everybody, but virtually all failed. What we've done different is, and I think I've said it 2 or 3 times, Tony loves this about the technology as well, the material science behind it is the key. So I'll put it this way. You could not find our materials and our chemistry in a fab today, but what we have is fab friendly. So in other words, we have a proprietary material set and a proprietary chemistry that allows us to make these switches. GE spent almost 15 years and $50 million of research to develop this. We've raised upwards of just under $80 million to date as well, and spent another 4 or 5 years putting it into a commercially producible state. And it's a tough road to hoe.
And don't forget all of our patents.
And yes, we have over 60 patent families surrounding the core technology as well as the applications it works in. So you know, enough time and enough money. I'll say that most anything can be replicated, but this is I truly believe the greatest invention of component technology since the transistor, and it's very fundamental in nature.
I have to say, I didn't think I could get excited about component technology before, but now I am feeling excited. So I'm convinced.
You got to see it. It's an incredible thing when you see the results. You know, it might not seem like everything changes around you, but it really does change.
Yeah, amazing.
It's really cool.
Well, we've just got, I think we've got about 1 minute left, so we don't want to go over our time. I'll just say, you know, Tony, any further thoughts on this, whether it's this technology or anything else that you're looking at while we've got you, might be quite interesting to hear about.
Just to all the investors out there and to the entrepreneurs out there, it is a market difference in terms of companies like Menlo Micro who can get out and get funded now compared to 5, 10, 15 years ago. It is a wholesale switch over, and people are now, and investors and entrepreneurs are now attacking the space. Stuff that's unloved for years, like the relay and this switch technology, unloved for years, is now able to get there because it's so impactful to what we need to do from a climate change perspective. And if you can show the real value, it's coming. So I encourage more entrepreneurs to get out there and do these things. If you're looking for money, please come find us at Future Shape. This is exactly what we love to invest in. And, you know, just why, and if you're building anything, make sure you go look at Menlo Micro stuff, because, you know, you should be doing the right thing for the planet. If you're designing anything that's new, you know, make sure you don't have the efficiencies of the old.
Yep. Okay, great. Well, I will say thank you to both of you, Ross Garcia of Menlo Micro and Tony Fadell of Future Shape. Thank you so much. That was really interesting.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice.
And thanks everybody for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, a huge thank you to Ross and to Tony, and of course to Alice Ross for doing her brilliant British best not to be excited and intoxicated by Tony, but I think we got her in the end. It's interesting, isn't it? You can have the highest potential technology, but nothing quite beats a creative, visionary, imaginative human, or thousand, as we've seen across the whole of CogX. Well, we've reached the end of our Global Leaders stage for day one. My sincere thanks, seriously, to Alice and to Tony and to Ross for absolutely rocking that last conversation. So much still to come. You can catch up on all of this here on the CogX platform. And of course, you can tune in to the Global Leaders stage tomorrow and the next day as well. By brief way of summary, I'm not going to recap the whole day, but just to reflect on the fact that we've seen the launch of the Net Zero Task Force with the full backing of the Secretary of State, Oliver Dowden, this morning. We've heard about the importance of inclusion, of Beyond Mentors, of championing as well, thanks to June Sarpong, Angela Jane, Hepsi Pemberton. We've seen, frankly, Tony Fadell powering his own headphones. He was so inspiring, and so many ideas in the mix. You have been fantastically tuned in, sharing, cross-pollinating ideas throughout using the hashtag CogX2021. So thanks to you, wherever you've tuned in from. And if you're catching up now, there's lots of nuggets across the whole field on 18 different topics. Throughout this, we've been supported by Accenture and BT, by Quantum Black, but also by Visa, by the Big Innovation Center, and by Shell as well along the way. What about tomorrow? Good question. Let me say very briefly, we'll hear about the future of flying from the chief executive of our own national carrier, British Airways. John Doyle will be here. We'll talk about the future of research with Professor Kate, or rather with Ottiline Leiser. We'll think about the whole future of, and the true cost perhaps, of AI with Professor Kate Crawford. Also a few of that next generation talent, Nile Rodgers, Matthew McConaughey, Robert Downey Jr. will be with us here on the leaders stage at CogX. For now, though, the seeds have been sown, the conversations have been started, the connections have already started being made. From here in central London, it is a very goodbye, but only for now. Please keep tuned in to cogx.live, sharing the hashtag CogX2021. I get the easy bit presenting this. It's been my honor to MC day one, but my thanks to the huge number of cast crew behind the scenes who have put this together for your enjoyment. Tell us how you're getting on. Tell us how you're enjoying it, and we'll see you for our next session. Until next time, thank you and goodbye.